A very big good morning and welcome into what is a beautiful Tuesday down here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. The women looking all smiley as well as the men. Reeve Hazelwood, Mikey Madonna going out for the morning free surf. It was packed. The conditions are looking really fun, which is why we're seeing so many big smiles from everyone. Anon Matsuoka, Sumomo Sato, Team Japan out here in full force this morning. Plenty of vibes going down the beach. And why not? We're in Newcastle. There's a lot on stake this week, but everyone just hanging out. They understand what it means to be down here, trying to make the most of what is a beautiful Newcastle. And joining me in the booth this morning, I am Jessie Starling, Vaughan Blakey, Felicity Palmer-Teague. Welcome in, guys. I love just sitting here with you guys on a lovely Tuesday morning.
Morning, Jess. Can't think of two people I'd rather spend the morning with, a thorn between two roses, as usual. It's so cool to be down here, and it's funny, you know, walking around the contest site this morning, even with so much on the line, there's just a sense of excitement and relief because people have gone, right, the comp has started. We're not sitting around. There's work to be done, but let's also have fun. Let's remember why we're here. There's a great energy around this contest site this morning.
Oh, totally. I think the sense of relief too is, you know, every single day this waiting period, we have swell. We've woken up this morning and, you know, the ocean's looking a little bit more groomed. Yes, there's a little bit less more energy, but there's plenty of opportunity. And I think as a surfer, when you're competing, that's all you want. You just want equal opportunity and there's plenty of waves.
Yeah, well, let's go and hear from one of the surfers themselves. He's down there on the glass with Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, Jess. With rankings leader, Yolanda Hopkins, and also known as usually the first surfer in the water every morning for the warm-up sessions. Talk to me a little about the waves today, Yolanda.
Yeah, always the first one. It's pretty fun, actually. It's a little bit bumpy, the swell, a little bit onshore, but the faces are really clean. And I was out there, it was way better than I expected and everything. But I think it's going to be a sick day for surfing.
It's been a while since you got the news of qualification. Has that sunk into you now that the championship tour is just a couple weeks away?
I'm so excited. Yeah, it has sunk in. Yeah, I'm ready. I've been training so much, like physically, mentally, in the water, everything, just trying to get it tip top, and I'm ready. I'm ready to go.
Such exciting stuff. So Yolanda, we're going to see her in the first heat of the next round, but we're beginning with the first round coming up real soon.
Awesome. Thank you, Kaipo. Thank you, Yo-Yo. I mean, it feels like one of those moments she's finally got there. Yo-Yo, we're going to see her on the championship tour.
So exciting, and what a relief to come into this, you know, final event of the Challenger Series and not have to stress out because there's so many crew who are, you know, in contention, but who haven't sealed their spots yet. So that's what we'll be keeping a close eye on this morning as we see the women take to the water.
Oh, totally. I mean, this morning, Yolanda mentioned it. We've got still a lot of swell. She said, yes, it's a little bit bumpy and a little bit onshore, but there is so much opportunity out there. The free surf was pretty good this morning. I was watching it go down. Definitely a couple of two-turn combos, even three turns are on offer. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting today underway.
Yeah, and it's actually a really great looking opening round as well, similar to what we saw in the men's yesterday. A couple of wildcards who really kind of shook up the ranks yesterday. Some of those guys who we'd never really seen in a Challenger Series jersey before were taking down some veterans that have been here for a while.
We've said it before, and we'll say it again, and we'll see it again. It's an event where you can get bolters, young bolters, who can go really, really deep. Huey Vaughan sort of comes to mind. Couple of years ago, it was just a tiny little whippet paddled out. He dead set looked, you know, lighter and skinnier and faster than a greyhound, and he did so much damage in that draw. And you know, you go back to, I guess, Mick Fanning. He had a blinding run in one of his campaigns here. Just as a young guy ended up lifting the trophy, would go on to win it 3 times. So yeah, I think looking at those names in this draw, Willow Hardy. Feels like she's been around forever, Flick, but she's still a junior. And Ziggy McKenzie as well, an ISA under-16 world title winner, now getting her first shot at a Challenger Series event.
Yeah, Ziggy, she's such a talent. She's got a big heat, though. Rena Rodriguez in the red, Willow Hardy in the blue, Louise Lapront in the white, and just like we mentioned, Ziggy McKenzie in the green. One of those really cool people, Flick, who kind of has a bit of a dual passport going on.
Oh, totally. I mean, obviously spending a lot of time in Indonesia, and her surfing speaks to it, right? I mean, she's amazing in the tube. She's not afraid to get barreled, but then obviously spending a lot of time in Australia and, you know, representing Australia currently as well. So I believe also an Aussie champ as well. Was it
Yeah,
last year
yep.
she was crowned Australian champion? So she's got a good trajectory ahead of her and gaining some momentum here in Australia and worldwide.
Yeah, love that we're finally getting to see her in this Challenger Series jersey, just qualified for this next coming season. So we're going to see her on here as a full-time athlete on that Challenger Series. And it's really interesting. We actually had a really young crop of women just qualify and take up those 6 spots that go towards the Challenger Series for the women. Thinking about Isla Huppert's as well. That's actually her dad, Jake, looking very stressed out this morning, Borno.
Oh, well, I saw him in the coffee line this morning and he did not look like that. He was chirpy, he was smiling, and now, yeah, the gravity of this opportunity is sort of sinking in as we see Arena getting off to a nice start. Good snap.
Yeah, she's had a year herself. I mean, we speak about there's so many highlights to Ziggy McKenzie, but Arena, she's looking sharp.
Yeah, this is a nice opening wave. I mean, just to get the feet in the wax, couple of turns, she finishes off really strong. It's going to feel good. Just get the ball kind of rolling in this heat.
It's a great point you make about this next crop of talent coming through globally. You know, right now, the last couple of world champs have been so young. Katie Simmers,
Totally.
Molly Picklum.
Even Caroline when she won.
Caroline, young as well, of course. And then, you know, you look at what's coming. And I swear those women who are the world champions right now are going, hang on a minute. There's 14-year-olds qualifying for the CT. What's going on here?
I know, it's wild, and we're going to see that 14-year-old competing this week, Tia Zabrowski. She was actually just spending a little bit of time on the Gold Coast right before she came here, so I got to watch her free surf a lot, and oh my gosh, I think it was one of those things where she's come to the Goldie. We haven't really seen a lot of her up there in person, and I think everyone just stood on the beach and was just in awe, just watching her surf and seeing her at a perfect wave like snapper. It was like, oh, I'd be scared. Arena here though, she's trying to get a spot. She's got a slim chance to get on that CT. Beautiful looking end section snap here for Arena. She actually got a taste of that championship tour jersey last year in Brazil and took down world number 1. Gabby Bryan went all the way through to the quarters, and we know having a moment like that, it'll really skyrocket your confidence quick.
Oh, totally. Moments like those when you're so young, they mean everything because one, you finally get the moment to put the jersey on and compete against women that you've looked up to, you know, and been idolising for years. And it's a surreal moment. And some people either get to that moment and the nerves get the best of them. But obviously she got to the moment and she kind of took control and was like, hang on a second, that's what we're noticing so much of these younger surfers. They're just kind of really taking it to that older generation.
Oh, they've got no respect for these legends. They just paddle out, and this is men's and women's. These grommets are just in, well, typical grommet form. They paddle out and they just think they own the joint.
Honestly, honestly.
But to beat Gabriella Bryan in the form
Yeah.
she was in last year, I think she won 3 CTs.
Yeah.
So, you know, to paddle out as a young upcoming surfer and take out someone of that caliber who is obviously, I think, setting a new benchmark for power surfing. Like,
Oh, totally.
there is no one doing the front side turns in particular that Gabby Bryan's doing on tour right now. And so, Arena, what an incredible performance to take that woman down.
Yeah, you know what? It's something that gets me really excited. I'm actually, obviously, Carissa's coming back on tour this year as well, and she was arguably the most powerful women's surfer ever.
Agreed.
And now Gabby's coming on, and she's really starting to challenge that. So we're going to see those two, who are kind of like student mentor, go head-to-head. A couple of replays here, though. Ziggy getting a start here, Flick.
Yeah, Ziggy, just a smaller sort of opening wave. This one a little bit frothy on the face, but manages a couple of little turns there, finishes there with that jam in the pocket. Probably nothing too consequential in this heat, but just trying to get a start, you know. And
Did you guys ever play the pause game when you were kids? You'd pause like the video or whatever and try and get a surf shot? me and Ronnie would do it. That's how nerdy
that
we were.
is so good.
Yeah, you'd get your
Flick and I
remote
just
control.
looked at each other like, what?
Oh, no. Well, yeah, anyway, these are the old days. Video cassettes. That's how I and Ronnie are. Yeah, you used to press pause. There was a good little moment in there for Ziggy. It wasn't kind of the biggest turn, but I think, you know, if you're riding out of turns like that, start to build confidence.
Louise LaPrant from South Africa. She's got a really awesome family. Older brother and sister who are super talented as well. We got to see them all compete over in Bolito in the Challenger Series this year. Just having one of those years where this is her first full season on the Changers and just trying to figure that out. We talk about it a lot in the sense of it's always a bit easier the second time round if you learn your lessons, Vorno.
Yeah.
But I feel like Louise, yeah, she's kind of going through that year where she's just figuring where she kind of sits in the scheme of things right now.
Oh, those first years, you're figuring it all out. You're travelling to new locations, maybe places you've never been before. As we see Louise having another look here.
Yeah, she's going to bottom turn. She's got a great looking backhand. Beautiful first turn. Bit of bump to deal with through this second, so loses her footing, unfortunately, there. But still, she's got the talent. I mean, she can definitely go deep into the draw here. I feel like a lot of confidence.
Oh, straight away, the backhand's so strong. You can see if she's going to get an open face with a bit of a bigger section, she's absolutely going to belt it. So form looks good. But yeah, back to your point, Jessie, it's that first year you're figuring everything out. And new locations, you're figuring out the best places that you like to eat. Do you cook at home? Is there a nice restaurant around the corner? You know, what's your routine at all these different locations? And sometimes that can take a little bit to iron out. So this first year, you know, she's going to iron out all those creases, get familiar with the locations and, you know, hopefully come back a bit stronger the following.
And one of the real benefits of having, you know, the Challenger Series start at Merewether and finish at Merewether is that all these competitors are going to feel pretty comfy. Yeah, all that ironing out and stuff, they're going to get back here and feel like, okay, I know this place, let's get to work.
Here we go, first look of Willow. Nice looking hook on that first section there. That pink board looks nice and fast under her feet. She's had a big weekend herself, competed over for Margaret River in the ABB and was actually a real powerhouse and a real backbone for the team. Just one turn here, Vorno, but I like the looks of this.
Yeah, well, Willow, as I said earlier, it just feels like she's been around forever, but she's, you know, so young. She's fearless. We know that. She got an incredible 10-point ride at NIAS at the beginning of last year, I believe, and you know that really put her on the map. She was a star of the film Dunno, and we got to sort of see what she's made of. And mate, when it comes to slabs and big turns, she's got both those things on lock.
Yeah, nice looking single turn there for a Renner as well. We're going to see where the judges really start to set the scale, especially on those one big maneuvers. Are they looking for multiple combination of turns, or is one big one going to be able to do it for them? It's pretty interesting, you know, Willow, she's, like you mentioned, feels like she's been around forever, but she's got a little bit of a soft spot when it comes to being here down at Newcastle. A Renner on just this one big hit there. But last year, unfortunately, lost out in the round of 32, got a 25th here, and it was absolutely pumping, went down the beach and did syndesmosis in her ankle.
Yeah, and that's super tough, right? I mean, I think probably for her, she might have had a few tweaks and a few niggles, but probably her most serious kind of injury, you know. And like, as an athlete, you are going to have moments like that in your career, right? At some point, if you have longevity in your career, you're going to have to experience those moments and maybe potentially have a surgery, have that, you know, find that rehab moment, have the comeback. And so for her this year, that would have been probably pretty challenging, really. And as we see Louise here on the backhand, it's one big belt.
Yeah, it's a battle of the single manoeuvres at the moment. I think all these women have sort of identified that they're going to have limited opportunity, and so they're just going huge. But that Hardy name in the West, it's pretty famous. There's some absolute mongrel lunatics in that family, and they are so accomplished.
Wow, Louise.
Fantastic backside turn.
Solid hit. Oh my gosh. It's really going to come down to these big single turns here. We're actually dealing with a couple of different swells. So we've got a leftover east-northeast and this new south-southeast swell. So they're kind of mixing together, which is why we're seeing these just one big chunky turns. But thinking back to some of those guys who were really highlighting yesterday, Alistair Reginato, he was getting it done on one turn. Ziggy finding multiple opportunities on this wave. Such a solid rail surfer. Goes down on the third, but a beautiful amount of work done. Is that the look of a tick of approval on Jake's face?
He's still looking pretty stressed, I reckon. I mean, look, it was beautiful rail surfing, no doubt, but I think he knows more than it. Try to cover himself, but and more than anyone, there's still 20 minutes on this clock, right? Which is a lot of time for a lot of different things to happen. I mean, let's take a look here. Nice, solid wave, and she just places this turn beautifully. Brings it back around, kind of cuts it a bit short because she can see this next section. She eyes it off and absolutely unleashes here on the rail. Would have been beautiful if she could have just found that end section and tapped it. But I think it's just a sign, if she finds the right wave, she does look like she's in great form.
Bono, obviously your kids are very creative, your two boys, and they've gone down a more of a creative path. But if they had have gone into competitive surfing, what kind of surf dad do you think you would have been?
Oh, that is a really heavy question. I never had to suffer that sort of pressure with my boys. They just, I think Ronnie and I just bored them to death with surf nerdism, like to the point where they were like, I'm never going to the beach again. But no, look, I reckon Jake is a great guy. He's not one of those dudes who's like sort of got the scrapbook out and writing down scores and saying like, well, you should have done this, turn harder or that. It's kind of a lot of support there. There'd definitely be sort of like gentle advice, but I think with most parents, you know, they're watching, particularly an occasion like this, first ever Challenger Series, you know, it's a different ball game to watching compete against your own peers and your age. And Ziggy, it does look like she's feeling just a touch nervous out here. Like the turns are being cut short a little bit. She goes over the handlebars there, but you know, I remember talking to Oki about this when he was watching Jay as a little grom in the junior comps, and he was like, mate, it's 10,000 times worse than competing yourself.
Oh, totally.
You know, you can just see them paddling off the bank or making these little choices, and you're like, what are you doing? But everyone's an expert when they're sitting on the couch.
I reckon I could see you down there with a megaphone.
Megaphone
just
and
yelling
a flag.
Through,
huge whistle.
Maybe some hand signals.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what I could see with you as a full-blown surf dad. Maybe we should test it out. Might need to hit the boys up for that.
Well, if you went surfing, I'd probably feel pretty similar to your dad. You know,
yeah, my dad used to pat the
how
sand.
did he deal with it?
Oh, Dad used to pat the sand so flat with his feet that you could put a level on it and it would be absolutely perfect.
That was his thing.
That was his thing. He just stood and made this perfect little table of sand here. Louise, she's got a big family supporting her back home in South Africa. Still just these one turns that we're seeing right now, Flick.
Yeah, the one turns, but Louise has been rewarded for it, right? I mean, I look at the score, the 4-2, just for that one big belt on the backhand. And for me, it's saying the judges want you to go up into the lip. They want it to be a bit more critical. You know, you compare it even to Ziggy's, you know, that last kind of wave, the one previous, the 3-3, for those two kind of calves, as opposed to the one big belt on the backhand. So that's kind of speaking volumes to me this morning.
Yeah, well, we're hoping we can see a couple more turns. 17 minutes to go. Arena Rodriguez in the lead. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break. What we need for the surf is waves, and this week Newcastle, it can kind of chop and change on us a little bit, but we're looking pretty good for the entirety of the event, Flick.
Oh, totally. If you look here, we've obviously got the Surfline forecast. You can see Newcastle just there above Sydney, about 2 hours, and a lot of red blobs here, which means a lot of swell, and we've had no shortage of that. Obviously, yesterday we woke up, it was pretty unruly, but let's take a look at today. So this morning we woke up and we've got 4 to 5 foot faces, and that swell height is going to continue through to the afternoon. And you know what the good news is? We got some light winds, a little bit onshore, but it's going to stay light pretty much throughout the whole day. And if we take a look to the next 4 days here, it's it's like we said this morning, we've really lucked into a good week. We've got no shortage of swell. I think the next couple of days are looking pretty nice. Offshore in the morning, which is what we've been waiting for. But yeah, continuing throughout the week, Friday gets bigger again and into the weekend. I mean, good news. Just no shortage of opportunity, which is great.
Yeah, you'd rather take big and a little bit onshore than small and nothing coming through.
Any day, any day.
The level of talent that is in this crop of surfers that we have on both the men and the women, I think we're definitely going to get plenty of entertainment, but we're always just so lucky when we come down to Newcastle, Vorno. I mean, think about to this first Challenger Series. It was absolutely pumping when we were here a little under 12 months ago. Arena here, second turn, so finally getting to see a couple of combos going down here, Vorno.
Yeah. That'd feel good too. It's one thing to sort of get your big turn in, and you know, the judges are loving what Arena's throwing down here, a 4.83 and a 4.5. They're the two highest scoring waves of the heat so far, but this is a really nice sort of addition to that, where she gets to link some turns. I love the acceleration through that first carve, and she'll get the completion. And so this will be another score here for Arena.
One of the most winning Peruvian surfers on that female side, and Peru actually have a really, really big crop of talent right now. Sol Aguirre, obviously Arena, Luca Macinas. They are just coming in full force at the moment.
At the start of the year, I got to meet Philippe Pomar, who is one of the OG world champions from way back, 1965. I think he won the world title. He's in his 80s. His goal is to surf till he's 100 years old. He looks fit as. And, you know, you think of Peruvian surfing, like it is one of the first places that has a record of people riding waves on craft. Fishermen used to go out in these big sort of cane baskets and ride waves on the way in. As we see here, oh, Ziggy, this is more like it.
Yeah, great looking first turn. Comes through again, gets the connection with the second one. That's a beautiful looking slash. You can see she is way up the beach right now. She's hanging out with the free surfers, so a bit of a relocation to where she was sitting, and it's paid off because this was one of the best looking waves we've seen come through.
Oh, totally. This was beautiful, right? I feel like she's a little bit more settled in. She's had those couple of carves. She cracks it here, really connects with that lip, and then manages to find a second moment here where she's able to go up into the lip again. I mean, you just reflect on the scores that's happened in this heat. The judges are appreciating turns up in the lip. She's managed to find a couple of them, and looks like those nerves are a little bit more settled. Yeah, like to your point, Vaughan, you know, earlier those calves, she was cutting them a bit short, so got to be thinking that Dad and Hedgie are feeling a bit more settled with that wave.
Yeah, it's actually whole family there too. Big brother Flynn, Mum Ness there as well. I was like, oh, it's the whole fam down here, and Hog trying to give a little bit of support as well, but I've got a bit of a question mark on that end turn. Not sure if it was a complete ride out there.
I still think
I've been super critical though.
Oh, yeah. But, you know what, interesting to note, you know, Nathan Hedge there sort of settling Dad Jake down. It's classic because when you think of Hedgie as a competitor, you kind of think of almost like the Krakatoa volcano just erupting and, you know, sending plumes of energy into the universe. But as a coach, I've heard Morgan Siblick say, you know, nah, he's a real settler. He just gets you in the zone. He brings all that intensity into sort of this narrow-minded focus. And he's an incredible mentor for these kids as they start to, you know, build on their careers.
Is that not the biggest juxtaposition ever?
It's so weird.
It's so strange because he's the Hog.
Jekyll and Hyde is what it is. You know, he's mild-mannered as the surf coach, and then he just turns into this psychotic monster once he pulls on the rashi. But he is such a legend. He went to the very, very top of the tree, finished number 7th in the world at one point, and had some really memorable performances. I remember a 10-point ride at J-Bay where far out, the backside clobberathon was just on for young and old.
Oh, and even into more recent times, you know, went all the way to a semi-final at Chopes a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And just seeing what he's done and what he still continues to do. He works at Surfing Australia full-time now, and I think all three of us can sit here and be like, you know, he's inspired us at one point in our life, and now he's such a hands-on coach with this generation. He's got a big week too, you know, a lot of his crop almost there, almost across the finish line.
And I think one of the great bits of advice that someone was sharing with us, I don't know if it was Lobby or yourself, Jess, but that Hoggy has sort of said to all of them, don't worry about anyone else, just focus on your own game. If you win the comp, you just put it in your own hands. So I love that advice as we see Louise there finish a ride.
Arena out behind her. These little bowls looking like they're going to offer something going on. But Louise, I feel like she's really crept herself back into this heat. Those big open backside hooks, they're definitely going to start to really ask the question, okay, is this a 4.08 and going into second place here?
Yeah, she's definitely asking the question here. I think nice carve, and she finishes that off so strongly, right? I mean, she looks so solid on her feet. I think really for me that's coming pretty close to, you know, for that 4.08 that she's looking for.
And of course, Flick, you know, 40 years that we've been down here at Surfest. You had a long competitive career yourself. Did you ever compete at Surfest?
Multiple times, when it was a pro junior, when it was a qualifying series event. Spent a lot of time down here over the years, really, and putting on the jersey. I mean, for me, I think I was sort of like in the Sally Fitzgibbons era. You know, she's still competing today, but she's sort of my era, and probably, you know, she's actually one of the most winningest surfers out here. She's got 3 titles at Surfest, so those sort of memories come to mind. But yeah, surfed it in all different types of conditions, as we see Talia there getting ready for the next heat. And yeah, but it's so many memories here.
So you two both got demoed by Sally Fitzgibbons at Surfest heats?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Jess was telling me on the drive up here that she was like, I didn't know whether to try and beat her in the heat or just paddle up and ask for her autograph.
Seriously, and it would be I reckon I would have been 16 and just freaking out, and she was probably like, this girl hasn't stopped staring and smiling at me for the last 20 minutes. Like, I don't think I caught a wave for like 15 minutes. I was just starstruck. I was like, that's Sally Fitz.
Well, I never surfed a heat here, but this is the first contest I ever commentated, and I would have sounded like that teenager on The Simpsons. Oh, I'm taking off of this one. No. Shane Powell. It was just so nerve-wracking, like to get on a mic, have your voice booming out over that PA to thousands of people on the beach, particularly around finals day. Oh man, please bury those tapes, set them on fire. Never ever play them out loud.
No, let's bring them back. Let's rewind to the 40 years.
Oh, that was a sick turn by Nikki Wood.
No, you always see your stars here and your idols. We've obviously got the Bonsoy board caddies. They're getting to check out their idols this week. Arena looking to kind of solidify first place here. No one getting over the 4-point range at this point. Louise, her last score locks in as a 3.57, so she's getting slightly closer here. She's got priority over Ziggy. We're coming down to 7 minutes to go right now. This is where, you know, that the experience and that tactics really needs to start coming into it. But we're going to look at the GWM recap here, and Arena, she kicked us off here, Vorno.
Yep, Arena, as we discussed at the start of this heat, took down Gabriella Bryan in her first shot at a CT and did it with power. This is on display here, Flick.
Oh, totally. I mean, she's got a stranglehold right now. She's got the 2 highest waves, locked in a couple of 4.83s, and then we've had Louise Macron here looking really strong on the backhand, and she's still searching though to jump up into that second advancing position. Really, for me in this heat, the judges are they're keeping a lid on it, really. They're obviously seeing more opportunity out there. No one really clicking over that 5-point mark yet, so just keeping a lid on it. Obviously, Ziggy, she found this one. She's up in second position right now. This is the wave that actually catapulted her up there. She locked in a 4.77 for that one. Still a lot of opportunity out there, and Willow up and riding now.
Yeah, super quiet this heat for Willow Hardy. Really different to what we're again. Is this a ride out on the one? But the venom and the sting in that first turn, it's enough for a big score here.
This is amazing, Flip.
Oh, this is deadly. Look at that thing. Just absolutely whacked it out of the lip. If she finishes this, I mean, it wasn't a clean ride out here. The question mark's there. I don't think that's a completion. So, but to me, a lot of scores are coming from that first section. You double that up with the last wave we saw. You got to be thinking that she's maybe jumping up into that advancing position well and truly. I mean, she is looking really, really good.
So now a couple of those incompletions from Talia Swindle, they might come back and haunt her right now.
Totally. I go back to that, you know, the two-turn combo on the bigger wave where I love the intent because she did go for it, but you just think if she just flip-lined that and finished. So we see Annie DeSantos there running out for her next heat.
Yeah, just got the call up now. She's an alternate into this one. So obviously one of our athletes didn't rock up. Annie, she's in. She's always ready.
I didn't recognise her without the gaff on.
Yeah.
She's so fearless, that woman. I've been, you know, she does a lot of surfing around the northern beaches, and I remember when I first saw this clip come out of her from Indonesia in the most hectic right-hand barrels, like terrifyingly scary. And she's just packing it deluxe. That warms your heart, I know.
Oh, yeah, I love to see it. Any time I see a woman probably having a serious dig in some really challenging waves, it really makes me happy, right? I mean, and I think, you know, Annie DeSantos, I mean, if you think about her big wave career and what she's managed to do in such a short amount of time, it's pretty incredible, you know. She was an alternate to the Eddie Akau. She ended up getting a spot there. She surfed in it the last time it ran.
That is amazing.
Had a proper dig. And, you know, she was a sort of similar situation, waiting, am I going to get in, am I going to get in? Laura never actually ended up getting injured, and Annie DeSantos got a call up in the second round, so she got to showcase what she had on offer, and she did not hold back.
We got an Eddie surfer in the next heat? You frothing.
Yeah.
We're going in the booth, mate.
That is amazing. Oh, wow. Well, we do too. I know that, but I'm just saying, it's like, this is sort of like, you know, just how multi-skilled these athletes are now. You're paddling out in a Challenger Series event on the back of surfing in the Eddie. That is incredible.
Yeah, just got the update from my big sister Trues. The beautiful tones on the beach commentary this week. There's about 5 minutes to go in this heat, so we're really starting to get down to the pointy end right now. In that next heat, start to get ready. It's another solid looking matchup. Solagire, Annie DeSantos, Malia Lima, and Island Vass. So the gold medalist, Callie Vass' little sister, who's out here doing an internship at the moment. Why not come and put the rashi on?
Speaking of charges.
Oh, yeah.
She's been doing some incredible stuff at Chopes over the last couple of years.
Yeah, Island, she's definitely one to watch out, I feel like, over the next couple of years. As soon as she starts to kind of put that competitive head down, she's definitely on her way to something pretty big. You can see Talia Swindle here, though, Flick, starting to get a little bit antsy.
Yeah, I think, look, obviously, we're going a bit blind here. We're flying blind. We can't exactly see the scores, so we're kind of guessing. But for me, you know, what we've seen from Charlie, it's been pretty nice. I mean, she's really given the venom here. She's locked in a couple of nice waves. I think Talia probably hearing that, maybe a bit nervous, a bit scrappy, as you said, Jessie. Only less than 5 minutes as we see her go for a big turn again.
Can't hold on. Another big section, unfortunately, gone begging there. She's got such a crazy hammer on her repertoire there. So would love to see Talia try and make one of those. And as soon as she starts getting this completion rate up, it's all systems go for Talia.
It's just go huge or go home here for Talia. Every time she gets to one of those big closeout sections, she throws absolutely everything in it. Manami now, she started this heat flying, but has gone a little quiet. And I believe we've got scores starting to, fall into place here. So this will be interesting.
Yeah, let's do a big update. We're under 3 minutes to go. Charlie Haley, we think back to that big two-turner, 7-point ride. So we haven't seen a score go that big all day today, and fair enough. Massive moment in this heat. Talia Swindle holding on to second right now. And that big one turn from Manami, it got that at 5.33. She's chasing. 4.34 is what she's looking for. Zoe McDougall with a 4.57, but as far as scores go, in comparison to that last heat, this is a really high-scoring matchup.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that one of Charlie's, I mean, she set the benchmark for today, right? 2 big backhand turns, really nicely timed as well. You're locking in your 7. I think We can see why Talia is so nervous. So yes, she's sitting in second, but she knows that Minami's sitting there with that 5.33. Her requirement to jump into second right now is pretty low. And with conditions like this, a lot available. Minami's actually holding priority over Talia right now, so she can call the shots, right? Like if they're sitting near each other, Minami gets right away. So understandable that it's kind of a false sense of security. Sitting in second, but you're not totally comfortable, as we see Zoe here.
Yeah, got a bowl ahead of her. Bit of an under the lip snap here. She's got something more to work with on the inside. She might even get one more section if she can get around the foam here. This one's going to hold along the sandbank all the way through. 4 snaps here with a 5th on the inside. So got a lot of turns in.
Needs a 4.57, but a distinct lack of fireworks on this wave. And I'm thinking back to Charlie Haitley's 3.8. She got punished for not riding out of that second turn, but her first turn was so aggressive. Like it was a real standout moment in this heat. I just wonder whether there's enough in this for Zoe to get the score. It doesn't feel like it, Flick.
No, I think it's lacking the venom, like you said, Vaughan. These first couple of turns, yeah, it's a long wave, but, you know, we're not scoring number of manoeuvres here. That turn there was well timed, but it's night and day when you compare it to Charlie's 3.8, and I don't think it's maybe even better than that. So, yeah, Zoe's going to have a little bit more work to do, but there's hardly any time on that clock.
Just over 30 seconds to go. So 3.67, that last one for Zoe. So she's running out of time right now. Minami Nonaka, second priority here, needs a 4.34. Had that really beautiful one big snap. But look at Charlie right now. She is such a competitor. She's in the lead. Talia's in second, but she does not want to let Talia take the win here. This is a very competitive 16-year-old.
Yeah.
You know what? I love to see it. There's a lot of fire here. It makes it entertaining for us.
Minami, she's got second priority, has to let Charlie Haitley go. We're going to run out of the clock. At the time has completely wound down. So there's the hooter. Charlie Haitley hung up on that one, but it's just, unfortunately, Minami could not back up that big single score there. So Charlie Haitley with a 7-point ride and a 3.8, she is going to take the win here. Talia Swindle will hold on to second with a 4.9 and a 4.77. Minami Nonaka, unfortunately, bowing out of the draw here with that big 5.33, 3.67. She couldn't find anything better than that. And Zoe with a 5.1 and a 3.67 as well. Unfortunately, couldn't make it through this heat either. That was such a back and forth battle. I think everyone might have had the lead at some point, but Charlie Haitley, the Grom, she's going to be moving on through to a big seeded round. Coming up next, we're going to go to an ad break and welcome back in Richie Lovett and Ronnie Blakey into the booth.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Cardiff GWM, official auto dealership of Newcastle SURFEST, and by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia.
Morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy here at beautiful Merriweather Beach. The sun is shining, and these aspiring young talents are trying to fight their way to the top end of the Challenger Series ranks in the hope, the dream of cracking the championship tour, which is kicking off in a little under 2 weeks. Rich, it's all getting close, mate. And we're also going to have the official crowning of our world champions down there at Bells Beach at the end of the month, which is going to be awesome.
Yeah, there's going to have a big banquet. It's going to be unreal. Everyone's going to get frocked up, and we're going to celebrate.
Frocked up. I like that. Yeah, I'm going to get frocked up well and truly. Mate, let's talk about what's unfolded so far this morning. Some big heat wins, important clashes for those at the back end of the CS ranks. Super impressive in that first heat was Irina Rodriguez. Looks so strong, getting the victory. And in the last heat, Charlie Hadley on screen talking to her coach, Jay Bottle Thompson, former CT Mad Dog. And Charlie just went absolutely loony. He had a couple of really solid hits, and just a missed completion saw her pushing that heat score total right up there. But we're back into live action now, and we've got some really strong competitors out there in the water at the moment. Still plenty of time on the clock, just on 27.5 minutes to go here. Island Vast, the Tahitian, the younger sister of the gold medalist, Cowley. She gets things started. It's going to be a throwaway score for her out there in the green. Malia Lima from Kauai, she is going to be out there in the white. We've got Anne dos Santos of Brazil getting the call up as an alternate. She's going to be out there in the blue. Spends a lot of time in Isles, obviously, chasing big swells around the northern beaches of Sydney. Had some great performances down there at Deadman's. And Sola Guire, well, she is going to be representing Peru, as she always does so beautifully. She'll be in the red jersey, and she is able to lean on some local knowledge, staying with a local family. More on that in a second as we see Anne dos Santos find a bit of room to move and, you know, really looking to make the most of this late call-up.
Yeah, it's a special feeling when you're when you get that late call-up. It's sort of everything's on the line straight away as we watch the replay here for Anne. Nice two-turn combination here, and straight off the bat, Ron, you can see these waves are a little bit broken up today. Short period swell. Definitely some scoring opportunity here. Up that first turn, nice slice. This one here, a little bit more critical in the pocket. You can see that wave just tapering off really quickly.
Yeah, Anne's crazy. You know, reminds me a lot of Laura Anova. There's nothing to her. She's just a very slight thing, but a great surfer. But just has, you know, a heart the size of Australia. She'll throw herself over the ledge in huge conditions, and has really kind of gained a reputation for just a fearless approach. She drops a 4.67 to start things here. It's not a bad start. You know, we've got pretty tricky conditions out there, and as you can see, not really a predominant section of the sandbar where the waves can be relied on to break consistently. So Anne finding some space, 4.67. We've seen scores like that held on to in the scoreline of winning competitors so far this morning.
Yeah, we haven't seen anyone really hit the ceiling yet, and there's some space. So the judges actually sending a message they want to see more, and our competitors sitting right down the beach.
Natalia Swindle, she's just breaking things down.
It looks like Brent Power, CI, Channel Islands Surfboards. Brent now living over in California.
Yeah, here, and just a sounding board on equipment, but also a great competitor himself. So probably just breaking things down there. It was not a comfortable second place finish for Talia. She had Minami Nonaka breathing down her neck in the final stages there, but she survives that opening round heat. As we see Anne dos Santos looking to back up the opening ride, a 4.67 on her first wave. She's going to take early control here, but
I like it. She's staying busy. Let's have a look at the replay here. Rushy little wave, nothing really happening at the opening moments. Comes through to this foamy little section. Not a bad action on the backhand. But again, just sort of building house, as we like to say. She'll look for something more Better looking wave now, a bit of hustle.
Here goes Sol Aguirre. Nice opening turn. Drives up into the pocket again. Now flexes on the tail. She's had a strong career so far and really wanting to make some heats here on the Challenger Series as throwing the tail on the outside there. Island Vars. It was a big attempt. Had she pulled that one down, it would have been a solid score for the big individual turn.
That shot just gives you an idea of how far north our competitors are sitting. We touched on this yesterday. Lots of sand in that southern corner.
Oh,
This is Island just pushing so hard on that opening turn. It was only going to be the one turn wave, so she knew she had to go for it. This is a better wave here for Sol. Just sits down on that first turn, but then really opens up on the second. Gets a nice pivoting action on that closeout.
So SURFEST celebrating 40 years, an incredible milestone for the administration of this event. The man that's really been leading the charge over the years is Warren Smith. His son Reese is hosting a couple of surfers. Sol is a great surfer in his own right. He is also part of Revere Projects. They've got the incredible merch store down here, but you know, Reese has played host to Sol for the last couple of years, and as a result, she feels right at home here. She's spoken to that, and she's had some pretty solid finishes here at SURFEST. So Sol kicks off with a 5.83, best number of the heat so far. And now we'll go looking for the lead as we see Malia Lima, the Hawaiian, looking to get her campaign started here.
Straight off the bat, Ron, just opening wave, doesn't get a completion. So what does that do to the psyche? Starts to eat away at the confidence a little. Already puts her behind the 8 ball. She needs to pick it up, turn that around quickly, find a good wave. Let's see what happened here. She gets into this wave. Nice wide stance, stable, gets off the top, just goes a bit high. Just doesn't come down with it. The bird's eye view angle, Bioglan replay, and you can just see, just coming off the back of the wave there, so she'll be looking for something more.
The surfers are making decisions on the fly, and I think Malia, the 19-year-old from Kauai there, just realising she was only going to get one section, so she pushed it a little bit harder, knowing that she, wasn't going to get much more out of the ride. I don't think too much lost in that instance. It was probably going to go to a 3 had she pulled off the finner, but it's a throwaway score, as it turns out. Apologies, folks, the scores at the moment, we're unable to display them on screen. I can tell you, though, Anta Santos holding on to the #1 position at the moment. First wave, pretty strong, 4.67. She's backed it up with a 2.5. We've got the surfer from Peru, Sol Aguirre. She's sitting in second spot. She had a 5.83. It's the best number of the heat so far. She's in second spot. Island Vars, she is currently sitting in third spot. Just a few throwaway scores for her, so no number of substance just yet, and the same for Malia, who's had just one ride. And there's just under 21 minutes to go. Yeah, it's great to see some of the young talent rising through the regional qualifying series and getting their first taste of Challenger Series competition. Even though we've seen Island Vars in a CT event as a wildcard back in 2023. This is just her second Challenger Series event, but she's going to get a few more runs at it next year. Third in the Hawaii Tahiti Nui regional ranks behind Moana Jones-Wong, who took it out, and Kiara Gold, who got second. So well situated on those rankings in what is a really competitive regional tour.
Super competitive, and it's a good feeling knowing that you've got a spot on the Challenger Series. It's not an easy thing to do.
Oh, here we go. Speaking of Island Vars there, that's going to be her best wave.
That's a confidence builder, for sure.
Just going to chip away at the requirement, you'd think. Pretty solid scores dropped for a pretty solid individual score drop there for Sol.
Yeah, looking at the Bioglan replay, just a little check turn cut back to start things off. Gets some speed down the line here. And just clicks on that little foam section to finish off. But it's a rhythm thing now. That's a confidence builder, as I said. That'll get her into this heat now. She puts a number on the board. It's only a little one, 2.73.
And DeSantos, again, just looking to improve on that second ride, the 2.5. Just a reminder, you can see the scores dropping on the app and on the website, worldsurfleague.com, so you can watch the numbers come through. And we'll get them on screen as soon as we possibly can. But here's the replay of Anne's last ride. Couple of decent turns there, Rich.
Yeah, a beautiful opening carve. And negotiating through this difficult section here. Always hard when that wave explodes underneath your board. Becomes very unstable, but for such a slight little girl, she's done well to maintain her composure through that manoeuvre.
On the outside in the red, Salagire, she absolutely forces that turn up into the pocket. The wave cups out, she can't keep that board glued to her feet. So just struggling to back up the strong opening wave as we go to the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay here.
Yeah, late takeoff. She knew she had to get straight up into that section. And you can see here, just detaching from the board, stance just got a little narrow. She got caught on her heels. But the intent was there.
Man, we saw some great turns laid down yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And some people really kind of marked themselves as, you know, ones to watch moving forward through the draw. Saw some big airs laid down. Super impressed with what Makana Fransman threw at us on his very first wave in a Challenger Series event.
Yeah,
got himself
that
into
was
the sevens. Massive rotation. Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah, I was going to say Reef. He was impressive.
Just so reliable for a big air, and he dropped a big frontside rotor of his own and powered through to the on the men's side. Event getting underway this afternoon. But right now we are seeing the round of 48 for the women. Heat 3 here in the lineup. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Charlie coming in. Back half of that heat for the win. Your assessment of how that heat went for you?
I got pretty lucky. I was pretty much lost to sea for the first 20 minutes and somehow scrapped into a right. They just gave me a couple sections and I was just like, after that I was like, right, get another wave, get back out there, find priority. I don't know, it was pretty hectic, but first 20 minutes was a slow one.
Take them when you can. You had a debrief with your coach, Jay Thompson, on the beach. What Jay's have to say to you?
I mean, he was stoked I got it done, but he thought I was playing somewhere. He knew I was lost somewhere, so it was a bit of a messy one, but got through, so yeah, stoked.
Take the wins where you can. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Ron?
Thank you, Kipes. Yeah, Kipes, you can always see when he's appreciating the work of a fellow goofy footer.
For sure.
And while we're talking about appreciation, what about the Kentucky waterfall Kipes is sporting at the moment? The mullet.
He looks young, man.
He referred to it as a rat's tail, but that's a chunky tail for a rat. I love it.
It's more like a beaver tail.
We should all go one. Grow one out. Rich, what do you reckon? Reckon you
Mine
and
would all be party down the back. Nothing going on upstairs.
So Sol still on a mission to back up that opening ride, which was, you know, the dream start really in conditions like this. 5.83. Let's see where this one falls. It's looking like her second best ride at the moment, Rich.
Yeah, no, it was a good wave. And it's really going to put her in a good position in this heat. She'll jump to the lead and start to take control of this heat.
15 and a half minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. More to come from Merriweather right after this. Such a sensational part of the Australian East Coast is Newcastle, and you can plan your visit at visitnewsouthwales.com. Beautiful beaches, plenty of waves.
Oh, it's magic. This zone is so wave rich, and plenty to do in Newcastle.
It sure is.
Love it.
Let's have a look at the Bioglan replay here of what goes down. Island Vars with a nice finish there. I believe this one came through at a 2.73. And to Santos.
Oh, that was a great turn.
snap.
Beautiful turn there. Unfortunately, just only that single manoeuvre. But geez, it had some heat on it.
So Sol Aguirre, she is out in front now. She backed up that 5.83 with a 5.33. And to Santos in second position now. Waiting on scores. It was a nice backhand hit there, but she's after a 6.49. Unlikely that last ride is going to take her back into the lead. Island Vars, she's just had her best wave, a 3.67. She needs a 5, but we are still waiting on a score for Enter Santos here, which could push the requirement up. Here's Malia Lima, who's been a little quiet so far. She had a throwaway 0.7, and unfortunately couldn't stick that final turn to give herself a better shot at getting into the top 2 here, which is the requirement to progress and stay alive in the mix here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy.
Well, she looked better on that wave, Ron.
She did.
The opening moments, she got down the line here. Let's check it out on the Bioglan replay. This first turn, nice and powerful, lots of intent. Just timing was a little off and got bounced on the final manoeuvre. So, yeah, another non-make, but again, there's signs there. So, still plenty of time. 11 minutes 30, the short period swell. Doesn't take very long to get yourself established back in the lineup. Probably only a 30-second paddle. Really the 2 to 3 manoeuvre waves, you're doing well if you can find that opportunity today, but we've seen plenty of one-turn waves that are getting up around the 5-point mark. So she's still in reach.
Yeah, that's one thing you tend to find on these competition days where the conditions are a little marginal. There's kind of waves all over the place. It's rarely out of reach, a top 2 finish going into the final stages if you get a mid-range score. And Malia just wants to bank that 4 to have a shot, a better shot going into the final stages of this heat. But in saying that, an excellent ride, 2 big turns might be enough to see her into the top 2 still. And sort of exciting when you get to the tail end and someone, has that opportunity. If nothing of note has really been thrown out just yet, there's plenty of room to climb in the scale.
Yeah, well, I think you just hit it on something. It's a lot of these heats this morning have been relatively close, and everyone's sort of been in reach into the final moments. No one has really taken complete charge of the heats this morning and dropped some excellent numbers. So it sort of speaks to the conditions, but perhaps some sort of nerves coming on in these opening heats.
Oh, always nerves. I get nervous watching these people trying to realise their dreams. As we get down to the 9-minute 45-second mark, Sol Aguirre is still holding on to the lead. 5.83, 5.33. Anders Santos in second position, 4.97 and a 4.67 in the account for her. And then Island Vars is really still chasing. She's got a 3.67. She needs a 5.97 to climb up into second. Malia Lima, her best score, just a 2.07, so a little more work to do. Almost chasing an excellent score. 7.57 to get up into second place, as we see young Eden Waller on screen. And she's leaning into the coaching expertise of a former competitor, Matt Cattle.
Yep. Yeah, Matty's a great coach. Surfed with him competitively for a few years around my era, and he's just got such a calm and astute nature about him. Doesn't get phased, a lot of knowledge up in that brain. And Eden Waller, she is a talent coming out of the USA.
Yeah, looking forward to that next heat. Eden's going to be up against Kana Nakashio, Samomo Sato and Natalie Fensman. Eden's going to be in that red jersey for good reason. She's going to be the highest seed. She's had a pretty good run at the Challenger Series in her first full season. Made a couple of heats at each stop on the tour, so you know there's something to build on there. A couple of ninth place finishes.
Yeah, she had some great rides in the Newcastle event that opened the Challenger Series.
That's right, yeah. I think she had
Really
her
good
chances too to break into the quarters in that contest too. So she'll be looking to correct that result and get herself back on track here. But here we go. There's the scores for you on screen.
Solaguerre out in front, and Ron currently sitting 22nd on the Challenger Series ratings, and with a very, very slight chance of actually making the tour. She'd need a win here, and she'd need the chips to fall in the right way as well. So a lot of her competitors above her would need to sort of dip out of the event, but sometimes that's all you need, is just a little sniff, a little chance. I've been there before. I remember to qualify, I actually needed to win an event in Hawaii, and just everything fell into place.
I remember that well. I remember it well. You had to win the event. Looking back on it, hindsight, you know, shaving your head was probably a mistake at that point. Never came back, but you did get the win and you got on tour. Got yourself a CT win, Rich, as we dive into the GWM heat recap. And De Santos started nicely with a 4.67, but then Solaguerre, she found the highest scoring ride of the heat so far, a 5.83, to give herself a great shot of progressing.
Yep, you can just see Sol and Anne here, just with some very solid surfing, nice and sturdy on their feet. Maneuver placement on the waves, just on point, and just getting those completions as well. Island and Malia just having a little trouble getting to the completions, wave choice, perhaps letting them down ever so slightly. And we're starting to see Anne and Sol really move away from their competitors now.
Yeah, but like we said earlier, 6 minutes to go. You know, they're not comboed. Island Bass and Malia Lima. They need a ride. They both need to turn in the best numbers of the heat so far. And I mean, Sol had two pretty decent turns for a 5.83, so it's going to, you know, take two bigger turns or maybe three moves to get the required number.
I like this. I like seeing Malia break away from the pack here. She's down in fourth, get some space in the lineup to yourself. The other three women in this heat have just been, you could throw a blanket over them. They've just been tailing each other around the lineup. You can see them here.
They're like ants on a boiled lolly, Rich.
Have a look at it. They are just sticking to each other like glue, not wanting to. Well, Sol and Anne are obviously trying to guard first and second place here.
And I think
they
too,
are all over Island Bass.
Exactly. You know, Island Bass, 21 years of age. I think, you know, she's come close to pulling a couple of big individual turns. I think she's the major threat at the moment, only after a 5.97.
Well, she's in second priority, so I'd almost say just stay away. It's almost too early to be blocking at 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, Sol is going to block here, and she's going to get ankle tap trying to ride out of that final move. Won't go into a top two. She's almost unnecessarily engaging.
Yeah, no need to do that. If I was her, I'd be sticking to my my own game and really try and put a bigger number on the board. And you can just see there on the Bioglan replay, just get compressed in that little detonation zone as the wave breaks. There's a lot of power and a lot of energy gets transferred. And if your board is anywhere near that zone, really hard to stay stable and upright.
Can already feel just outside in the competitors area up there in the Bonsoy athlete zone. You can sense just, you know, what is coming our way this week. There's a real anxious energy about the athlete area, and just, you know, the quest, the mission that some of these competitors are on. You mentioned Sol mathematically still has a shot, and in her mind, you know, she's just going to give it everything she's got and hope that things do go her way. But she'd probably to survive this heat. You know, a win is a possibility. As we see Anne coming in here with just on 3.5 minutes to go, just working over a smaller rod. On the outside, Malia Lima, another effort. Obviously loves that go-to fin throw. Just hasn't been able to ride out of it just yet. Let's have a look at the Bioglan replay of Dos Santos here.
Swooping cut back to open up. A little check turn off the top. Comes through to the junction here. Just a little pivot, couple little pivots off the whitewash. And again, it's feeling like a mid-range score at best to me. So, you know, potentially not putting extra points on the board. Great view here, great style. She's looking good, no doubt about that.
Yeah, she is one of those, as a fellow competitor, you probably see her pulling the jersey and you're like, oh no. You know, this heat just...
It ramped up, didn't it?
It didn't get any easier, that's for sure. Yeah, it was Macy Callahan that was withdrew from that heat.
That's a shame.
Yeah, Mace, a former winner here at Surfest, took the title here in 2022. He's also had a runner-up finish, I believe. But yeah, she's a massive omission from this draw. Certainly capable of powering her way through the contest and taking this thing out. So, but like I said, it kind of didn't get any easier for Sol, Malia and Island having Anne Dos Santos step up. She's also had some opportunities to compete at the highest level and done some real damage. 1.5 minutes remaining here. I think that the most dangerous surfer in the lineup for Anne Dos Santos at the moment is Island Vars, only after a 5.97, certainly capable of it.
It's only a 5.97, Ron, but it would still be the best single wave score of the heat. If she can find it, she's taken a beeline south, trying to stay away. She does have priority though, so she is in the box seat. If she does see a wave that she wants, she has free rein to take it.
Here we go. Lining this one up. She's looking left. Not seeing much in it. You can see that wave shutting down from the drone. As we get down to the last 40 seconds now. Sort of looks like she's on the wrong side of the sandbar here. She's having a swing. Needs to go all out. Might only get the one turn in. Rips that board up vertically, but can't pull it back down. 25 seconds to go. Sol Aguirre, she's looking pretty good at the moment, holding on to that #1 position. All smiles for Sol and Anne Dos Santos out there at the moment. As Anne makes her way down, just trying to cover Island Vars, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter too much here. This heat is going to come to a close with the Peruvian and the Brazilian moving through. Island Vars, she did get to her feet before the hooter sounded. Try and get a replay at the start of that ride for you. Not looking super inspired in the body language though, Rich.
Just have a look at the size of the wave on the Bioglan replay. This is an inside wave here. Well, the form's there, some great surfing, but unfortunately just falling a little short there. It'll be Sol Aguirre and Anne Dos Santos moving through.
And there's the numbers for you on screen. Pretty low scoring heat. And Sol getting the best of it.
There's a big smile. I tell you what, if you're a winner and you progress, kind of at the end of the heat doesn't really matter how you did it, as long as you're moving through to the next day's competition. Let's check the heat replay.
Let's have a look at the fat boy right of the heat. Sol Aguirre here with the mid-range 5. And it set her up beautifully, backed it up a little later in the heat. Nice timing in a tricky lineup.
Yeah, I like that second turn there where she kind of did that nice tight action off the whitewash there. Showed a lot of power. There's some great sportsmanship as they come in.
Heat 3 in the bag. We are going to get Heat 4 underway with a young superstar hitting the lineup next. Stay with us. You're watching the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST, and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
It is Tuesday, March 10th, approaching 10 a.m. local time here at Merriweather, and we're into Heat 4, the round of 48 for the women at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Sol Aguirre with Jake Patterson there, breaking things down.
I know. We'll go through it in the book. I got all the ways written down.
That is one knowledgeable brain right there.
Yeah, well, the brain, if he didn't have a cap on it, it'd just spill out of his ears. Jake Patterson. And, he's got a pretty big cast of riders that he's working with in this event. And there is some success there for him in that first heat for Sol Aguirre. A couple of mid-range fires. But Heat 4 looking like a great one, Rich. Eden Waller had a great run here to start her Challenger Series campaign, and during the break, we had Natalie Fensom get things started. Nice backhand hit there, 4.67 with one turn. And then we saw Eden Waller, a teenager, getting in on the mix as well.
Yeah, a couple of opening rides there, just the single manoeuvre waves. But some decent scores just for the one turn. And this is Natalie up again. Bioglan replay coming through to the inside. That oncoming whitewater section, she gets through it. So already building a couple of scores, and she will take an early lead. This is Kana Nakashima. Big swooping carve on the inside. So a flurry of action to open up here, and we'll set this heat. But already our surfers are really starting to show their intent. This is the Newcastle flight cam giving us a good view of the lineup here. This is looking south down to Merriweather Point, down to the Central Coast. And what a coastline it is here on the east coast of Australia. Newcastle, 2 hours north of Sydney, and just riddled with beautiful surf up here. This is Sumomo Sato from Japan. Oh, it just comes unstuck on the inside. Maybe some repositioning in this heat, Ron. Our ladies have shifted around the lineup. This is live action with Eden.
Oh, classy off the bottom. Combination there. Beautifully drawn out. Ripped the board vertically through the pocket of the wave. Just one turn, but some real class on show. I think this will score pretty well. Had a 4.63 on her opening ride. So 3 surfers with some pretty reasonable scores to kick things off here. Kana Nakashio. Failed attempt there, but let's have a look at the Bioglan replay here of Sumomo Sato.
Yeah, lots of speed down the line. Just gets clipped, but I love this one of Eden Waller. So just watch how low she gets. She gets up top and then gets nice and low. Really compresses down into the body. And that creates, I guess, less of a target for the wave to push you off. Really steadying herself at the bottom, at the back end of that turn. Love that technique.
Well, Natalie's started pretty strong here. 4.67, 3.93, waiting on a number for Eden Waller that I think is going to be back into the lead. But Natalie, a local girl, she'll have plenty of support down here on the beach this morning. And she is a wild card in the event, winning the Cardiff GWM trials. But starting to collect some pretty impressive results. She's had some help from one of Newcastle's finest, Luke Egan, over the years, who's mentored Natalie at different stages. And Natalie in second place now because Eden Waller, a single turn, has just fetched a 6. So the judges just, you know, that's a great example of just what they're paying attention to. The depth of the bottom turn, just how refined that approach was on the back end. Even getting there a little late, it was still highly rewarded.
It's a real nice vertical hit. Most critical part of the wave. It's sort of, you go through the list of what the judges want to see, and she's ticked a lot of those boxes, but it was all done with a lot of control and composure. There was never a moment in that turn where you were like, oh, she's unsteady, she's not going to make it. It was all just done with finesse.
Rock solid, and pretty solid in that last heat too, Kipes, was Sol.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. So you look like you were in control through that entire heat, but how did it feel to you?
Yeah, I was a little anxious, to be honest. It's the first, well, kind of the last but first challenger of the year. A little nerves, but I was also very calm at the same time. So I think I was, yeah, just in tune with the waves.
Yeah, it looked like you were right in rhythm. Had some words with Jake Patterson, who's helping you out here. What did Jake say?
Yeah, he's been helping me a lot. I think he gives me a lot of confidence, and yeah, it's been a pleasure working with him, and still a lot of work to do, but yeah, really happy to have him by my side.
Might go into the next round. How do you stay in the zone today?
Just enjoy the day, train later, and yeah, keep going forward and always stay in the present time.
See you in the second round.
Thank you.
Ron?
Thanks, Kipes. Yeah, that was impressive stuff from Sol, and you know, Jake's awesome because he gets so hyped watching the heats unfold. He loves the game, he loves the sport. He was quick to say, that was sick. But then he's like, oh, you should have done this on the next ride. No, he's quick to throw the accolades, but he wants his surfers to be learning even in those winning heats. So they'll definitely review the footage and see where she could have maybe shut that heat down a little earlier.
Absolutely. I like how she identified that she was. As a viewer, you can sort of see when someone is completely in the zone.
All right, we're going to have another look at this Stone and Wood slow-mo, Rich. A close look at the form of young Eden Waller, 16 years of age.
Drives hard off the bottom. Look at how tight she turns off the lip there, and just the control through this section here is what really impressed me. Very steep section, but perfectly executed, 6.77.
Well, there's a difference too. She was tangled in the lip, but not caught up on the lip. Like, it wasn't like she lost any momentum. She actually rode through that cupped out pocket of the wave. That's why the score went so high. It was performed right in that critical section.
Yeah, Kana Nakashio, this is a great wave for her. Jams off the top, gets that big hit, that rebound on the inside. So that is her best wave.
So a busy heat for our competitors, all of them with a few rides now, as Eden looks to improve on a 4.63. Explosive end section hit there, great control.
Well, that was progressive. Really, really progressive. The Bioglan replay, you can see here, Eden Jumping through the inside, quick check turn, and slams on that layback hack. Rides out of it. I think the judges will call that a make. But showing some flair there. Really progressive turn, and yeah, some good surfing.
Definitely.
She's, the hype is real.
It sure is. Yeah, youngest ever winner of the Supergirl qualifying event over there in California Oceanside. I think that's staged, and the young surfer from San Clemente, he's had another good run on the regional CS, sitting in the #1 position at the moment. So already has just shored up her place on the Challenger Series for next season. And she is about to drop another 6-pointer. 18 minutes to go here. Just another one of the, the squad, the incredible squad coming out of that San Clemente zone, Rich.
Yeah, it's a pretty formidable town, San Clemente, and the amount of talent that's coming out of here at the moment. So pocket sixes for Eden Wallace. She got that 6 and the 6.60. And I'll correct myself, it was actually Kana Nakashio who got the 6.77 with that fantastic right-hander, 2-turn combination. So, well, Eden's gone out in front, and Kana sitting in second place here. So this heat really starting to heat up.
The World Surf League and Newcastle SURFEST acknowledge the Awabigal people as the traditional custodians of the land and waterways here at Merriweather. Have a look at that view. Definitely want to pay our respects to the Awabigal people, their elders past, present and future, and extend this acknowledgement to other First Nations peoples and cultures who join us in person and on the broadcast. Have a look at that. I mean, Newcastle wasn't doing its finest version of itself yesterday, Rich. We had pretty wild weather. You and I were very comfortable watching the show unfold. But no, it's a lot nicer out there today. And we are loving the performance that we're seeing at the moment from Eden Waller. Natalie Fenton, the local, is in touch at the moment, but she's back in third spot with priority, chasing a 6.54. Kana Nakashio, she's done very well to drop the highest single ride of this heat so far, as we see Eden up again.
Sort of got T Street vibes written all over it out here at the moment. And Eden Waller feeling right at home. She's also got some good energy from this event last year. Let's see what happened here. Big opening carve, a little bit of tail release slide off the first turn. Big swooping roundhouse cutback. Just missed times ever so slightly, the rebound. That was shaping up as a good ride as well.
Yeah, she kind of seems to have, like, I know her idol is Stephanie Gilmore, but she does seem to have a bit of a mix of the Katie Simmons, Molly Picklum approach in her surfing. She's got Molly's kind of power and commitment to those critical sections, but at times she'll just take those really unique Katie Simmons-esque lines, and they're just so mature for a 16-year-old. Impressive stuff. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Still 15 and a half minutes to enjoy Heat 4, the round of 48 here.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. And you know what they say, never trust a skinny bike. Fat boy bike eats other bikes up for breakfast. You want a fat boy? You can get one. All you gotta do is come down here, scan the QR code, enter yourself in the contest to win a fat boy bike with such features as an ultra wide saddle, adequate for 2, maybe 3. Accessory pad back here, you can put a basket there, surf rack compatible, and of course the big fat boy tires. Fat boy eats it all up, whether it's the dirt, the sand, the grass, or the road. Fat boy's got you. Vroom, vroom.
Yeah, Kipes.
Too good, isn't he?
Oh, mate. And you know what? That wide seat, that'll come in handy at the moment for me, Rich. It's been a big summer campaign. Not a lot of surf here on the east coast of Oz this summer. But the Australian cricket team went bonkers. Just a lot of lounge time. A lot of Starnwood Pacific ales. And, yeah, a lot of Christmas ham. So,
some pastries with our names on it.
oh,
as well,
yeah.
mate.
How good is the Crumb Cafe over there at the Revere Projects pop-up store in Newcastle Junction. Unbelievable. It's been a daily ritual for us so far. And that's going to take its toll too, but you know, lunch and dinner and just have the one big breakfast
Yeah,
each day.
we haven't quite figured out that formula yet, have we?
No. Just over 12 minutes to go here. And what's been a pretty impressive heat so far. Each of the surfers, bar Samomo Sato, who has got a little bit more work to do, have a decent number. Eden Waller's got a couple. 6 and a 6.6. Highest single ride at the moment belongs to Kana Nakashio, whose dad was a surfer, introduced her to surfing at a young age. She's a busy woman, studying a sports science and coaching degree at university while competing on the Challenger Series as well. And she's just got dreams of getting herself a spot at that 2028 Olympics and hopefully claiming another medal for Japan at the Olympics in surfing. Nomura Suzuki, she was brilliant at the Tokyo Olympics, getting herself that bronze medal.
Yeah, so many amazing Japanese women coming out in the sport the last several years.
Yeah, I've spoken to Jake Patterson about it. He said there's just an incredible wave of Japanese talent coming through on both the men's and women's side. He's been paying close attention to it, working with some of the Japanese surfers.
Well, for so many years they had an incredibly strong domestic tour, so there really wasn't the motivation to leave Japan. But now the way it's set up, it's almost like you need to do that regional qualifying series, spread your wings, and get out into the world. When
you were competing on the tour, Rich, you know, Japan was, you know, just one of the absolute surf meccas as far as fandom went. And, you know, there was a lot of even sponsorship support coming for tour surfers from Australia out of the Japan region.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we used to do separate tours to Japan outside of the tour schedule, and literally get in a van and go from the top of Japan to the bottom, visiting stores, doing exhibitions and signing autographs. And we used to get sponsored by local wetsuit companies, surf shops, etc. And more often than not, our surfboard sponsor would have an affiliate over in Japan, and a lot of promotional work done.
And at one stage there was 2 CT events in Japan.
Yep.
And yeah, I remember the year Danny Wills had a good push to the title. He won both events over there.
He did.
And gave himself a title shot heading into the final event. As we see now, the Japanese competitor, Kana, driving up into the section, really threw everything at it. Unsuccessful, but she is trying to improve on a 4.43, so needed a couple of decent turns. Let's see what Natalie got done on the outside.
Oh, tricky section, but she does well. Gets up and over the first part, hits the second, little late, cleans up that third turn with a clean snap. So, you know, repetition was there. She got a number of maneuvers done on this wave, comes right through to the inside, gets the rebound. So you could see that one felt good. And this is Kana on the backhand, does that first snap, and this big section just bottoms out in front of her. And she goes down.
Yeah, they are here, proud, representing in a strong way. But yeah, just on that subject, you know, it felt like there was those amazing events over there in Japan too, where Kelly and Andy during their rivalry had some monster battles. Remember the Hobgoods finding success there. But it felt like after Japan dropped off the championship tour schedule, that the hype over there kind of died down a bit, but it was reignited by the Olympics, and now there's this sort of more Japanese surfers on the CT, give themselves more medal opportunities, and they are, you know, doing whatever they can. They're looking beyond Japan for coaching advice. They're tapping into the international resources, getting Jake Patterson involved with some of their athletes. Glenn Hall has just been over in Japan with a former head judge for the WSL, Richie Porter, running clinics with the next wave of Japanese talent. So,
right, wow.
I think we're going to see it. We're going to see the results of that commitment from Japanese surfing. We're going to see it pay off for these individuals in the next few years.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I have noticed is there's a new style element with the Japanese surfers coming out of today. You know, you think of Hiroto Ohara, and they're just beautiful styles. You can see that through the men's and the women's field.
Here we go, Eden up, just looking so deadly out here at the moment. Oh, she's going to get completely obliterated on that end section. But she is still in control out there at the moment. Second place, Kane is looking for a 5.83. Natalie, the local, is looking for a 6.01 to climb up into the top two. Momo Sato, well, her requirement's still a lot larger because she doesn't have that mid-range score. 7 minutes to go. Let's have a look at the GWM heat recap and have a look at some of the amazing highlights thrown down by our competitors out here in this heat.
Yeah, this was Natalie starting things off. Nice hook on the backhand. She started well, but it was this little lady here, Eden Waller, just taking control. One turn, getting into the 6-point range. And Kana Nakashio, she found this little gem right-hander and absolutely pounded that final section to surf her way to 6.77. Eden Waller continues to build her scoreline. For me, that was the turn of the heat so far, and looking very radical and progressive in her approach. Currently sitting out there in the lead, Kana in second.
Yeah, Eden's one of those, unique competitors. You know, a lot of, I think, competitors struggle to find the balance between competing and chasing free surfing clips, and Eden just seems to do it with ease. She's always dropping amazing free surfing vision. Vaughn Blakey, who's on the commentary panel as well, he's works with Rick Curl on a lot of their search movies, and he always says going through Eden's footage and her brother's eye on is just always so much fun. Just always put themselves in the path of good swells, and they don't hold back at all. So I think there's a new clip in the works, and we can look forward to that dropping soon. But yeah, I can't get enough of seeing those two out there free surfing. So much fun. Next heat, getting ready to hit the lineup. Anon Matsuoka, she's going to be out there next. Leilani McGonigal. Isla Huppert's the world junior champ. And Jessie Van Nykerk. Going to be a good heat, but geez, Isla's been on fire, Rick.
Hasn't she?
Surfing so well. I mean, always been a strong competitor, but the performances have just gone to a whole new level. Just really has sharpened things up and gotten so much more powerful. Obviously putting in a lot of work, so that's going to be a fun heat to watch. Potentially the heat of the round coming up, but this one hasn't disappointed, Rich.
No, this has been a great heat to watch. Eden Waller out in front. She too has a very small window to potentially qualify for the championship tour with a win here, and currently sitting 20th on the Challenger Series rating, so still a chance, but I don't think it would be front of mind, it would be back of mind. She would just be going through the motions here, thinking about the event heat to heat. As we see a nice looking set approach. I think we're going to see some more action in the final 4 minutes of this heat. We're not done yet.
It's remarkable to think that there's only 3 positions, qualifying positions left, with Yolanda Hopkins, Tia Zabrowski, Sally Fitzgibbons and Francisca Vaselko, who won Surfest last year, already locking in their places. So 3 places up for grabs, but so many surfers with a mathematical shot at it. So those top seeds need to really watch themselves and stay on their game. You know, Nadia Aristabe might just be a couple of heat wins away from stitching up her place as well, which would leave 2 spots. But it will be nervous times as these young chargers gather momentum in these early rounds and start their quest for a victory. Just over 3 minutes to go. Kana going down there.
So Kana, just a big swooping carb to start off, comes through to that inside section, nearly does it, just catches that inside edge. And you can see just throwing the head back in frustration there. She knew that if she'd made that one, she would have replaced that 4.43, and potentially that would have been lights out for this heat. But still in danger. Natalie, capable of the 6.01 that she needs. Just needs to find that wave. This is Simomo. She's been a little sleepy in this heat, and again, just not identifying that wave. Just wave choice, super important in conditions like this.
Oh, we have seen it too. You know, it's a little difficult when there's not just that sandbar just as a signal to call you into position. We saw Julian Wilson, Jarvis Earl even out there yesterday, you know, a heat that you thought they would have powered through. Just struggled to really find any kind of rhythm out there. But here are the qualification scenarios. Only 3 spots open. Nadia Aristabe, you know, she's a lock if she gets to the quarterfinals, but she's actually got quite a bit of space between herself and those behind her in 6th, 7th and all the way to 9th place, who need a 2nd or better to shore up their position. Way down the rankings and see that there's a number of surfers still with a mathematical shot at it, Rich.
Yeah, there's plenty of action, and it seems like every last event we do see some sort of Cinderella story, you know, and it tends to unfold, and we love to get behind it.
Well, the way Eden's surfing at the moment, you kind of think, wow, there's every chance that she could get on a roll here and, you know, and get that victory. But will the other results fall in her favour? Will some of those top seeds fall out of the mix?
Yeah, well, that's out of her control, obviously. She just needs to concentrate on what she's doing. And I dare say, with a minute to go, she's looking pretty safe to progress through this one. So that's tick number 1, box ticked.
Maybe she should do the Richie Lovett in the impossible situation.
She should shave her head.
No. Careful.
Please don't.
Don't do it, Eden. It might not grow back. That's what
happened to me.
a harsh lesson that Rich learned. 40 seconds remaining here. Eden Waller just cruising out there at the moment. Kana Nakashio also has been pretty impressive, Rich. Dropping the highest single ride of the heat. Eden's going to make her way in on this one. No?
Yeah, I think that was more of a blocking tactic than anything. Just holding her competitors off that wave.
Yeah, Natalie Fensom is certainly a chance. She turned in a 4.67 for a single move. She finds a combo out there. She can easily get the 6.01, but time is working against her at this stage. And Kana Nakashio, she's got that priority on the outside, and she's going to hold that 2nd position and be progressing through to the next round. I'm impressed though, Rick. I like the form, just the commitment to those big individual sections from Eden Waller. Kana Nakashio with the single highest ride of the heat. Also impressive. We are going to take a quick break. We're going to have a changeover in the booth. Jessie Starling's going to step in and lead the commentary conversation with Vaughan Blakey.
Oh, Newcastle is one of our favourite places to come to. Probably the easiest stop to rock up to. There's good food, good waves, good people, the atmosphere, just the area in general. We absolutely love on this Challenger Series season for the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Felicity Parmentier and Flick. The women are out there, they've been in fine form, but before we get into that, Nui, it is such a fun town for us to come and hang out in.
Oh, totally. I think you just touched on it before. It's come such a long way. It's always been wave rich and beautiful, but if you think about it as a location and a destination,
Literally, how good is it though to have, you know, a local kind of icon similar to Reese to just let you know where to go. I'm sure Leilani McGonigal, she'll be tapping into a little bit of local knowledge herself. This is a great looking matchup. Leilani McGonigal, Anon Matsuoka, Jessie Van Nykirk and Isla Huppets, World Junior Champion. What a role she's been on lately.
It's been incredible to watch her ride. I mean, she's kind of skyrocketed. She's been around for a while. We've obviously known her name as part of Australian surfing, but her career, you know, in the last few months has absolutely exploded. What I saw from her during World Juniors was incredible. I've got this one turn of her burned into my brain. If you go onto the WSL socials, you'll see it. It is incredible.
Yeah, 9 points for one turn. Anon Matsuoka, she was competing there at the World Juniors as well. Great goofy footer. And you can see on display 3 big turns. She might even get a little bonus link up. Love that little Huntington hop over that section into a lovely vertical snap on the inside. And you can hear Team Japan. I said it in the last heat. Easily the best cheerleaders that we have on the Challenger Series.
Oh, totally. So passionate, and I heard Ronnie touching it on before. After the, you know, we had the 2020 Olympics, it feels like there's been this resurgence in, you know, Japanese surfing culture. It's obviously always been there and so strong, but yeah, even we had a couple of shots earlier this morning. They got the Japanese flags down there on the sand, and yeah, it's cool to see how passionate they are.
Over at Pipeline, they actually had the ping pong bat out, and they had different surfers' faces on either side, and whoever was surfing was the ping pong bat, the side that they were holding, and it was cool, especially if you had 2 in each heat, they'd flip it round. But this last wave of Anon, I mean, you take this from a start.
Oh yeah, this is beautiful. I think it's just precision surfing, right? It's beautifully done on the backhand, really well timed, 3 turns, tries to get a little connection here on the inside, and she finishes. So I mean, this is going to be a great second wave for her. Beautiful way to start this heat. You know, it is really shifty. We've got these beach break conditions out here today, and it's going to feel good opening with a wave like that.
Yeah, and I know we always seem to allude to technique when we come to the Japanese surfers. I'll get back to that. Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica, 2 lovely turns to kick off her first real wave that she got out there. Just a little 0.7 to kick her off down here, working with Coach Detiri down here, Jared Detiri, as well as Julian Lasser. Pretty sure she's got Duffy in her corner as well, so plenty of support. This is a big event for Lele. She's in contention to qualify.
Yeah, here we go. So let's watch this second wave. Nice little slash, but for me, it's the second turn. It's the finishing turn. She puts it up into the lip, and I think that's where most of these points are going to be coming from. It feels like, you know, we're in the 5th heat of today. It feels like the women have worked out, you know, and identified what kind of waves they really want. You want those 2-turn combos, and you want to be going into the lip. So it was a nice wave from Leilani.
Yeah, I love that she's kind of relied on her backhand all year. She's obviously from actually the 2nd longest left in the world, Pavones, over in Costa Rica, which looks like heaven to be living there. There's so much cool wildlife, and for someone who surfs on her front side every day of the week when she's at home, her backhand has actually been her strong point this entire Challenger Series season.
You think to so many goofies that we've seen on the qualifying series, the Challenger Series, even the World Tour, you have to have a strong backhand, because historically on the World Tour, you think about, you know, waves that have been on-off, or what waves are on the Challenger Series, and majority of them are rights, right? So if you're a goofy, you've got to have a super strong backhand. I think to Matt Wilkinson, just absolutely tearing the bag. I think about to his, you know, win at Snapper Rocks there. Owen Wright comes to mind as well. So many goofies have such strong backhands, and Leilani is just an example of that as well.
And how good that Raglan's on tour for all the goofs out there.
Yeah.
We get to see the front side in action a little bit more. Jessie Van Nykirk from South Africa. She actually grew up in Australia, so I grew up competing against Jessie all throughout my junior career, and they travelled around in this really cool, loud van as a big family. Her brother, Josh, competes on the QS Regional Series out here, but just unfortunately with these beach bait conditions, we've touched on it a couple of times. I love the fact that she's just swinging, so she's going for that right approach, but in that, not every wave's got to be perfect.
Oh, totally. I think, you know, we're on the tide right now. I mean, it was very low this morning, but we're on the rise. We've got a 1:40 p.m. high tide, so it's starting to fill in now. So hopefully we see this wave kind of quality improve throughout the day or into the afternoon. That onshore wind, that's kind of going to hang around a little bit, but yeah, she's going to need to start searching for those more open face waves.
Yeah, Jessie actually, she's a bit of an entrepreneur, so just released her first kind of energy bar brand. So this cool kind of muesli bar, there's lots of different flavors, and also just started her own YouTube channel called Surfers Life. And so we could see a lot of these surfers, especially on the Challenger Series, starting to get really nifty when it comes to their career and finding some different avenues. Obviously, the main one, professional surfing, 2 turns for Jessie here. So just trying to get a start on the board, but so many different avenues that people are actually creating for themselves now in our industry.
I think it's really cool as we watch this couple of little 2-turn combos here from Jessie. But yeah, it is cool because, you know, if you be really harsh, like the reality of it is there's such a small percentage of people that go on to be that, you know, that top 10%, as we see a quick in and out for Isla there. But I think it's really smart and to set yourself up, you know, obviously you do have that end goal of being on the world tour, being a world champion, but you know, there's so many different avenues of surfing. I mean, you know, you even think about the surf industry itself, the brands, you know, the back end of the WSL, there's so many opportunities to go into, and even being entrepreneur like herself and starting her own brand and having this other sort of plan there, because, you know, you want to be a professional surfer for as long as you can, but once that does come to an end, you want to sort of have a backup plan.
Yeah, bubble out bars. That's a pretty cool backup plan for Jessie Van Nijkerk. Eden Waller, still so young in her career. Hoping she won't need one. She wants to go all the way to that championship tour. Vorno, you got Eden, our last heat winner.
Thanks, Jess. Yeah, Eden, welcome back to Newcastle. Last year, you popped up in this event and you really turned a lot of heads. You surprised a few people. This year, or at the end of this season, I should say, here you are again, and nobody's surprised. Everyone knows that you're going to paddle out and drop big scores like that. Great to be back in Newcastle.
Yeah, I'm super happy to be back. I love it here. I really fell in love with it last time I came. So yeah, I'm just happy to be back. There's a couple fun waves, and yeah, stoked.
Tell us about the year that's happened since we last saw you here, because in that time you have actually gone ballistic in your regional qualifier. You're going to be on this Challenger Series full time next year. So how does that sort of feed into your approach to this event?
Yeah, I just came off a win in Barbados, so that was super cool. It was our last QS of the season, and that one was really special for me. And then just coming here, I'm just kind of trying to have fun and enjoy it and show everyone how I can surf.
I heard Ronnie and Rich talking about it in the booth. You know, they wouldn't be surprised to see you go all the way. Is winning this title a big goal of yours?
For sure, you know, that's what everyone comes here to do, and so yeah, that would be insane. I'm kind of trying to keep it one heat at a time and just see where the week takes me.
Well, another incredible performance, a great start to your SURFEST campaign. Welcome back. We're stoked to have you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vorno. Thank you, Eden. So young, so well spoken.
Oh, so well spoken. I think it's a really good call from Ronnie and Rich. I was thinking, you know, a couple of picks coming into this event. Yes, she's so young, and you know, we saw her here last year, so impressive. But yeah, she'd be up there with one of mine. As we see Leilani here, what happened during that interview, just one big belt on the forehand, and she does so well to hang on here.
It was a bit of an emotional roller coaster. Like, did she? Didn't she? She got there, she didn't. And Jessie as well, unfortunately, kind of similar sort of ending there. Has such a great frontside hack on her. Obviously, South Africa having a really good year this year, especially on the Challenger Series. They travel as a pack and as a community, and Lukey Thompson looking to qualify this event.
Yeah, looking so good. Right up there in the top of the rankings on the Men's Challenger Series. I think, you know, you can almost say, as we see live action here, we got Jessie.
Yeah, one of South Africa's finest jams. A really nice re-entry on that section there. So just that single manoeuvre. But yeah, like we were saying, it's really cool to see South Africa obviously travel as a pack, but they also want to add another surfer to that tour. Lele, late to it. Unfortunately, there goes down, but you can see she knows what's on the table this week, and she is giving this heat her everything.
Oh, yeah, there's an intention there, right? She's not holding back. There's a lot of power and speed that she went into this turn with. First, let's get caught up with what happened with Jessie. So once again, just that one turn here. Big belt. She does right out of that one. But, yeah, Leilani for me, I mean, you see that was a big section.
Ooh.
And wow, okay, big turn from Isla there.
Well, I was just thinking to myself, where is Isla Huppets? She has gone missing, and she's just so reliable for a big single manoeuvre. And sorry, Isla, you actually went out and did it. She has that turn, and that's what puts that big single 9-point ride in the World Juniors on repeat in your head. It was that turn exactly, but on a wave maybe 2 foot bigger.
Oh, yeah, totally. I brought it up before. If you haven't seen it, go to the WSL socials, check it out. Scroll down to when the World Juniors were on and have a look at it. It's a drone angle, I believe, as well, that captures it just beautifully. And, yeah, we just saw a good representation of that. A bit smaller, like you said, Jessie, but she has got that turn on lock.
Oh, my gosh, she's so impressive. Anon looking to back up a 617. This is a way to do it. Great start to it. Unfortunately, that wave kind of had a ridge that pushed that wall away from her there, but Anon, she knows the stakes as well, and also how stacked this heat is. And actually, Isla getting the better of her over at the World Juniors, so maybe a little bit of revenge in her eyesight right now.
Oh, wow. I think, you know, if I pinpoint one thing, let's have a look at this. For me, it's timing. It's so well done. And when timing's done right, I mean, we were talking about it earlier with Vaughn, it overweights the power, right? You don't need to be necessarily the biggest surfer, but you could just see how much spray that single manoeuvre through. And this is going to back up her 617 beautifully.
Yeah, Anon, she is looking really sharp. We've got a paddle here. It looks like it is our world junior champion, Isla Huppets, with a bowl ahead of her. We like the look of this. Big turn for Isla. Nothing more on the inside, but just she knows that turn is going to get her points, and it's so vicious that you can't help but think, oh yeah, easy. Probably going to go to a 5 for one turn.
Oh yeah, the first turn, just a setup really for the inside here. Times it well, but she's got this fin release on lock. The technique there is beautiful. She shifts that weight to her front foot. The fins release, and she's got a lot of style too with it, which is really beautiful to watch. So in the space of what? I mean, this is how easily you can turn a heat around, right? She was sitting in 4th. You asked the question, where is Isla? But within the space of 5 minutes, maybe even less, she's potentially going to jump up into that first position with those 2 last waves.
Yeah, the World Junior Champ really starting to fire up right now. We're about halfway through this heat. Cannot wait to see what Isla brings in that back half right after this Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and right now we are in the Bonsoy athlete zone with none other than one of our athletes, Xavier Huxtable, all the way down there from Torquay. Mate, I hear you're going to take us for a little walk through this Bonsoy athlete area and sort of explain the whole running of the show.
Yeah, just walked in here at a perfect time, I guess.
Perfect, mate. Well, okay, look, come with. What is this zone for exactly?
Yeah, I guess this is where you put your surfboards before you surf your heat. So jam them in there and holds them pretty well by the looks of it. Yeah.
And have you ever grabbed someone's board by mistake, mate, and paddled out on the wrong craft?
Oh, I haven't gone that far. I've definitely picked up a few. Leno, I had to get Leno's ready for him yesterday. I had no leggy string of that, but yeah, it's been good.
Oh, it's good to hear you guys are so prepared and on top of everything. As we walk past this Bonsoy board zone, we get to sort of the stretching room. Now, mate, I've heard you've never set foot in this joint.
Nah, just stay ready. Nah, I kind of get ready down on the beach. Some crew like it. Some crew have their different ways of doing it. I haven't been in there personally. Probably more likely to get in the medical hub, but yeah, nah, it's good.
Mate, if we come around the corner here, this is kind of like the hang zone, and so pre-heat, you'll see a lot of all your friends and rivals sort of sitting in here, watching the lineup, getting ready.
Yeah, it's a cool zone. It's really cool to see how everyone kind of has a different aspect of getting ready, watching it. Some crew like to be down there, some crew here. It's an epic zone. I mean, to get out of the sun, we've got Red Bull with water, even bringing a bit of food to tuck into. So it's such an awesome, we're so lucky to have this area and it's awesome.
Well, there it is, mate. That is your little tour through the Bonsoy athlete zone here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Zave, good luck, brother.
Thank you. Oh, no, good to see you.
Nothing like a couple of Aussies to take us through the Bonsoy athlete area. You know what? I did a morning call with Zave over in Taiwan and he absolutely nailed it. He did his best Ty Sarati, Will Hayden Smith, whoever you want it to be. And I was like, Zave, this could be your new career, mate. You're killing it.
The Bonsoy athlete area is absolutely incredible, right? I mean, look at that's beautiful, good viewing platform. You can watch the replays, and it's free food in there. Yeah. Really good food, mind you. I tucked into a little bit of that yesterday. Yeah. Good, really, really good.
I love the yellow as well, obviously, Bonsoy's colour. It's just a nice light in the mood. But yeah, those guys probably going to be hanging out in there for a little while. We're just past 11 minutes to go in this one. Let's take a look at those last scores for Isla Huppert. 6.9, 5.97 on 2 turns. We're talking 1 turn for a 6.9, 1 turn for a 5.97. That's put this lady, Leilani, down in 4th. Lele looking for a 7.24 because that last 1 single turn of a 5.4. So we've seen this heat go from a couple of combos, locking in some nice 4s, going to a full single turn heat.
Oh, totally. I think my biggest takeaway from this heat is just how easy it is to turn a heat around today, right? I mean, Isla, we hadn't heard anything from her all heat. We're kind of wondering where she was. She got those 2 waves done in 5 minutes. And, you know, beach break conditions, shifty, it just goes to show that it is never over. You know, you always have opportunity. As long as you've got about, a few minutes on the clock, you can turn the heat around. And judges really appreciating that vertical sort of approach to her surfing, straight up into the lip. But so, look, yes, Leilani's, she's gone back down into 4th, but good news is that it can easily be turned around.
I actually don't feel like we've seen Isla lose a heat this year. She went and won the World Juniors, then she won the Burley QS 4000. She's looking to win this heat. She can hold it for another 9.5 minutes. Lele looking to get back into it. Needs a 7.24. I just feel like there's some great moments on that wave, but we spoke about it earlier, just needing that energy to get you feeling that kind of sparky feeling from an athlete, and Lele maybe lacking it on this wave.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, it's just wave selection here. She surfs are great, but she really needs a bit more energy from the wave so that she can go up into the lip a bit more. And I mean, you're searching for a 7.24. If she gets that, you're looking for the highest wave it would be, if she gets it, the highest wave of the heat, right? So automatically, for me, you've just got to start comparing that to Isla's, 6.9 and how that fits in. So you need a wave with a bit more energy so that she can just connect with the lip, and then she'll be able to get that job done. So 8 minutes 30 on the clock, it's plenty of time.
Leilani, she's had a bunch of 9th places this year. Actually, right here at Newcastle is how she started off her season. Got a 9th at Ericeira, another 9th over in the US Open as well, and actually took down Tia Zabrowski a couple of times, which, as far as this season goes, is a crazy flex. Isla, kind of on that same level as Tia. Beautiful first turn. Oh my gosh, huge second turn there, completely exploded by the end. But yeah, I feel like you have to put Isla and Tia on that same page. Anon wanting to get into that group of really strong women. This is a way to do it. 2 big turns, 3 falls on the completion here for Anon Matsuoka, needing a 6-7-1 for the lead. Anon is challenging the World Junior Champion right now.
Completely. I mean, you spoke to it before. Is this a little bit of revenge? You know, they obviously competed against each other for World Junior. Let's break down this one, though, from Isla. Cracks it into the lip, and she makes this second turn here. That's going excellent in my books. I mean, it was so critical. She was just that little bit too late, but then right behind her, Anon, straight up into the lip here, and then just beautiful sort of lip line snap here to finish. So, I mean, this could go close to challenging for the lead.
Jessie trying to get herself back into this heat here. Carve on this first one. That's a better looking second turn. Gets the completion as well. I just feel like Anon and Isla, they're making a statement. There's a little bit more of an exclamation mark on their turns here. Great surfing from Jessie, but you've got to be hitting it harder to take on those ladies.
Totally. You know, that second turn was up into the lip. She was a little bit late there, but she does get the finish, right? I mean, the difference is, for me, is Isla and Anon are going straight into the lip on their first turn, right? I think the judges are really loving this, as we see Leilani having a crack here.
Yeah, hopefully gets a nice bowl in front of her. That's a beautiful slash. She's got a steep section here. Gets to it late. So Lele, she's going to hold on. Isla out the back with a beautiful carve. She's going to kick this one off. We're waiting for something big. Gets to the second section herself. Even, I know it didn't have that same intensity as her last couple of waves, but I just think where Isla and Anon are placing their boards on the wave, it's adding drama.
Yeah.
And it's going to be that point of difference for the judges right now between a great wave from Leilani like this to Isla and Anon's.
Yeah, I think the timing and the read on the wave by Isla and Anon is they're spot on, right? Leilani here, just like you mentioned, a little bit late to that section, the timing just that little bit off. So she's going to have to get back out the back and have another crack here and try and search for something. But this wave was really difficult to surf, right? I mean, and she still had a great read on it. I mean, this thing a bit wobbly, a bit gurgly on the inside here, but just like glue to her board, right? Like really stuck to it, gets the finish. Will it challenge for a top 2 wave? I'm not quite sure on that, but yeah, I'm really interested to see where this last wave of Anon goes. I'm really curious to see if she's going to challenge for the first place here, because yeah, they were 2 really well-timed turns with a lot of speed. So we'll see this play out.
Yeah, it's crazy to think this is Isla's first ever Challenger Series event. To think that she surfs so good and hasn't competed in one yet. Obviously, with that win, she's going to be here full time this coming season. She actually double qualified. This is the GWM recap here. Anon kicked us off with a really solid bang.
Oh yeah, this was a statement already, right? She's like, I am connected, I am precision really, and power, and that got her started off. She locked in the 617. Leilani's had a sniff in here, dropped this 4-3-3 for the 2-turn combo. But really, for us, we were kind of wondering, where is Isla? And I mean, that turn there was just so critical and really standing authority, right? That for one single maneuver, you're dropping a 6.9. That is sending a message loud and clear. And then Anon answering back here. But really, for me, Isla has just been on fire, really.
Yeah.
I mean, just beautiful surfing. I mean, and just continuing with the momentum. You spoke to a World Junior champ, wins the Burley QS. This wave, I'm interested to see where this goes for Anon. The 2-turn combo here. So much power.
You feel bad for the waves. I genuinely feel bad for Isla and Anon's waves. Anon up and riding again here. Oh, goes for an air reverse. So Anon feeling really comfortable where she is now. That last wave coming through at a 6.53, so adding to her scoreline now, leaving Jessie Van Niekerk needing excellence. Needs a 9.3, gets a bowl, and just a little bit late to it. Leilani McGonigal needs excellence too, and 8.37 is the number required. Comes around this pocket, swoop to start, maybe doesn't have that exclamation mark that an 8 needs. You know, you think about needing an excellent score. It's big at the start, it's big in the middle, and it's big in the end.
Totally. I think, you know, that would have to be the highest number of the day, right? And you start to compare it, you know, you just think about Isla's 6.9 as we see. Let's have a look at what Jessie got done. I think right here, even, you know, just from the beginning, the wave didn't really quite give her that opportunity. It didn't really stand up and provide that first big critical turn. And it's a very similar story here for Leilani, unfortunately. She knows it, though. She's out of there. Definitely searching for something, you know, more meatier with a bit more power, just to give that bit more energy throughout the turn.
Yeah, so just past this 3-minute mark here, you can see Isla, she's out there with that first priority, Anon with that second, and that's exactly where these ladies want to be right now. In the lead, have that priority, and Anon, she's comfortably in second, you know, with your competitors needing an 8.37, Jessie needing a 9.3. These ladies have pretty much just asserted themselves right now as the women to watch. We're obviously not into that big seeded round, but if they went on to win and add their name to that list of remarkable champions here, it's not surprising if that's what they achieved.
Oh, no, definitely not. I mean, you think about the trajectory that even Isla's on, you know, the World Junior Champ to the QS win to here. I mean, it's not a stretch of a thought to think that maybe she can go on to win this too with that kind of momentum. You see it happen with surfers. You sort of enter this purple patch, you know, where everything seems to be flowing, and she is without a doubt in one of those moments of her career right now.
Yeah, we obviously saw Dane get the wild card and the call up for Bells Beach there. Isla, you'd have to think, probably going to get one herself, might even get an opportunity. And I think if you put her in a championship tour format, she wouldn't look out of place.
No, definitely not. You know, I think was it 2 years ago or last year, Ellie Harrison, you know, down at the CT had that wild card spot, and I think she made it through to the quarterfinals there. So I could see the similar sort of story playing out for Isla. Yeah, she is really one to watch.
She's just such a good surfer, plain and simple. And it's so good to see just raw talent coming out of this new generation. Obviously, Eden Waller winning that last heat as well. We think about Tia Zabrowski, youngest ever woman to qualify for the championship tour. That next generation is terrifying. She's up and riding here, right on cue, big section, huge belt, but unfortunately completely exploded on that inside section there. Isla, you know, she's not afraid to put herself in those really risky situations.
Oh, no, without, like, you were just mentioning, you know, the string of young athletes that are qualifying for the tour or on the cusp of it, and you know that you look at the next generation just above them, and you think, you know, you've got your Katie Simmers, you've got your Molly Picklum, and they're the women that they're looking up to, and they are absolutely charging. You know, you think about the waves they're surfing, the waves we've seen, you know, from the women on the championship tour over the last kind of couple of years, now that, you know, they've had access to waves like Pipeline, Backdoor, Chopes, and, you know, that's what these women are watching, and so they're just absolutely charging. You know, Eden, Tia Zabrowski, it's really cool to see this progression of female surfing.
I cannot wait to see these women all get themselves there, and I think it's going to really push the ladies who are still so young and at the top of their game. I mean, Molly just won the world title at 23 years old. She's still so young in the scheme of things, but I think this new generation is really going to force them to lift. But that is the end of the round of 48, heat number 5. Isla Huppets with a really convincing win. Anon Matsuoka coming in second, in a convincing second as well, actually. Unfortunately, we lose Leilani McGonigal out of the draw, and her hopes for qualification are over.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's definitely a hard pill to swallow for sure, but she'll rebuild, she'll come back stronger, and congrats to Isla.
This is our fat boy ride of the heat. It has to be this big one turn from Isla Huppets.
Oh, that was a serious crack. You can just see the intention she has going into this. The speed, there's power, there's flow. That's all, you know, it's really all the criteria in one. So congrats to Isla.
Oh, she is just so good. I cannot wait to see her compete again. Maybe today, who knows? Isla Huppets taking home her first victory in a Challenger Series heat. Got plenty more surfing coming up. Heat number 6 looking great with a previous champion in it. We're going to go to a break and come back with the action. Big convincing heat win from Isla Huppets. This lady on your screen, Anon Matsuoka, coming in second here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. The young guns have been the absolute stars of the show today. We're looking at round 48, heat number 6. Nanaho Suzuki, Sanoa Demfleet Olin, Philippa Anderson, and Zoe Zeitz. Again, another competitor we've never seen in a Challenger Series. Actually, I lied. We have seen Zoe Zeitz in a Challenger Series before. She competed over at Pipeline, little sister to Ollie Zeitz and niece to Zebas. This, however, though, Sanoa, our Olympian surfer representing Canada, 2 turns, goes down on that second one. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Flick Palmatier, and I feel like we've just hit maybe a different sort of vibe in this heat. We've obviously got the young gun with Zoe, but a couple more really solid surfers who have been here for a while.
Oh, totally. As we have a look here, that one big whack from Sanoa. But yeah, you mentioned it, right? I mean, Sanoa's been around. We'll just have a look what happens here. This is Zoe on the forehand. Oh, beautiful jab in the lip here. Does she get the finish? Wow, okay, that's a beautiful opening wave.
Yeah, 16 years old, lives in Kauai, but represents the Netherlands. Sanoa, again, this one just a little late to the second section, but venom on that first.
Yeah, one thing that I think doesn't get enough credit was that her bottom turn there was so deep and so beautiful, because the bottom turn's what sets up that top turn. I mean, that's what made it so critical, and it also made it so hard for her to get to that second section because she loaded up so much. But yeah, good signs to come. But you mentioned it before, you know, you got a couple of veterans here, a couple of newer women. You also mentioned, you know, we got a past winner in this heat, and that's Philippa, right? I think she won out here in 2013. So Philippa grew up here, Merewether, Newcastle. This is her local. As we see her dad on screen right now. He's done this many a times before for Philzy.
Right here too. I mean, she's had plenty of results out here in the past. Like you mentioned, she had a win here. She also had a 9th here in 2022 and 2024, a 2nd here to Ellie Brooks back in 2015, 3rd here in 2018. I mean, she's got to be one of the most successful women out here.
Yeah, you think about final appearances, and yeah, Philzy definitely comes to mind. As we see Sanoa.
Yes, just hacks on this first one. A little bit of foam to deal with. On that second, she might get a little bonus inside section. We love when the waves just keep on giving. Hoping this one starts to bowl out a little bit more here for Sanoa. It doesn't quite do it. Recently just became an auntie as well. Her sister, Matea Olin, just welcomed her little baby girl into the world. So a little bit of auntie power on this one.
Oh, I feel like you can start to see that tide filling in here. You mentioned a little bonus section on the inside. This wave just kind of keeps on giving. And, you know, these waves getting a little bit more approachable. But, yeah, just you can see the surfing is here. She's got it on lock, beautiful carving manoeuvres. She's able to go up into the lip. This one doesn't really give her the finish she's looking for, but I think it's promising signs in terms of the surf and conditions improving.
Yeah, a couple of scores starting to drop. So Zoe Zeitz actually getting the best of it so far. A 6-point ride for that opening 2-turn combo, and fair enough. It was really convincing. A 5.73 for Sanoa Demfleet Olin. She's going to get a nice score to back it up with that last one. It's going to come in probably around that 4 range. It's a 4.43 and then a 4.83 for Nanaho, who is easily one of the most winning surfers on the Asia qualifying series, and one of those women who I wish tapped into her aerial game more. She has such an impressive aerial game. Remember one year at Taiwan, she was just popping air revs. And I'd love to see her actually bring it, but it can be a little bit nerve-wracking to try and do that on a stage like this.
Oh, totally. I think, you know, especially for the women, we're seeing, you know, this progression. Every year the level gets, you know, the bar gets raised, sorry. But to be able to have the confidence to do it in a heat situation is a totally different ball game. Free surfs, like, so, you know, it easily can come to your mind to sort of push to go to something like that. But, yeah, I think for someone like her, you maybe need to get yourself into a bit of a convincing lead and then try to do something like that. You did mention, though, she had it on lock in Taiwan.
Oh, so she did. And I remember that was the year that Vorno planked in the booth as well. It was one of the craziest events that we had. And then she was just popping air revs, went down on that one. But Taiwan, it's almost like a little lowers. It's so fun. It's a perfect little A-frame. And it just was setting up these beautiful ramps for Nanaho to go out there and be like, all right. And she went on to win the whole event that year. So love to see her kind of tap into that energy a little bit more right now. And then Philippa, she's sitting and waiting. We obviously saw that sit and wait strategy pay off for someone like Charlie Haitley earlier in the day, but it's been really on and off with that strategy. Willow Hardy, it didn't work out for her. The high tide, maybe the go, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe, you know what, with the tide filling in, maybe there will be those better quality waves start to fill in. And as the day goes on, it'll be maybe easier to identify what's a good wave versus, you know, earlier this morning, it was so low tide, it was really sucking on the bank and it was quite hard, right? And I think it was a bit all over the place, whereas tide fills in, it might be easier to identify. And obviously Philippa, she's the local here. She's grown up on this beach. She knows every grain of sand on this beach. You know, it's, yeah, for me, you know, we saw it work for Isla in the last heat. And also, you just know, we spoke to it before, how easily you can turn these heats around within 5 minutes. So I think it's not a bad strategy just waiting for the actual wave you think is going to give you 2 turns.
We spoke about it earlier. You got to compete in SURFEST here a couple of years, and you had a really long competitive career before you stepped away from it. You would have got to compete a couple of times against Philzy. She is a gnarly competitor.
Philippa and I have had some battles. I actually remember one Australian titles. They had this All-Stars division, right? And we were competing. It's like a teams division. We're actually competing against each other, and we got so locked up in a paddle battle that I can't remember who ended up getting the interference. But yeah, she's a fierce competitor, and we're good mates now. Here she goes, opening up her account.
Yeah, Philzy. Beautiful tail jam off the foam there. I was thinking, oh no, she's late, but got up and into it. Great bowl behind her. Wow, Zoe Zeitz. It has been the Young Gun show today. They have been the absolute stars of the show.
Oh, she's just looking fast and zappy. It was just bizarre. Straight up into the lip and down. Just really fast and really connected. The board looks like it's very responsive. So yeah, she's doing well. She's probably looking to just solidify that 6 a bit. Here we go. Let's watch what Philippa has to offer. Let's break it down. Like you said, Jess, looked like she was a bit late, but managed to really throw the fins on that one turn. And then beautiful drone angle here. You can just see how crystal clear that water is here at Merriweather. But yeah, really jams the fins. So nice opening wave for Philzy. I'm sure she's looking for more, but this one really excited me. Just so, she just really be able to pivot on the tail of that board and really throw it up into the lips so quickly. The board looks like it's performing really well for her.
Yeah, I love the fact that essentially a bottom turn is a U, right? But that one felt maybe a little bit more like a V. Like it was so tight off the bottom, and where she placed her board and pushed back off, I agree though. It just had a little bit of venom in it right now though. Sanoa giving us her version of it. Lots of spice in this one. She's going to stick to these lefts. They're really offering her more through the inside, but goes down. It felt like there was one more section on that as well. Zoe Zeitz looking to add again. Wow, great first turn. She's going to try and find a nice connecting bowl. It gets there too, so not missing a single beat in this here so far. So Zoe Zeitz, we haven't seen much of her. Obviously, I mentioned we saw her at Pipeline. What a flex, by the way. That's your first ever Challenger Series, Pipeline. Okay. And then now comes over to Nui and looks like she runs the show.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive for your second Challenger Series to sort of be showing up, especially against some more veteran surfers. As we look to hear what Sanoa got done, this wave had all the right ingredients from the start. You're thinking, okay, one really good first turn. But these lefts right now, as this water, the higher tide starting to fill in, it seems like the lefts are sort of running into a bit deeper water, whereas opposed to the rights here are sort of giving you that finishing turn as we look to a really aggressive wrap from Nanaho. And she just pokes the nose on the finish there. And this wave just beautifully surfed. She's just so zappy in the pocket, just really turns the board on the dime so quickly. And yeah, 3-turn combo there. So yeah, Zoe looking locked in this heat.
Now, Flick, we just proved to the whole world that you and I are both Isla Huppert super fans. And I'm excited to see what she made of that last heat. And Vorno, I believe you have Isla.
Yeah, you're not the only one. I'm a super fan as well here with the WSL Junior World Champion, Isla Huppert's surfing in her first ever Challenger. And what a statement. Really felt at home out there, Isla.
Yeah, I was pretty nervous when I first got out. It was hard to find one, but then once I got a few, it's pretty fun out there, so yeah, I'm stoked.
Mate, our crew captured this incredible picture of you just before you paddled out. You were just standing on the beach. We had Newcastle in the background there, and you just looked so ready for this. Tell us a little bit about sort of your preparation leading into this event.
Well, I haven't really done too much. We had like the ABB on the weekend, and then, I don't know, a few little comps before it, but I just got a wild card into this event, so there's no pressure for me. I'm just here to, I don't know, have some learnings before I do my first year on the Challenger.
Yeah, you look completely relaxed out there. Are you feeling like any sort of nervousness about, you know, surfing against potentially crew who were on your bedroom wall when you were a kid growing up?
Yeah, I look up to everyone who surfs in this event so much, so I was definitely pretty nervous when I first paddled out, but once I got a few waves, all the nerves went away.
And just give us a little insight into the lineup. You said there that you got absolutely licked on your way in. How tricky is it out there today?
Yeah, it was definitely a lot trickier in the morning. It's getting heaps funner. Like, it's kind of just a big area and you just hunt around for some waves, and yeah, it's pretty fun out there. I had fun. But yeah, I got so smoked on my last wave. My board hit me like 5 times.
Oh gosh, that's no good. Well, I'll tell you what, you hit that ocean back just as many times during that heat with some great surfing and some great scores. Congratulations, can't wait to see you in the next round.
Thank you, Vaughnie.
Good to see you.
Thanks, Vorno. Isla, she's for as big as her turns are, she is a bit more reserved when you hang out with her on land, and I just love how she's just kind of super gromming out. At the moment, you know, she was just loving how fun it was out there. I also love, Vorno and I are talking, he goes, you know, I'm about 2 stories taller than everyone here. He's like, I might try and get a chair on the sidelines. I absolutely love that he's got that chair and he's looking very relaxed down on the glass. Vaughn, I miss him. I miss when he's not on the commentary booth.
Yeah, no, doing a good job down there, Vaughnie. Bringing the best out of those athletes on the glass.
Oh, he's just the best. But we do have plenty of scores to catch up on. However, we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. We'll update you guys right after this.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia. By City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST. By Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
Oh, we're having a great day number 2 of action down here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST. 13 and a half to go right now in heat number 6. Zoe Zeitz has come out of nowhere and really made a statement. She's left Sanoa Denplay Olin in second, chasing a 5.48 here, and Nanaho and Philippa Anderson actually both looking in that 5-point range. So I feel like, you know what we've seen today, Flick, the judges, they just want to see your board in the steepest part of the wave, which isn't any different to most days, but they are making that loud and clear today.
Oh, totally. I think, you know, you just want to, I think there's been a difference between, you know, the women this morning that have gone more out into the face with a more horizontal approach as to someone who's just gone wham, bam, straight up into the lip. And, I mean, we saw it from Isla, we saw it from Eden Waller, and Charlie Haitley as well. It's been really clear. It's been pretty night and day. And really, for me, yeah, I've been impressed with Zoe as well this morning. Just really, for someone so young and only her second Challenger Series event, to take it to you know, sort of two more veteran surfers. I'm pretty impressed.
Oh, these women are just raising the bar every single year. Even if we think back to less than 12 months ago, what we got to witness at this event, it already feels better. We're still in the opening round. We haven't even got to those seeded surfers. So I feel like we're really starting to witness, not so much, I'm going to say, a changing of the guard, because the guard is still so young, you know. So,
Yeah.
But I feel like we're witnessing just how good this next generation coming through is. I mean, if we look at already this earlier round, every single heat other than one, which being Solagire, has been won by a junior surfer.
Yeah, and it was, you know what, it was a similar story yesterday too. And you know, Vorno was joking about it this morning. You know, no, you just, these young grummies, they just absolutely taking it to these older, sort of more veteran surfers, and no respect. But I mean, it just is like, I think you can either come in with two approaches. It's not even a respect thing. It's you're either going to be sort of petrified by your heroes and your idols that you're surfing against, or you're going to take it as an opportunity and be like, okay, the world's given me this opportunity and this is my moment. You know, the stars have aligned. And if I want to, you know, really send a message here that I'm here to stay, like, this is it. And we saw it yesterday on the men's side, and now we're seeing it on the women's.
Yeah, obviously we've got those first 8 heats really locked in. We've got both the men and the women on standby this afternoon, so potentially seeing some of these women surf twice, or we get to see some of those real rogue wildcards come into it. And I'm really looking forward to this event. It already feels like it's got that bit of shake-up energy, you know, and I think this is exactly what we're expecting coming into this last event. And there'd be a lot of nervous people in those top 10 and top 7 positions. Right now, though, live action, Zoe Zeitz on a bowl, big jam to kick us off. Just the one turn, but again, sticking to the power source in this wave. Now behind her, Nanaho, needing a score. It's just one turn. Love how she got low at the end of that one. Needs a 5.34. We saw in that last heat, scores going as high as a 6.9 for single turns, but they have to be pretty special to go there.
I think this is probably one of the biggest sets of the morning that we've seen roll through. And you know what happens with that? You obviously get, with bigger waves, you get that more energy, and that gets transferred into your board with the turn. From the bottom turn into the top turn, you can see it here. I mean, to your point, she's chasing a 5.34. Is that enough? It was pretty serious. And on a bigger wave, she's just got that more speed. Let's have a look from this front-on angle. Nice slow-mo here, just up into the lip. Little bit caught up there, but yeah, a bigger wave, bigger turn, and potentially might ask the question there.
And obviously, Flick, we're coming into this event, you know, and we're so close to the start of the CT season. This year, it's a big year for women surfing. The field is expanding on that championship tour. We're going to 24 women, which is the first time that has ever been done in the history of our sport. And instead of 5 women qualifying, it's 7 this year. And that's such a big leap forward. And I feel like that's why we're seeing these junior women come through and just dominate.
Totally. I think, you know, credit to the WSL for realising the level of talent and skill on the women's, you know, in women's surfing at the moment, because, you know, there has been that conversation for a long time, and I've been a big advocate for it, that 5 is not enough. I think it doesn't feel fair, and it is this moment we've been waiting for, and I'm just so excited for these women, these extra spots that have opened up. You know, it also creates new storylines and new people to get around and involved in. And, you know, they're for a long time there, before your Katie Simmers, your Molly Picklum, your Caroline Marks, it was, you know, your Steph Gilmore, Tyler Wright and Carissa Moore era, and they dominated. But what it does by opening up the tour is it just creates these new people to get behind, to support. We're going to see new, fresh faces on there. I mean, you even look at the women coming into this event that are, you know, basically knocking on the door for qualifying. There's names on there. You've got that European charge. You've got, there's women on there that we haven't really seen. We've seen them on the Challenger Series, but to see them on that platform and to give them that opportunity is really special. So, yeah, hats off to the WSL for doing that.
It's massive. I honestly cannot wait. And I think, you know what, as well, if there was ever a year to qualify, it's probably this year, because if you think about this Challenger Series, we didn't have those CT surfers fall back and pretty much suffocate most of those 5 spots in that previous year. So we're seeing 7 new women going to the tour, maybe a couple of surfers resurging and going back there. But as far as all the women who have qualified so far, other than Sally, which you always knew Sally was going to get back there. they're all new names, and it's growing our sport in a really beautiful way. Obviously, Kika Veselko already solidified, Tia Zabrowski, Yolanda Hopkins getting there after a really long journey. And I'm really intrigued to see who's going to take up those last 3 spots. There's about 20 women going for those last 3 spots. But yeah, I just think this is the future, and we're looking at it right now. And someone like Zoe Zeitz, who we don't know too much about, she could be in the conversation in a couple of years' time. Filzy, looking to really showcase the local knowledge here, just past that 7 minutes, just a floater. She needs to channel that 2009 champion right now.
Yeah, totally. Here she goes. You can almost... She was she's searching for the 2-turn combo, right? I mean, it's what you're looking for this morning. It's what the judges have been really, really rewarding. But she kind of knows it. You can sort of see it. She hits this first section. She's like, oh, it's just not really doing what I want it to. So she'll get back out there and give it another crack. But yeah, back to your point of the tour, like, this is the year that you want to be qualified for. I mean, you think about the events that are on offer, the fact that, you know, there is no more cut. You get a full year on tour. It's really cool because you get a chance to find your feet. I think previously it can be a bit, you know, you get on and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so flustered because I've got to perform. And in one, you know, regard, that is awesome as a spectator to see people push those limits so early on. But in another way, it really is, you know, the dream tour, and it's going to be awesome to see, these women get a shot at it.
Yeah, Stephanie Gilmore's back. I am so excited for that. We're going to take a look at the GWM recap, though. Sanoa kicked us off early in this heat.
Yeah, that beautiful surfing from Sanoa, just really going up into the lip here, but it's been all about Zoe Zeitz, just absolutely cracking it into the lip, finding these waves that are allowing her to go vertical. Sanoa had a sniff here on this left. It started out really nice with this carving manoeuvre, and she brings it through to the inside here. Another little hack. So she's sitting in second. She's got the 5.73 and the 4.43. But really, for me, Zoe and her board right now, you know, it's a really good match right now. They just feel, I was going to say, match made in heaven. It's really good. It's so responsive for her. It's just working so well. And yeah, she's got the heat on lock.
I'm really impressed with Zoe Zeitz. I cannot wait to see her hopefully hold down the lead and go into that big seeded round. We just had an update from the heads of our sport right now, making the calls down here at the event, and it's on. The men's round of 64, heats 1 to 10, 30-minute heats. So we're going to see the men out here after the women, 11 to 16 off for the day. But I am really looking forward to getting into these big top-seeded round of the men's.
This is the nitty-gritty. This is where dreams start to come alive and are realised, and dreams are also shattered. And we've been speaking about it yesterday in the Dawn Patrol show. We were speaking about it in the post-show. This is where things are going to get incredibly exciting and incredibly nerve-wracking for our men's right now, because we've only confirmed one surfer on the championship tour. That's Eli Hanneman. We've got 9 spots open, and we're going to start doing that very shortly.
Yeah, maybe potentially even in this next round. Let's take a look at that first heat that we'll probably be going through together. Sammy Pupo, Bronson Mady, Shohei Kato, and Dakota Walters.
Wow.
Huge number. I mean, if you look at all 16, they're insane. You scroll down to heat number 4, Luke Thompson, Luca Messinas, Carlo Munoz, Lennox Smith. There's big names that are coming up against these wildcards who are ready to shake things up, similar to what Zoe Zeitz is doing exactly right now. Wow. Big drift of the tail there. Can't quite re-engage the fins, so she's going to get back out there and try and defend the lead right now. But I'm all about, you know, seeing these guys qualify, but I'm also all about an underdog story.
Oh, yeah, it is exciting. And I think when you think to, you know, the wild cards that are in the draw, you know, some of those younger surfers we saw yesterday, even the likes of, like, you know, like a Caleb Tancred who's come and making the comeback, and the form that we saw him in, you know, the last couple of days, it's been incredible. As we look to some Dolphinos out the back.
Oh, good energy in the ocean right now. Filzy trying to channel a little bit of that, but goes too far over that heel edge rail. So Filzy needs to really start to pivot and find this 5.6. But you always, if you're having a shocker in the heat and you can look out to the ocean, there's some dolphins, it's a good reminder that all is well.
Oh, yeah.
All is well.
All is well, and life isn't that bad. I mean, yeah, this is a beautiful turn, right? She just comes unstuck there, probably not a ride out. I mean, Philippa's looking for a wave that's going to give her, you know, that opportunity to do 2 of those, really. She's still searching. She's in that 4th place. It's obviously not going to be enough, that last wave. But yeah, I mean, she's still wide open. She's only chasing a 5.6.
Yeah, let's run down the heat right now. We're past the 2.5 minute mark. Zoe Zeitz, she's been convincing from the very start. 6 and a 5.2 to her name. Sanoa, 5.73 and a 4.43. Has her in a pretty convincing second, but she's sitting right underneath Nanaho Suzuki right now and actually has priority over her. Nanaho currently in third, chasing a 5.34. She's got a pair of 4s to her name, but she's been absolutely ripping. Couple of big single maneuvers. And Filzy, our 2009 champion, out here and looking for a 5.6. The local girl, all the Novocastrians up along that boardwalk would be really trying to just wish something her way right now. If you're Sanoa, you know, these 4-man heats, they're really hard because you can't be at 2 places at once.
That and she hasn't got a convincing second place right now. Exactly to your point, you can't cover Nanaho and Philippa at the same time. There's distance between those two surfers. It looks like to me that Philippa's got space around her. So, I mean, she's going to have an opportunity. The heat really is still wide open. And it's risky, right? Because you obviously want to cover a surfer, and she's chosen Nanaho, obviously. But you kind of are also wanting to improve on your own situation as well. And there's going to be a wave come through. We've seen massive consistency this morning with the waves coming through. So more than likely, Nanaho is going to get an opportunity, and Sanoa's going to need to make that decision whether she tries to sell it to her or take that opportunity away.
60 seconds. She's going to take it away from Nanaho. Little bowl through this inside. Was there 5.5 points on this wave? Tags that second section. It goes into dead water, so it had to play defense. But there is a little bit of a question mark. Was that score on that wave?
Oh, wow. I feel like all these women right now, even second, third and fourth, you're just really not feeling safe when the scores are that low and you haven't locked in anything. I mean, Zoe, she's got the 6 out there. She's got the priority. I feel like it's nervous times for all of them, especially with Sanoa taking off. It'll be interesting to see like where everyone is positioned now. Is there any space? Has Nanaho managed to, sneak off now that Sanoa took off on the wave? But yeah, 8 seconds ticking down now. Doesn't look like Philippa's going to get another opportunity.
Yeah, a couple of paddles. So Nanaho with priority, but it's going to be Sanoa with the last wave of this heat. She's going to hold on to second. Actually, looks like we've got a score to come in for Nanaho as well. We see a little star next to her name. So we'll see if we can catch up with that wave there. Potentially it was just a quick in and out because she's out the back sitting again. So Sanoa, she's going to hold on to this second place position. Zoe Zeitz, our wild card, again, taking the win here. It's just been the story of the day so far. We're probably going to rev up her brother, Ollie Zeitz, to compete in one of his heats coming up. We'll take a look at this. This is the last couple of waves right now from Sanoa.
Yeah, so here we go. Sanoa just, this way, she had to go, right? She's defending her position. She wants to keep the second. I mean, it's highly unlikely she's improving there, but I mean, it's good defensive work.
Yeah, she had to play her cards there. You can see Nanaho really wanted to go this wave. She was trying to sell her at every single inch. And with that priority, it means that Sanoa can take any wave she likes, and she got to play that defend card in this. But this lady on your screen right here, Zoe Zeitz, the champion of the heat. We're going to get to catch up with her very shortly. Sanoa moving on through to the round of 32 coming up next. We love a wildcard story. We're going to go into another big heat. We're going to have a change in the booth with Rich Lovett and Ronnie Blakey coming in for the call.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, this hasn't just been a coastline, it's been an arena. It started as a vision championed by local hero Mark Richards.
I've waited for years to see a contest in Newcastle. I've always wanted to see one here.
And 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST, transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
Rows of tents, towers and TV scaffolding certainly have Newcastle Beach looking the part as host to the world's richest surfing tournament.
All the top guys are in there.
First heat I felt terrible, I felt a bit better then.
I've got full support from the crowd.
It's easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
It was the beginning of an era that would continue for the next 40 years.
Mr. Tom Carroll.
Damien Hart.
I felt like I was cruising the whole final.
I knew I had to get one good one. I just waited and it came to me, got it in through to the shore. I was stoked.
And then I felt myself just getting sucked down, and then I was in the washing machine.
I was started to win and I was like, and it all just paid off.
Just to see my name up on the board, I'm pretty stoked that I've got that there, and I can claim that for the rest of my life.
To win it here with like family, friends, it's really amazing.
Surfers played a huge role for me, Ryan, Jackson, and all the Novocastrians.
Surfest has pretty much been my life, my childhood, growing up. It's everything I've known, and it's been a pleasure to watch it grow and to be a part of it as well.
I feel like I'm learning the way, just having this support and this love down here, so it's pretty awesome.
SURFEST is more than a competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle.
This town's insane, you know, like great food, great waves, really, really nice people.
And for me, it's the highlight of the year, and it's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
SURFEST will definitely continue to grow, but the reason we're still here is because of the support we receive from the City of Newcastle, our sponsors, the Newcastle community and the World Surf League.
It's just like a very special stretch of sand, and it's an honour to surf here.
Good stuff, diving into the history. 40 years this year that SURFEST has been running. Rich, if I had a tissue on me, I'd pass it to you, mate.
I know, mate.
I can see you getting emotional.
Oh, I got full-blown chicken skin watching that piece. That was just incredible, you know, and I've competed in a lot of SURFESTs, never here at Merewether, always at Newcastle where the event was originally. But yeah, so much history. I've got a soft spot for those older finals that I watched. But yeah, man, there's an energy in Newcastle that is it's a real thing. So many legends here, and the city just welcomes you in. You feel the vibe.
Let's talk about it because you know the Merewether Board Riders Club in particular is one of the strongest board riders clubs in the country, and they produce plenty of champions, world champions.
Yeah, absolutely. And back in the Surf League days, before it went to the Australian Board Riders Battle, you know, a formidable team of Emma, Matt Hoy, Simon Law, Luke Egan, you know, Chad Edser, Nicky Wood, the juniors. They were the team to beat. They were almost unstoppable. And the place has just produced so many champions. And recently, you know, Ryan Callanan and Jacko Baker sort of flying the flag for the city. But they get behind it. They embrace it. It's a no-nonsense, you know, blue-collar working town, and you sort of feel that vibe. You know, things have changed. You know, with the landscape, there's a lot more kind of cafes and restaurants and things to do here in town. Nightlife is killer. But yeah, the thing that is constant and that remains is the surf and just how epic it is and the vibe around surfing.
Take us through your biggest night ever. Don't do that. Don't do that. But no, it is fun, and obviously it's been a really favoured sort of stop as a QS event at times, qualifying event, as a Challenger Series event, and even as a Championship Tour stop for all the international competitors, many of which chase down great results here, and there's a cast of great international winners for this event too. And
yeah,
you can even go back a few years. Yago Dora won his first major contest here in 2017, now a world champion. And yeah, I think we're looking forward to seeing who holds that trophy on both the men's and women's side at the end of it all.
You know, it's an event of comebacks, and it's an event of firsts, and it's kind of like the equivalent of on the Championship Tour, you know, that bells, you get a bell and it's almost guaranteeing you some type of longevity through your career, and potential winners of bells often go on to win a world title, and you get that vibe that, you know, that's the fixture on the Challenger Series for Newcastle. You get a win at Newcastle, you're going to springboard onto the Championship Tour, and your career is rock solid. So yeah, that's cool.
Well, you know, Francisca Veselko, she won the Surfest event last year, and she has confirmed her place in the Championship Tour. She's going to be down there at Bells. We'll also see her serving this event too. Jacob Wilcox, he got the victory on the men's side last year, and he's in the running. He suffered an injury after that victory, which kind of held back his momentum a little bit, but he's well poised at the moment to try and get himself up into that Championship Tour ranks again. Right now, though, we are going to check in with Vorno and catch up with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Ronnie. Well, Zoe Zeitz, another wildcard performance, taking it to the more fancied rivals and getting the win. You must be feeling fantastic.
Yeah, I feel great. It's obviously, this is a big contest and it's my second challenger, so I'm super stoked to make my first heat.
You were talking just then about first heat jitters, just how good it feels to get them out of the way. Like, what's the moment during a heat where you feel them wash off?
Definitely first wave. Like, if I get a good first wave, I'm going to have a good heat. That's how I feel. It's just, you just feel solid.
There's such a movement going on with, you know, your generation at the moment. It feels like, you know, you're looking up towards the Mollys and the Katies and thinking, you know what, I want to be there right now. I'm not really willing to sit around. Is that how it feels to you?
For sure. I mean, I'm still young and I still have a lot to work on for sure, but I definitely, like, it's so amazing just looking at all these girls because there's so many good girls, and it's so amazing just to watch all of them surf and get to surf with them, and just being out in the water and seeing this amazing talent is definitely something special.
And tell us about the moment where you got this wild card and sort of what your plan was in your head. Do you think you were going to just come here and just go all out, no fear, or were you thinking, okay, maybe this is a great opportunity to just sort of settle in and see how I go on this level?
I think I was more like, you know, just give it a shot and just have fun and enjoy it and just take it easy and just slowly go into it. So just, yeah.
You weren't that slow, mate. You got out there and you ripped it to pieces. Congratulations. It's a really wonderful thing to see you get that wild card and to perform like that. It's going to be even better to see in round 2.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm super stoked.
Thank you, Vorno. All right, we're back into it. A brief hold, just had to reset the scoring system here. That's well and truly functioning beautifully now. And we are now going to get into some Bioglan replays of what unfolded in the opening stages here. This is Mirai Akita of Japan.
Yeah, nice tidy opening wave here on the Bioglan replay. Perhaps there was just another little cutback right at the end of that wave. Certainly looking good on the opener. She's off and running, drops in a 4. So we know that in this morning's scheme of things, in terms of point scoring waves, a 4, not too bad. Possibly won't be in her top 2 scoring rides. Our competitors can take off on a number of ways, but it is only the top 2 rides that are counted. Those 2 scores are added together. 4 surfers enter the water, 2 surfers progress through to the next round. This is Green up and riding.
Local surfer Amelie Burke here, driving up into the lip. Unsuccessful on that occasion though. And well, just going over the falls there. The surfer representing France, Sarah Laciaga. So they're just trying to find their place in this lineup here at the moment. No real scores of substance dropped in. Mirai with the best of it. Just a 4-point ride for the 2024 Asian Surfing Champion. But we've spoken a bit about it earlier today. You know, there is a lot of surfers in this opening round for the women, Rich, with a mathematical shot at getting themselves a victory and potentially a place on the CT, but it's going to be difficult. They need a lot of things, other things to fall into place, and a lot of results to go their way in order for that to happen. But outside of qualification, the 5 surfers just outside of those top 7 spots, they're going to automatically be on the Challenger Series. So there's still just that huge carrot dangling for each of these competitors. A big result to chase down could really save your place on the Challenger Series. At the southern end of the bank, former finalist here at SURFEST, Sarah Baum. She drives up into the lip. And she's had a pretty tough run on the Challenger Series this season, but she's won major events before, and she is the #1 surfer on the African regional ranks, so she's going to be on the CS again next year.
Great looking wave from the takeoff, and just executing 2 top turns with a lot of flow and speed. Gets that final finishing maneuver, a little rebound off the whitewash. Tidy first wave, Sarah Baum.
Here goes
And
Mirai
Mirai.
again.
Whoa, sorry, mate.
Drives up into it. It's going to be a throwaway score, though, unsuccessful. Sarah up again briefly. Feels like these competitors are yet to really settle into this round of 48 clash. Some nerves on show, potentially.
Yeah, just watching the Bioglan replay here of Mirai, just gets up just a fraction late. And you can see all that whitewash, that turbulent part of the wave behind her just sort of swallows her up. And then just a number of smaller scores dropping in. Sarah Baum, a 3.77. I feel like there was potentially a few more points on that wave if she had just pushed a fraction harder. 3.77 could have potentially been a 4.5 or a 5, perhaps. But
Sarah's just got such a clean, flowing style.
Yeah, really smooth.
She can throw down some big, committed turns as well. So we'll see how she goes. Got so close to claiming the win here back in 2023. Finished runner-up to Bronte Macaulay. And Sarah, even though she's from Durban, South Africa originally, has lived in Newcastle for a long time now.
Yeah, she spent a bit of time on the northern beaches as well. But
came to Newcastle 2017, so almost 10 years. And yeah, she would love to put her name on that incredible honour roll.
Yeah, she's been there for a while, hasn't she? She's had flashes of brilliance, really dominant performances. I do like her forehand. She picks off a nice little left. She will throw an element of power that perhaps is unmatched with the other competitors in this heat. And that's going to be her go-to weapon.
Yeah, by her standards, a bit of a shocker year, really. Hasn't got past the round of 32, which is a surprise to me.
That is. She'll be confident in this. She's the most experienced competitor in this heat. Obviously knows this lineup very, very well. And just making a move towards the south now. Got an incoming tide, Ron, about 130 high tide, but the coefficient, the difference between the high and low tide, not that much. But we will see conditions fill up a little more, which will create some better opportunities, hopefully, on that final finishing turn. They won't be as gnarly, won't be breaking as hard as on that sandbar. But definitely some opportunity to take to the air.
Loading up here at the moment is the young Japanese competitor, Mirai Akita. Yeah, nice turn there, just can't get back out in front of it though. And at this stage of the heat, with all these sort of mid-range, low scores, low to mid-range, it's sort of like those little extras that you can add are kind of crucial.
Yeah, let's have a look here at the Stone and Wood slow-mo. Nice tidy wrap off the top. Comes into that junction again. You can see a little bit of that tail flare from this vision from up above. Really gives you a good perspective when our surfers get that tail release. And by that, there's a moment of drifting where the fins are not fully engaged in that turbulent water. She gets this little rebound here and gets just a little stuck, but a good two-turn combination.
Yeah, it's going to be right there in line with her first score, maybe even a little bit better. As we see Sarah now, just fading. The wave flattens a little bit. She lets go of a nice setup carve there, generating some speed for a high impact finish. Cuts back, out onto the open face, grinds through another little cutty. Just really takes her time, super patient with this one.
Yeah, beautiful line off the bottom, big swooping cut back off the top. The wave lays down a little bit here, and then it just, oncoming section just confronts her, and she gets to just redirect and then get another little cut back. Nice tidy wave, put it together well, but you can see that line, beautiful, nice and smooth.
And already you're starting to see Mirai and Sarah just, you know, we're waiting on numbers, but they're kind of pulling away a little bit. It's going to be, you know, a great foundation for them. Couple of mid-range scores and putting some pressure on Sarah and Amelie as Mirai gets another ride there on the inside.
Yeah, I doubt that one will go into her top two, but I do like the strategy of catching more waves now that she's got a couple of scores on the board.
Rich, this time of year, as we see the Bioglan replay here, I don't think this one's going to factor into the scoreline for Mirai, but this time of year, you know, obviously coming into autumn now in Australia, you know, you start to see some of those south swells start to come up the coast. Packing a quiver for Newcastle is not easy for these competitors, is it?
No, it's actually not. And, you know, we had the event here last year, and our competitors were faced with everything from, you know, 10 to 12 foot stormy conditions as we see Amelie up here, up and riding on a backhand. Well, that'll be her best wave for sure, the local. But yeah, this time of year we start to, the energy switches from the north and the east and starts to get this southerly flow coming up the coast. And the reason we have so much sand down here at the southern part of Merewether is we've just had so much easterly and northeasterly stream, and it's pushed all the sand from up at Bar Beach all the way down into the corner here. It's created these sandbars. Really fun. It's pretty typical of what you'd expect when you think about what you're going to get wave-wise when you come to Merewether. As we see the replay here. Nice tidy finish on that wave, so that'll be her best ride. She'll start building.
Sarah Bond with a set. She had a 5 on her last ride, so she's out in front at the moment, trying to build on a 3.77, couple of 4-point rides for Mirai Akita. She's into second position at the moment. Sarah Lasiaga, she's in third with priority. And at the moment, she just wants to get a decent score on the board. Chip away at the requirement. Same story for Amelie Berg. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back in just a moment.
Well, welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and one of the big supporters of SURFEST over the past 40 years, of course, is Cardiff GWM, part of the Burton Automotive Group. And I'm here with Glovey. G'day, mate. Good to have you back down here at SURFEST.
Fantastic, isn't it? Like, what a good day. Like,
it's
unreal.
It is a great day. Sorry, mate, I just ripped the mic out of your hands there. Hey, listen, you know, Cardiff GWM, they're always down here and they have this amazing activation, and you guys bring down the weapons that, you know, crew can get a look at and hopefully take out on the road. Tell us about these vehicles that you got down here today.
All right, so this one's XSR. This is like a pure off-road truck. It's actually built for off-road. They've done a lot of specs with this thing to make it as it is. That is a paintwork, it's not a wrap. It's just a beautiful thing to drive. It's a lot of tech in it, but they've actually drawn it down so it can go off-road.
Looks awesome, mate. And what about this guy over here?
So this one is the only one in Australia. This is the first plug-in hybrid in the Tank 300, and these things are going to take over. This is kind of the way of the future a little bit. Where the battery's set up, it's very well protected. It's a pure off-road beast. It's just, but a beautiful thing to drive, just fun. With that, we also have the diesel in both these vehicles. On these, only way I put it, I'm not a salesman, but the only way I can really put it is that when you first learn how to drive, that first feeling you got, when you jump in one of these, it brings you straight back there. They are so fun to drive. And when we're driving down the road, one of these people who've got another tank, they kind of wave you. It's got that thing happening. But they're amazingly well built. I'm really impressed with them. Love driving them.
Love it, mate. And, you know, Cardiff GWM has been a part of SURFEST for so long, as has the Burton Automotive Group. What is it about this comp? What does it mean so much to you guys and to Newcastle?
Well, Kim's been involved with it for well over 20 years. Kim Burton. He puts a lot of support into this, and he loves surfing. Like, you know, and he loves supporting the local community. So we like to do this. I love coming down here and supporting GWM and Cardiff.
That's it.
GWM, yeah.
That's it. Well, you'll be here for the duration of the comp. Folks, if you're watching and you're in the area, come on down to Cardiff GWM. You can check these cars out. You can see Glovey and Deb. They'll walk you through it. Plenty more action to come. Let's throw it back to the booth.
Thank you, Vorno. And thank you, GWM. 14 minutes remaining here. Sarah Baum holding on to the lead with a 5 and a 3.77. Mirai Kita with priority out there at the moment. And Sarah Lasiaga is trying to get herself in this heat, just wanting to bank a score of note, just so she can get herself back into striking distance of the lead in 4th place currently. Here on the Bioglan replay, we're seeing Emily Burke. She doesn't need as much to get up into 2nd, just a 4.11 after putting together a 4.27 not too long ago.
Well, she's still in it. Emily Burke, she only needs that 4.11, so well in reach. She's already got a score just above that. So really, with 13, just over 13 minutes to go, this heat's still wide open, but you get the feeling that Sarah Baum might just hunt down another decent wave and solidify her qualification out of this heat.
You know, it's super interesting, Rich. There's an amazing kind of trend to the winners list on the men's side. Every surfer that has won this event on the men's side has gone on to make the CT. And then on the women's side, there's only a couple of exceptions, but, you know, for the most part, it's the same story. So this is really a bit of a crystal ball contest for surfers that will someday graduate to the CT, as we see Sarah up once again. And is this going to be better than the 1.93 and give her a better shot at a top 2 finish here in this opening round?
Without a doubt, that was her best wave of the heat so far, and the first time we've really seen Sarah put a wave together and get to the completion. There was a different pace to that one as we watched the Stoner Woods slow-mo. Nice hack off the top. Comes round this section. Another quick little snap and then through to the inside. Just a bit of bounce work and then gets that rebound off the foam section. So 3-turn combination, possibly around that 4-point mark, and that's going to get her into this heat.
20 years of age, just her 3rd Challenger Series contest. She could get the call up to compete in Brazil. She had a 17th there, so got herself through a couple of heats. But Sarah sitting pretty nicely on the European Regional Qualifying Series, ranks 5th. And looking good for a place in the Challenger Series events next season. But there you go. That's the number she needed. So 4.43 puts her right back in it. Only requires a 3.94 to jump up into the top 2. And now each surfer, you know, has that mid-range 4. So the battle's on.
Yeah, the battle of the backup wave here is really in effect in this closing 11 minutes. So Sarah Lasiaga currently sitting, I think that was 58, I think, was up on the screen there. So, you know, she's sort of way down there, no chance of qualifying for the tour, but you sort of get the feeling that, you know, it's probably going to take another couple of runs on the Challenger Series. This is great experience for her, coming out from France, coming to Australia, getting to see different parts of the world, and that's the experience of a young pro surfer. Have a look at this.
Sarah Baum drives up into the first section, gives it a good hit, well timed. The wave gets a little lumpy here, but she'll stick with it, looking for a finish. Can't find it.
I thought she was going to get that low road into another section, but that wave just ran off. But that was one of the bigger waves that we've seen in the last few hours. Dormy looking good, gets up on the backhand here. Watch this deep bottom turn, eyes off the lip, cracks it there, up and over that section. And the lip line you'll notice on the waves today, because we have this onshore wind flow, it's not a straight line. If it was offshore, we'd have beautiful clean lines, much easier to judge your positioning. But when you've got that lip line, that is, it's literally like a jagged edge. You know, you really have to have pinpoint timing and just the ability to adjust where your positioning is at a split second, so that when that moment comes and you're putting your board up onto the lip, you need to be able to place it in the right spot. Really tricky in days like this.
Yeah, Sarah did pretty well there. The Olympian. And she's going to... Unfortunately for her, there was no opportunity to hit that wave again, because she got the same score she had on her opening ride, 3.77. So it doesn't improve her situation, but she did keep her opponents off that wall, and it was a pretty good first section. So limited their opportunities to get a number. Here goes Sarah. Only after a 3.94. This wave's starting to fade away on the inside, though.
Wow, that was a late charge. And we've really seen Sarah from France click into gear in these final moments. Let's have a look at the Bioglan replay. Comes around this section. Clean snap there. Almost lost it, but regains composure. That was a better one. Really clean. Just look at the arc off the top. Had a much better line to it. Kept that momentum and speed through the turn. Bang, you can see there. Whenever you see that spray come off the back of the surfer's board, and it is a cleaner fan. Whenever you dig that rail in and you maintain that rail line through the arc, the spray tends to be prettier off the back of the board.
And she might just turn this situation around and get herself out of third into second spot here. We're waiting on those numbers to come through. But like we said earlier, you know, with everyone holding a mid-range score, this is still very much in the balance, this heat. It could go to... Amelie Burke could make a charge. She's got a 4.27. If she gets a good wave, it looks like she's just biding her time at the moment, waiting for a chance with priority to pick a good wave. Here goes Mirai on the replay.
Mirai snaps up high for the first section. Comes around, little wrap, gets sort of caught there. Doesn't get anything else down the line. So really a 1.5 turn wave, we'll call it.
Sarah Baum, nice looking section. Critical hit. Just the one move, but expect that to score pretty well. I think that betters the 3.77.
Yeah, it does. There's that power. Dipping in.
Mullet Lord.
He's beautiful. Jealous.
It's over 7 minutes ago. Let's have a look at this turn again. Beautiful bottom turn.
Holds the bottom turn. That allows her to hold that speed. Gets to vertical. Pretty much hits that 12 o'clock. And then comes down with perfect precision and poise.
Well, we saw Eden Waller just a couple of heats back turn into 6 for an individual move, expecting Sarah Baum to get her second best ride. As we now see Sarah with a little runner through to the inside. I mean, she's doing some great surfing, Rich, but she's finding walls that are tapering pretty quickly.
Yeah, let's have a look. You can instantly see a slight difference in power between the two Sarahs here, but she does well to connect the dots on this wave. Quick snap down the line here. She keeps seeing more opportunity as the wave runs down the bank. Comes all the way through and just opts to kick out, but a really late charge. I sort of had a question mark around Sarah and a wave choice at the start of the heat, but she's pulled back in a big way in the final moments here.
Let's dive into the GWM heat recap. Mirai Akita momentarily has got herself into the lead. Her last wave of 4.63 puts her ahead of Sarah Baum. And Sarah Baum has just dropped a 6.33 for a big individual turn, but this was her 5-point ride from earlier in the heat.
Yeah, well, this is that power that she possesses, and it's her weapon in this heat. She's able to dig a little deeper with the calves. And this wave here, beautiful backhand here. Deep bottom turn, slams the lip. She's really looking in good form now. This wave, unfortunately, didn't give her another section. If she had popped up on that little last section there and completed the maneuver, that would have gone well into the 6-point range. But here, single turn, bang, hits it, really aggressive turn. Composure was there. That was the 6.33.
And now we're back to live action. Emily Burke,
Whoa.
She finds a wall and lets go of some of her best surfing. And she wasn't after a whole lot to get herself up in the second spot ahead of Mirai. And she banks needed a 4.73. She banks a 7, the highest number of the heat.
Wow, really critical turn there to start things off, and the second one. Now, you'll notice the third turn, there was a little catch there, but just on the strength of those opening 2 turns. It had flow, it had speed between each turns. She was accelerating through the turn and she wasn't decreasing the speed. So all the things that the judges are looking for with a real eagle eye, and that's why she got that 7. You know, they talk about flow and speed and momentum. She had it in that one.
Heading out for the next heat. One of the stars of the Challenger Series, Sophia Medina. She'll be taking on Reed Van Wagener, Oceana Rogers, and Lucy Dara. That's coming up. But things are getting interesting here. We mentioned that, you know, Emily Burke, even though she was in 4th and has been there for the duration of the heat, really, she was a chance at getting herself a good number and jumping up into the top 2. She's done that. Sarah Baum looking to extend her lead at the moment. Another solid single hit, trying to improve on a 5. But Emily Burke up in the second spot. Needs a 4.33 to get herself into the lead. Here's the Bioglan replay of Sarah's last ride.
Yeah, I think Sarah just identifying that she can get it done with one big hook. You can tell that one, it was more horizontal in the approach.
But more critical than the 5 that she had earlier on. So she actually did up the heat score total just a little bit, 5.13.
Mm-hmm.
It's a marginal increase, but you take everything you can get.
Absolutely.
So Emily after a 4.46. Mirai, who's been in 2nd or 1st throughout the entire opening stages of this heat, coming down to the last 3 minutes, is back in 3rd, looking for a pretty decent number, a 6.65. And Sarah Lasiaga, I mean, she did well to get herself back into this clash. But I think just, you know, those medium-sized rides holding her back on the scale at the moment, just not providing that kind of power and room to really unleash the kind of turns that are going to get her the big numbers that we've seen dropped by Sarah Baum and Emily Burke.
Yeah, absolutely. Mirai started the heat really well. Sort of took a position there in 2nd, but unfortunately just hasn't been able to progress out of the 4-point range.
Well, Merriweather's going to love this. Emily, she's been a strong performer. This is her first Challenger Series event, sitting 16th on the regional QS, so she'll be back on the qualifying series again next year. She did get a quarterfinal finish over in Nias. That was her best result on this year's qualifying series run. But the 23-year-old just hoping to make good use of this opportunity here, competing in front of her hometown crowd. Doing a good job at the moment.
Yeah, special feeling competing against competitors on home turf. It can be overwhelming at times, but if you embrace it and use that energy, it can really be an asset for you. And it seems to have, you know, taken Amelie to a new level in the back half of this heat, finding that little gem. It's one thing finding the wave, but actually performing on it under a pressure situation, that's something else.
All right, 1 minute and 25 seconds to go. Mirai and Sarah are just scanning this lineup. They're looking for any opportunity. They're making a charge towards an incoming set here. And Mirai's got the priority. She's going to swing. This will likely be her last shot at it.
Oh, no.
She wanted to push hard. She knows she needs a decent number. A 6.65, and that's not going to do it. And Sarah Lasiaga will now assume priority. And we'll see if she gets a shot here in the last 45 seconds.
Yeah, it's coming down to the wire here. Under a minute to go. Mirai took off on that wave, just pushed too hard, got caught on her heels. Sarah with priority, has an opportunity, needs a big score, a 6.85. We'll see her progress, and you can see Amelie just hunting down Mirai at the moment.
Yeah, smart. Smart tactically from Amelie Burke here, who is going to block, holding priority over Mirai. She takes this left, and she knows that she doesn't even really need to do too much because time is winding on down. Just 5 seconds remaining. And Sarah Lasiaga, she didn't get her opportunity with priority to try and turn the heat. And the local, Amelie Burke's going to hang on to second position. And Sarah Baum.
Well, that's a dream result for Merriweather coming out of this heat, getting Sarah Baum through and Amelie Burke. They move through to the next round.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Sarah, one of the veterans on the Challenger Series, has done extremely well there, showing a great style and flow, laying down a couple of big individual turns to get herself the victory. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the last heat of the round of 48 in just a moment.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Cardiff GWM, official auto dealership of Newcastle SURFEST, and by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show. We are getting set for the last heat of the round of 48, but you're seeing Sarah Baum, who was successful in claiming victory in that last clash, and Amelie Burke in front of the hometown crowd celebrating a second place finish and a progression through to the next round. Beautiful day here at Merriweather, day 2 of the event window, Tuesday, March 10th. Heat 8 now hitting the lineup. from Brazil, we've got Sofia Medina out there. Super talent, been spending some time out here in the lead up to this event, traveling up and down the East Coast. Reed Van Wagner from San Clemente, California, out there in the blue. Oceana Rogers, another surfer from Newcastle, she'll be out there in the white. And Lucy Dara, who's the #1 surfer on the Australasia Oceania regional QS ranks at the moment. She's out there in the green, and during the break, Sophia got started.
Oh, how's that flare on that final manoeuvre? Really well composed wave. Sophia Medina, sister of Gabrielle Medina, and this is Lucy Dara on her backhand. Just weaving, slicing all the way through to the inside. Redirects, gets the little bonus section on the inside. Hammer time. The closeout shore break. So she gets a good opener too. And here we go. This is live action with Sophia. Just a bit of a fat wave, so she opts to pull out. So this heat starting off strong. Sophia dropping, 5-point ride. Expecting an okay number for Lucy as well. And there's Charles, always on hand. He's been such a a pillar of support for Gabrielle through his early years, and then obviously shifting his energy a little more towards Sophia now. And Sophia did a good season in Hawaii. Caught up with her over there. She was putting in a lot of time in the water. She's been traveling pretty busy since then. I think she went to Indo for a while, then came here to Oz. Really a student of the world at the moment.
Yeah, sitting 19th on the rankings on the Challenger Series at the moment, and one of those surfers with the mathematical shot, and that might be all she needs. She'll have the belief for sure. Super competitive. It's been a tough year for her on the Challenger Series. She's had a string of 9th place finishes, which is pretty impressive, through Bolito, the US Open and Ericira, but hasn't broken into those quarterfinals, which, obviously sets you up pretty nicely for a big finish. So a big goal for her would obviously be to elevate her position, and if not, somehow break through for a victory and get qualification just to ensure a place on the Challenger Series for next year. Here she goes again, finding some space in this lineup. Nice hit, looking to back up the 5 early, just gets a little stuck on the rail there, working her way through that carve. Charlie watching on intently.
Well, slams the lip on that first one, and then just catches a little hillside edge on the cutback. Not quite enough speed to carry that more kind of open carve through this soupy little section here. But Charles actually, you could see him signalling up towards north. She went up there, and so she got the positioning right to take that wave.
Well, looking for a highlight for herself here at Merriweather. Her brother had an amazing run in the Championship Tour event here back in 2021, Rich. That one big frontside air, I'll never forget it. It was one of the biggest airs I've ever seen. Just the distance that he covered, Gabriel covered in the sky, was remarkable. Finaled in that contest.
Yeah, Gabs was well and truly in beast mode.
Yeah, went on to claim the world title that year too.
Yeah, through that Aussie leg in particular.
Wow, here we go. Sophia up again. So she's finding rides out there. She's reading this lineup beautifully. And I think, that's obviously her innate knowledge of the lineup, but I'm sure Charlie's been down here watching really closely where there might be just a pattern, be some more waves breaking. Just over 22.5 minutes to go here. It is Sophia Medina out in front at this stage, and we've got a rider up at the moment, and it looks like Reed Van Wagner, as she looks to make that connection through to the inside. Just maintains her speed pretty nicely through that flat water, but doesn't link it through to the inside. Let's throw it down to Vaughan Blakey.
Thank you, Ronnie. Yep, Sarah Baum. Wow, I mean, a proud South African, but also you are a hometown girl. You've been here for a long, long time. The cheers on the beach were plenty of evidence that you have so much support. And I don't know what was going on out there. Did those waves yell at your dog or something? Because you just went at them that hard. Couple of big backside clobbers, looking really good here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, definitely a proud South African, but also pretty proud Nova Castria now. Newcastle's really just taken me under their wing and shown me so much support, so huge thank you to everyone in the town and within Australia as well. Yeah, it was super fun out there. I really just wanted to go out there and just showcase my surfing. My boards have been feeling unreal at the moment, and just literally body, mind, and you know, everything just feels so good. And yeah, I really just want to just go out there and just hammer.
You did just that. How good does it feel to, you know, get here at SURFEST and get a performance like that under your belt first round?
Yeah, honestly, I can't remember the last time I've been up here on the glass. Like, it's been well over 12 months. Yeah, it's been a really rocky road for me, and yeah, I'm just so stoked to, you know, get a good result now and just hopefully, you know, reset and go again tomorrow, and literally just take it one day at a time, one wave at a time. And really looking forward to the year ahead. You know, as I said, I'm feeling really good, just really confident and, you know, trusting myself, and yeah.
You look fierce out there. A big heat for actually the home crowd because Emily getting through as well. Yeah, what does it mean to surf in Newcastle?
Yeah, so good. I spoke to Emily a couple of days before the event when she was doing the trials, and like she was kind of bummed that she didn't get in the event, and stoked that she got through the trials. And then I was like, oh no, we're coming up against each other, and I saw her get that 7, and I was like, oh come on, this has got to be a good score. And so stoked that she got through, and yeah, just really stoked to represent Newcastle, obviously representing South Africa as well. Yeah, hopefully we can all do well and carry it on.
Well, congratulations, absolutely love you seeing just tee off on those rude waves yelling at your dog. I can't cop it.
Let's go.
Yeah, Sarah looking real strong there.
Sometimes it's just that one little win that you need to turn things around, and this is what happened in the break. Quick wave there for Lucy Dara, but there's one wave in particular which I'm sure we'll get to. Again, Lucy coming around this section here. Nice snap on the backhand, quick in and out. Maybe a big wrap cutty, but check this out. Oceana Rogers got this big wave standing up in front of you, hammers that section, completely jamming it through the lip. One turn, 6.83, rockets her into second position behind Sophia Medina, but she's got a 1.8 lead when you look at Sophia's highest wave, so she's looking really good here if she can find a backup wave. Hometown at Shell Cove. So Oceana Rogers, she's been a name that we're seeing more and more on the domestic circuit of late. This is Reed Van Wagener on her backhand. Little step off there. But that will be her best ride. Still yet to eclipse the 2-point mark at this stage of the heat. As we look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay, comes around this section, clicks with the lip, gets a little tail drift. That tail release, ever important. It's a little foam climb there. We'll call that a completion. But off the strength of that opening manoeuvre, we should see a 3 or a 4 perhaps drop in. Here we go, Sophia Medina.
Yeah, loads up, nice. Swings the tail round, high impact hit there. You can tell she liked the feel of it. Behind her, Oceana Rogers looking to back up that 6.83. A really dynamic closeout hit, and Oceana now linking together this one. She's going to kick out, but that's going to add to the tally. Here's the replay of Medina's last ride.
Yeah, see how Sophia went up and over the back of the lip there. We call that tail release when that tail disconnects from the back of the wave. Another nice turn here for Oceana on the backhand this time. Clean snap comes through. Another little third weave. So that is going to rocket her straight into the #1 position here. Only needed a 1-point ride to take the lead. Feels like another mid-range score for me. So she's going to be on a healthy heat total already. She'll take control. Always good to be in that power position out in front.
Yeah, Oceana, she's had a great amateur career. Was a junior surfing champion back in 2024. Had a number of junior series wins. Strong finishes in qualifying events. on the regional queue, and yeah, she's looking good at the moment, has a score on the way. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll give you an update of the situation right after this. We are setting up that second round for the women into the last heat of the round of 48 at the moment. Oceana Rogers has been strong. One big turn, got her a 6.83. She's backed it up with a 5.23. Sophia Medina out there with priority at the moment. She's been the busiest surfer in the lineup. She's holding on to that second spot. It just looks like she's primed to drop a big number here at some point. Surfing's looking pretty sharp at this stage, just hasn't found the room to move. During the replay, we did see Lucy Durra, who's been strong on the regional qualifying series of late, tap into this one. This is the Bioglan replay.
Yeah, that was a beautiful opening carve. She milks this one all the way through to the inside, gets that final little hit on the inside section, so that's going to drop in as possibly her best number. And this is Reed streaking down the line on the forehand, a beautiful open face carve. And you can see as this tide starts to fill in the bank, there's opportunities to connect through to the shore break, the inside section there. And that's extra points that you can add. Some numbers starting to drop in on our screen for Lucy. It will be her best scoring ride. This is going to put her in reach.
Yeah, she'll have a shot of that top two. 4.73 for Lucy, and in third spot now looking for a 4.98. Here goes Reed. Plenty of speed as she comes through to the inside, hits the section, likes the feel of it. She was after a 5.7 to climb up in the second spot. Not sure it'll go there, but might be her best number. There's Oceana. She kicks out of this one.
Let's have a look at the Bioglan replay here. Reed on the forehand. Bang, slams that oncoming section. Gets a little layback kind of regain. Gets her composure back.
Yet another one of those talents out of San Clemente.
Yeah.
Just amazing. Such a hotbed at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, there's obviously pretty special wave in that zone.
Just love that.
Whoa.
Oh, throws the 360. There wasn't much left on that wave, so I don't think she lost anything there, but You can tell by the way she lays her board over off the bottom that, you know, she's ready to unleash. She just needs a steep section to truly tap into.
Yeah, anytime where you're always cutting back into that whitewash, into that energy source, and you're not surfing down the line to a section, the judges tend to stay fairly composed with how they react score-wise. Charlie, keeping a close eye on everything. He'd be watching the scores. He'd have the app open. Be acutely aware that Sophia is not safe in second position right now. Reed only needing a 5.03. Lucy only needing a 4.98. Just over 11 on the clock. So this heat, far from over.
So just to reiterate what's coming your way this afternoon, we are moving in to the men's round of 64. That's coming up right after this heat. So we'll see those seated surfers, those chasing the championship tour. They'll be out there. And with some nice looking little ramps, some oncoming sections out there, I think we can expect some big moves, some airs laid down. Lucy Durra, she just put a 4.4. More of 4.98 is what she's after to get into the top two. Sammy Pupo on screen.
Working with Matt Myers today.
Yeah, he's in that first heat, and have a look at that lineup. Bronson Matey, Shohei Kato, and Dakota Walters. I mean, this could turn into an air show. It is unbelievable. They're, you know, are a few of the best in the business heading out for this next heat. And there isn't a lot of waves out there that are offering up multiple sections. So I think they're going to be looking for those big oncoming closeout ramps.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt, this is going to be an air show, so strap yourselves in. The men are going to hit the water. Sammy Pupo has been really one of the standouts on the Challenger Series the last few years. Had some incredible moments on the Championship Tour as well.
I think, you know, just looking back on the to these events. Really kind of looks a level above when he's on. Sophia, a little pump of the fist there. She's trying to build on her heat score total, just up the requirement for Lucy Durra and Reed Van Wagener. She's trying to improve on a 4.7. Charlie looks a little nervous there on the inside.
Well, let's have a look at the Bioglan replay here. Clean snap to start off. The second one had a bit more flair and punch to it. So that was like a bit of a jab and an uppercut combination there from Sophia. And I think she probably will get rid of that 4.7.
Tell you what I'm excited about, Rich.
Go.
In addition to moving into this afternoon's action, is seeing Gabriel Medina back on the CT and pushing for a fourth world title in 2026. Really missed his presence on the CT, just such a dominant force, always pushing his peers. And it was a reason why Sophia Medina was pumping her fist at the end of that last ride. She knew she was onto something, a 6.73, and that is just really up the requirement now for her opponents back in third and fourth. Lucy Durra after a 7. Reed Van Wagener, who's got priority, she's after a 7.06. So Sophia, the busiest surfer in the lineup, chasing down those opportunities. She would love just to put a little extra into that ride and get herself up into first, just for a little extra protection heading into the final stages here.
Yeah, exactly. You never really feel comfortable, you know, unless you've got your opponents in combination or you need them needing. You know, we the excellent mark at the moment. That's Bronson Maedy on screen, preparing for the next heat. Often most competitors, I would say, lean into a music as a psych up, as a final kind of zone in before the heat. They get pumped up. Choice of song, always interesting.
What was your go-to, Rich, back in the day?
I was...
You strike me as a bit of an Elvis man.
No, well, yeah, Elvis on occasion.
He was at the top of the pops, wasn't he, when you were...
Steady on. No, mate, Grinspoon was...
Really?
Yeah, Foo Fighters, Grinspoon.
Grinners.
The Grinners, mate.
Dead Cat.
Yeah, among others. Ready one.
6.5 minutes to go. A lot to look forward to this afternoon, and we're already starting to think about where we're going to eat dinner, Rich. The food in Newcastle is unbelievable. Down here at the event side, it's been fantastic. But plenty of great restaurants. We went Japanese last night, down there on the harbour.
Oh, it was delightful.
It was lovely, mate. But, yeah, good options.
All right, this is feeling better for Oceana and Sophia because Lucy needs a 7-point ride to advance. Reed needs a 7.06, and she's going to have a crack at it now. And that is not going to be it. So that wave never had 7 points in it. So wave choice, big question mark. And here goes Lucy. A little stumble off the first manoeuvre.
Yeah, both those competitors, I think, quickly realised just after... You know, the opening section sort of failing to eventuate into anything substantial. They went, you know what, this isn't it. I'm wasting my time trying to milk it through to the inside. There's a couple of ways to get it done here. Multiple turns, you know, you need 2 steep sections to put together a combo that's going to get you up into that very good range, into the 7s, or you need a set wave with a high impact oncoming section to truly lay into.
Yeah, so Charles just giving Sophia a bit of a just hold your priority.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a smart call too, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, it's better to play a little defense and just and really squeeze out the final moments in this heat. She does have first priority here, so she can control the lineup and she can cover her opponents here. GWM recap, and this is Sophia Medina bringing all the way through to the inside. Nice and composed from the opening wave, showing that little bit of extra flair to finish off. This is Oceana Rogers. Bang, this was a beautiful, aggressive turn. That was one of her high-scoring rides, and she backed it up with a nice right-hander here on the backhand. Quick tap off that opening section. A more elongated carve for the second, and then just some nice rail work on the inside for the third.
Good style,
yeah,
Oceana.
great style. Yeah, very, very clean. This is Reed Van Wagener. Another clean hit there, but you can see just a little off on the landing there. And Sophia built all the way through. So her first ride and her last ride have been her 2 scoring numbers in this heat. She finds herself solidly in second place.
Yeah, just playing defence now, trying to hold off Lucy Durra, who's in striking distance, but you know, we haven't seen anyone get into the 7-point range, so both Lucy and Reed are chasing the biggest numbers of this heat to turn around their fortunes here. Just over 3 minutes to go, and you can see who Sophia's worried about.
Yeah, absolutely. Just sticking there next to Lucy Durra, just shadowing her.
In that situation, Rich, too,
Yep.
I mean, you can only really cover one person, right? So you've got a decision to make.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, Sophia's, you know, looking at Lucy, who's in third place. She needs the lesser of the scores to advance. She only needs the 7 versus Reed needing the 7.06. So, yeah.
Is it more a case of covering the person who's got second priority, and because there's not really much in the scores?
Not really. No, it's just keeping her honest with priority there and making sure she covers her. If that 7-point ride comes through, Sophia will take it off her.
Do you think it's got a little bit to do too with, as a competitor in that situation, are you just trying to identify who you think the most threatening surfer is?
Yeah, for sure. You're kind of sizing up your competitors.
Here we go, Sophia Medina. She did have the priority. She's trying to improve on a 5. It's a great start. This wave might roll through to the shore break for her. She's got the momentum. but there is a bit of a lump there in front of her. She can't get to the shore break. 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, so was that wave a 7? Possibly not, you know, but from the takeoff, she was like, oh, you know, maybe it is. Maybe it'll rifle down the line and it'll give, you know, Lucy the opportunity. But she wasn't going to take any chances, so she took the wave off her. She's not going to better a score here. So a slight little opening of the door for Lucy, but it looks like she took off as well. Oh, and it's a bad decision, unfortunately, for Lucy. It was a closeout wave. So Oceana, she goes up into first priority.
Here we go. Oh,
whoa,
Reed.
hang on.
Having a run at it. It was a dynamic turn, but she lost her footing coming out of that move. Just on 1 minute remaining now. And I don't think those last scores are going to factor in. Oceana Rogers is holding down that #1 spot still. Gets a little bit of pop out of the lip there. She's sitting pretty, 6.83, 5.23. Sophia Medina chasing a 5.34 to get up into first. But it's Lucy Durra, Reed Van Wagner, they've got the work to do. Not a whole lot of, it doesn't look like a whole lot approaching, Rich.
No, it looks like the Ocean's gone a little bit sleepy for these final 30 seconds. Still some cat and mouse happening in the lineup here. And it's Lucy Durra. She's back in the box seat. If she can find some sort of a wave here, maybe a little lump, but you know, 7 points. It'll be the highest scoring wave of the heat.
And through this round of 48 for the women, the 7-point rides have been very difficult to come by. You know, so important to kind of get yourself up into that 5-point range, even into the 6s. It kind of has seemed to unsettle those surfers chasing scores. Oceana Rogers was a strong performance, 6.83, 5.23, healthy heat score total. Sophia Medina, she was smart with her priority and guarded that second position pretty well to earn her place in the next round. We're going to take a quick break. We're just about to get into the round of 64 for the men, and we're going to bring in the dynamic duo, Jessie Starling, Felicity Parmentier, to take you through the action.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST, and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
Yes, welcome back
to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. And that round of the women's is done. And we're going to head into round number 2 of the men's. And Jess Starling, Felicity Palmatier, this is huge because you can't actually qualify today, but you can certainly miss out on qualification by not getting through these
Heartbreak can definitely had today, and especially when we come into this main round of the men's right now. We're looking at even a guy who is in the red jersey, and the storyline really lies with him in this heat. He could potentially get himself back on tour in the next 48 hours or so. He doesn't have a massive job to do here. Sammy Pupo in the red, Bronson Mady in the blue, Shohei Kato in the white, Dakota Walters in the green. Shohei out of Japan kicking us off, had a really brave experience over at Pipeline. It was big, hard pipe. And Shohei went all the way through to, I believe, the round before the quarters, maybe even the quarterfinals, and he was just looking fearless out there.
Yeah, the Japanese push at Pipeline has been on for a long, long time, since the Wakita Bowl sort of came into effect. And we've just seen, waves of the winner contenders from these guys. But right now, it is about as far from Pipeline as you can get as Shohei starts to bash this junkie Merriweather lineup. What a heat we have on our hands. This is so crazy that Sammy Pupo's drawn just so much firepower. And here's Dakota Walters on the inside, and he has a fall, a rare fall. He's been so lethal. We were talking yesterday about just how mature Dakota's looking this year. I think when he first got on tour, he was such a live wire. It was kind of hard to get a read on how he even felt about competing at this level, but he looks so at home now.
Yeah, Bronson, he's got a couple of waves. Sorry, Sammy has got a couple of waves under his belt here. He is just lightning fast. He's so reliable, Flick. I feel like the tour, it's his place that he should get back to.
Oh, for sure. As we have a look here at this wave, a replay, Bronson just going through the roof there, sets the fins free. It really is his brand of surfing, right? He feels really comfortable when those fins are free and loose and above the lip, and yeah, he's looking connected.
There's almost no such thing as a standard turn with this guy. And I remember talking, let's stick with Shohei in these replays. So Shohei's wave, it didn't give him a whole lot to work with. A couple of little cut downs and cut backs. You can't imagine it staying, in his top 2 at all. But yeah, I remember talking to 2012 world champ Joel Parkinson, who went on a trip with Bronson, and he was just like, I've never seen anything like this. And I remember him saying something about Gabe Medina way back in the day. So, that is big props from the great man.
Yeah, Shohei as well, looking to try and get a little bit of action going in this. Dakota unfortunately missed out on competing in this event earlier in the season. Right before the season start, I'm talking like a week, 2 weeks out, syndesmosis. He did it in his other ankle. So 12 months prior, did it in his right ankle. Then just before this event started, did it in his left.
Oh, that's a super common injury for surfers, right? I mean, those ankles take so much weight. I mean, the knees, the ankles, they're the things that really suffer the biggest injuries. But it's so good to see him back. He put on such a good performance yesterday. I mean, we rocked up yesterday morning and it was rainy, it was wobbly everywhere, but he, I think, was one of those first heats in the water and managed to find the cleanest faced waves with nice smooth rail work and really took it to the more veteran surfers.
Yeah, Codes. He's got a really cool friend group down here as well. Oscar Berry, Joel Vaughan, 2 of his closest mates, come down to watch this heat and look at the journey that these guys are going to go on over the next week. Oscar Berry, obviously, really close to that contention. And usually, these guys, they do their best work when they're all together. And the dream would be to have all 3 of them on the tour one day.
Definitely. Yeah, there's so much energy around the Australian push on the Challenger Series this year. It's coming into this event, it's the strongest we've ever seen it in the men's side of the draw. It is a lot of talent, a lot of humble sort of. They're not really the chest-beating crew. They haven't had a lot of plaudits, but they're all sort of around the same place at the same time and ready to do it, not just for themselves but for each other. There's a lot of pride in Australia, sort of, I guess, claiming at least a big chunk of this Challenger Series qualification.
Absolutely, and I feel like, it's kind of been the story of the last couple of days here. Sammy Pupo looking to break this Aussie's run, and that is a way to do it. Really lofty tail high air reverse here for Sammy Pupo. And Flick and I were just talking about, obviously, Vorno, he's just the fastest surfer. He is lightning when he's on his feet.
Hey, shot fired here. Like, you look at this heat and you go, okay, where are the airs going to come from? And it's Sammy Pupo who has a lot to surf for here. He throws the big tail blow, air rev. This will be a spectacular angle as well. He's got that turn on lock. He's such a sensational surfer, has won Challenger Series events, of course. He's qualified for the CT. He finds himself here with work to do. And I think, you know, when he looked at the draw, yeah, look, you don't want to pay too much attention to what the other crew might get up to, but he would have just seen these names and gone, okay, well, if it's going to be an air show, I may as well strike first.
Yeah, may as well do it. Shohei's got a really solid air game himself. Let's see what he can get done here. Really rips through the shoulders on this first carve. Getting some speed on the inside. Tucks the tail on the lip line there for Shohei Kato. So these guys know what the game is going to be played in this, and it feels like every single one of them, at least 3 or 4 times in this heat, we're going to see those fins go above the lip, and it has to be because Dakota Walters, he competes at stab high every single year. He's probably known for his airs, but Shohei showing us that he can get his fins up above that lip line as well.
Oh, totally. This is a stacked heat, right? I mean, it's the heat one of the round of 64, and you can just see that level, the ante has been raised from that round one. You cannot go home. You don't want to leave a stone unturned here. You want to dot all the I's, you want to cross all the T's. And you can just really see it. That bar's been raised. All these guys know what it's going to take to get through this heat. Sammy Pupo, obviously, you know, I think he's sitting 4th on the Challenger Series ratings. He hasn't been confirmed yet, his spot on the tour. So this is meaningful for him. There's a lot on the line in this heat.
As good as the surfing was yesterday, there was just a little moment by Julian Wilson. He ripped into this frontside hack, and it was just a cut above. He actually didn't even make it. That's how much energy he threw into it. But it was a bit of a gloves off moment for the rest of the field. Like, it's, okay, well, if you're going to come up against big dogs, get ready to lift your game. And I feel like this heat is going to be the starting gun of that next level surfing.
We see a lot of those wildcards, you know, obviously they were incredible in that opening round, but it's one thing to be incredible there. It's another thing to match up to these guys, because that's the level, you know, and then you have to lift again when you're on that championship tour. And we're really looking forward to seeing kind of how these wildcards play out. Someone who's not a wild card, she's been on the tour the entire year long. Oceana Rogers getting a really convincing heat win in that last heat. She's on the glass with Kaipo.
Thank you, Jess. Yeah, that's right. Oceana, just right out the gates, 6.83. How valuable is it for you to start off a heat with a great score like that?
I think it definitely relaxes the nerves. I mean, I went into that heat kind of more excited than nervous, but and then after I got that and heard the score, I was like, okay, well, I can just go surf now and hope to get another one.
Your goals for this comp?
To get through the next round again, I'm just taking it heat by heat. I'm just happy to have made it through that heat. And yeah, I mean, the final would be awesome to do, but yeah, just see how far I can get. I'm just happy to be here.
That's great. So men's rounds in the water. You got the rest of the day off. What do you do here in beautiful Newcastle now?
I love Newcastle. I love like the whole mountains and everything around. I'll probably just go for another surf with my dad. Maybe go for a little shop in town somewhere, get some lunch, and then just hang out with my friends.
Sounds like a perfect afternoon. Jess?
Thanks, Kaipo. Great vintage shopping in Newcastle, by the way. Might have to get on that on a lay day. There is so much to do in this really awesome part of the world that we're in, and we're so stoked to be back for another year. Live action here, though. Bronson Mady trying to get some speed. Throws the tail round. Unfortunately, doesn't get it. The thing I love about Bronson surfing, you never know what you're going to get. Same with Codes here. Hits this first section. No more open face after it. But there's something about Bronson and Dakota, their style of surfing, where you never know what a wave's going to look like when they're on their feet.
Is there a danger here for these guys looking at each other and knowing what they're capable of just hunting out the ramps?
Oh.
You know, like we saw both surfers there really loading up. It was a nice up and over. Meanwhile, Sheaho's just sort of surfing what's in front of him. We saw that with that punchy little reel on the inside as Sammy Poops takes to the air again.
Oh, just can't hold on there for Sammy, but I love the fact that he's trying to get on the level of Bronson and Dakota here, because we know it's coming. We've got 18 minutes to go in this one. Shohei surfing a really smart heat. Sammy Pupo looking to hold on to second. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break. Newcastle, always providing the goods when we're here. And just when I thought my life couldn't get any better, I've just hit an all-time high. We've just had Sally Fitzgibbons come and join us into the booth. I'm Jessie Starling. This is Vaughan Blakey.
It's Sally Fitzgibbons!
Team, oh my gosh. No,
Not
I've
worthy.
been doing this all
Not worthy.
weekend. Just all the energy from up there at Burleigh. I couldn't stay away.
Oh, stop it. The ABB, it's crazy. We got to get you in one year.
Oh, I'm actually clubless, so.
Oh, don't even. Someone would just chuck you in a heartbeat.
Wary Beach. You said you surfed a couple of heats with Wary. Come on.
When I was 10.
No,
So
that'll do.
maybe.
What about Southbridge Shell Harbour?
They did so well, and that's why I was going to come in earlier, but I had 2 horses in the last race. I had Oceana and Loose. So I was, back in the South Coast Gals.
Sal,
Stop it.
Congratulations. We'll get to that in a moment because we've got a barn-burning heat in the water right now. And this is Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, Sammy looking so sharp with a big drift on the backhand there. Sammy Pupo, so reliable. Little claim at the end of it too. He's feeling it codes, loads up here for a full rotation. So Dakota Walters, it was coming and it's here. Right now though, Bronson Matey looking to do his best effort. He's gearing up for something big too. And it didn't happen. All good, no worries. We'll forgive you, Bronson. Shohei here as well. Coming through this inside track, boosts and does his best effort as it, but their feet, unfortunately, just coming undone there. But Vorno, pick up where you were going.
Well, first of all, just congrats to Sally Fitzgibbons, back on tour for another year. You know, it all started here in Newcastle, and it was the story of the event. You know, like as we look at these replays, we'll come back to it, Sal, because it's just, you know.
No, the action
Talking
is
to
more
you about
important. Here we go.
Bet your career just makes me want to cry, but here we go. Big backside snap there from the Bioglan replay, Sammy Pupo. So that was his first effort. Meanwhile, Dakota lines it up. Big extender Rowat into the flats. And that's some beautiful surfing there. But yeah, you run through this event at the start of last year. I mean, it set you up beautifully, but, you know, we could see how much it meant to you surfing at in your home country with all the support that you get. Every post-heat interview was dead set like watching The Notebook. That's the best way I can describe it. You just had me going to water every single time. What does it mean for you to be back at the top level, especially in light of the fact that 2 of your favourite sparring partners of all time, Carissa and Steph, will be there as well?
It's a wild, lead up there, Vorno, of like, I was just like, everything was, the Rolodex was just going backwards, and I was like, this time last year, your tank is just completely flat. You know, in your car and your petrol tank's just like redlining, just like nothing left.
I know it well. I know it very, very well.
You've just poured your heart and soul into trying to make that cut line, and it just fully just like haymakers you in the face and the heart again, and you just show up here 2 days later and you're like, even sitting in your hotel room, you're just like, I don't know how I can possibly surf a heat right now in this state. And then you walk out and you just feel the warmth of the crowd, and you just start stacking these like little glimmers, like from your free surf to just like talking to whether it's the barista or the clubby or the person driving the ski, and it just starts like building this glow of like, okay, I think it's possible to paddle out. And then you just see the Groms come up and they high five you, and just like doing that all through the week, and then to make it to the final. And I was just like, I was definitely just full tears, like just running down in front of that crowd. So that's, I guess that's 20 years plus of coming here.
That's amazing.
And knowing it's a second home. But so to come back here to the finish line, that was really important for me. And to see the team and Wazza and those, they support you when you leave SurfFest. It's those little texts right before a heat in Brazil, and you just get the little fist bump emoji, and you're just like, all right, like they're still with you all the way through that campaign. And so I just really wanted to come back here to wrap my arms around them and just thank everyone from Newcastle.
Oh, mate, you're such a fan favourite. Like when you run down the beach, your performance at Burleigh on the back of a great showing here as well, as we see Bronson start to unleash.
Yeah, 2024 World Junior Champ, 2 turns. Is going to kick off the campaign here for Bronson in a better looking way at a 4.17 to his name. Feels like it's going to start to have, I believe that was Dougie Silver down on the beach here, but the Stone and Wood slow-mo just putting an exclamation mark on these turns here south.
I actually circled this heat on paper. Like, for me, it's all about just being inspired by surfing. I love surfing, and I love being baffled by watching surfing and what this generation is bringing. So these surfers in the water right now, I actually think someone like Bronson, you can see there in his score line, like he's obviously gone for risk and it hasn't really paid off at this point of the heat. And that was just like moving day right there. He just, in the golf, he really needed to score, and you could see him sort of shift gears there and say, okay, now's the time to really bang something.
Yeah, and working with Dougie Silver, this is a change right now for Bronson. Codes, Dakota Walters, going to have a look at this one. Beautiful bottom turn. Swoops to kick off. This is that magic board he had for the run at the ABB. That's a great looking second turn into a throw tail reverse on this end section with the completion here for Dakota Walters. Whatever the board lap put in that board, let's keep putting it in it. This board looks incredible here, Vorno.
It does. There's a few little wobbly moments, so I don't think he really got to unwind on that turn as much as he wanted to. This was a really nice click, so beautiful spray off the bottom there. He'll get the completion. It's a little bit ugly, to tell you the truth, but dropping a 2.5, like every point matters here for Dakota. He's got to put space between himself, Shohei, and Bronson because, you know, Bronson can just paddle out, catch a little scrappy insider, bank an excellent ride, and do it again halfway back out. You know, he doesn't need a whole lot of quality in the wave face, Bronson, to get a big score.
Sammy would hear that Codes is hot on his tail. He's going to give his best effort on the reverse on that little end section there. The conditions really starting to clean up now. Give our competitors a little bit more to work with here. Bronson going to use priority, rolls into this one, goes to the air, lands so far up the nose there on an air reverse. Really technical high. Love the fact that he always pushes his tail even higher through the air there for Bronson. And it looks like Shohei is going to have a paddle at this one as well. We'll catch up with this, Sal. Bronson, he's so reliable for this.
For me, like ones like that, it's something that it's my full passion project the last 15 years, is just to develop punts. And for me, they're the funnest feeling ones when your feet are right up on the nose and you just kind of get that little spin around and you kind of cheat a 5 and out. And just the extension you feel in the air, like you feel like you're in this really strong frame. For me, I think every time like you see a lot of incompletes, how good is that? Full showtime. Love it.
Mate, one of the secrets to your longevity, Sal, is actually adaptability. You know, you've moved with the times. We've got this generation coming through at the moment. They're so lethal. They've got every trick in the book. But, you know, as we saw at Burleigh, you've got the classic rail game. You've got all the foundation surfing strengths. But you've also got that need to keep learning and to keep adapting to hang with them.
But it's just the beauty of competitive surfing, Borno. Like, that's why I keep showing up. It doesn't matter if a competitor you surf against can do triple backflips, and it'll probably happen soon. But you go out and have the belief in your tools, and it's the application of those tools in 30 minutes. So that really levels your head when it comes to, like they're mind-blowing surfers, and I want to be around people that are better surfers than me. And I think when you come to that realisation, it really frees you up. Like, it's this like race, to be world champion, but if you're fortunate enough to have a longevity in the sport, you want better surfers than you around you. Oh, here we go, Sammy.
Yeah, using priority up on this one.
Oh my God.
Hucks it to the flats. Unfortunately, no completion there for Sammy. Sal, I'd love to know, obviously, this year the season is actually looking different. We'll get back to it in a second here. This looked like it might have hurt a little bit, Vorno.
I do not like that. I do not like those landings in the flats. It's one thing to stomp it evenly and sort of get the quick push out, but it's another thing when you just all that weight's going onto one leg, one joint.
But especially, I guess, like, what I love about these guys, you know, when you used to say, like, see Andy and stuff surf Hawaii, and they're like, he knows how to, like, fall and get out of scary situations the best. It's like you do so many attempts that even stuff that looks like a bit yucky, like that looked pretty yucky. And then, but like you kind of, these guys know how to fall well. And so I feel like he kind of committed and just knew when to pull the ripcord. And when I circle back, when we look at Bronson's score that just dropped in, the 5.73, I feel like the stabiliser came from his foundational surfing, which I think, from what I can gather and what the team's working on, I think that's the piece that they're really focusing on and would be proud of, as we see Shohei.
Yeah, split peak here. Shohei swoops on this right-hander. We know there's an end section coming back towards him. There has been all day. Lovely air reverse there for Shohei Kato. So now he's adding a little bit of piece to the pie here for Shohei. It looked like Bronson may have gone left as well, but these are actual ping pong paddles. They made a show over there in Pipeline. Then they had someone else's face on the other side.
Warner, can you do this for my heat, please? I just need you. I need you down there for me.
I'm ready to go, Sal. I've got my face mask ready. I've got my flags. I'm going to be down there with the entire Swellian army.
That's amazing.
But this heat is really starting to go to another level because we're seeing Shohei now needing a 7.24. It's a nice end section air rev. The judges tend to like first section or big closeout section air rev, so it'll be interesting to see where they go with that. Meanwhile, Bronson goes for the full rotation. There's no way he's not making that.
It just doesn't fall.
The layback might, penalise him just a little bit, but, Bronson, at one stage during this heat, it was looking like everyone was just getting away from him. Sammy and Show had really strong starts, but he's just done exactly what we thought he would do. Get a couple of scores on the inside. Dakota Walters!
Make it.
That is amazing. A total whip.
Wow, we didn't... Well, I was going to say, we didn't see this heat going this way. Yes, we did. I mean, every single one of these guys has an incredible bag of repertoire. Sal, the Stonewood slow-mo here.
See, this is the ability to handle pressure. He's been doing it all weekend at ABB, and that 808 seared in my brain that he got with like a minute to go. And then this is his bread and butter. It's hard to say that this is probably easier than a bloody Rio for him, but that was just so silky, and that's what I mean. Like, to be in the booth watching this surfing, that makes me want to go surfing. I just want to rip this off the headset and just go try one. So I think that's when you get these guys. It meets the show time, like the Shohei. That's what we're here for, the show. And then, you meet these pressure moments. And even though he's like, he's not the most boisterous in personality when it comes to surfing, he does it in the water, and he cares about it. He wouldn't have driven 7 hours down the coast.
Huge pressure here, Sal, on Sam Pupo. Like, Dakota Walters has just hit the biggest move of the day, maybe the event, and he's done it on the most critical section. We've seen some fantastic airs in this heat, but that one was, a cut above.
Yeah, it definitely was. And you know what? We're seeing scores lock in now for Shohei. That last one, a 6.03. So he's put himself back in contention, but he's still in fourth. Needs a 6.05 here. We're expecting a big score to drop for Dakota. Obviously, Bronson with that backside full rotation as well has to lock in too. But the thing that I'm really drawn to here, it's trouble right now for Sammy Pupo. He needs to make this heat to solidify qualification. He's not locked in yet, so he's got to do this. GWM recap though, this is how it all started off, Vorno. It was all going the way of Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, he pulled the trigger first. We had a sense that this was going to be a big air heat, huge air show, and he did it. He got things started, backed it up with a nice backside re-entry, blows the tail there, and that just fired everyone up, Sal.
Oh, and as I said, this was the 7, the stabiliser for Bronson. And then I feel like when you make something, then your next score comes, and he got that 5.73 after. And then this is Dakota going to work.
Yeah, coach backup score, the 5.4 for this one. Judges liked it. They gave it a mid-range number, and then Bronson just doing what Bronson does best here.
Yeah, there's almost zero effort in that turn. It looks honestly like he's just fluffed it into the air, and it just comes so easy for this kid. That one had a little more intent to it. But the judges still love both turns. And then this thing on the inside, Dakota Walters to the flats. And that's a huge off-axis tail blow for what should be a major score as Sammy Pupo tries to fight back.
Here we go. Big turn into a second one. Had fourth priority on that as well. So Dakota Walters, you could see him scratching to get into that wave with second priority there. Sammy getting it underneath. We still have a score to lock in for Dakota. Bronson's last. It didn't better. Dakota, though, comes in. It's a 7.07. Goes to the lead now. So now Bronson, matey, in trouble. There's 2 minutes to go. My head is absolutely spinning with how much action has gone on in this heat.
Sally, you have to let us know, what does this pressure feel like if you're Samuel Pupo right now?
I think he's loving it. He would relish in this because the destination right now, as you said, Dakota, taking this one as a bit of a block. I don't think he'll better anything there, but right now, like when you think of where Sammy's destination, he wants to be on tour, right? And there's, the reward of getting through this series and graduating from the Challenger is that you get another big bucket of hard. It just gets harder and more pressurized, and you get less attempts at things. As you see this, he just has that projection out, and just releases the grab right at the right time. And they just know where they are in the context of the make and the wave, and that was just such a moment for Dakota.
Yeah, they're so aware of what they're doing on the wave. Shohei coming so close to sticking his version of a big air reverse there. Just these guys, I love the fact that all 4 of these surfers are pushing each other to the limits here. Sal?
In this replay, you see where Dakota let go of his rail grab. I felt like Shohei held on that touch longer. Watch, ready? And you just get into a tricky situation. See, it just flutters your board, and then before you know it, you just lobster dive in, and it's just, not a good place to be.
Yeah, Shohei, he's going to need to dig a little deeper. 7.04 is what he's requiring. Sammy Pupo needs a 6.6 Vorno with 30 seconds to go here. This is scary.
It is so scary.
This is the stuff.
This is the stuff. This is
you
why we
play
love
the
it.
game.
Come on.
Oh my gosh. It's fun. Oh, this is the fun part. And yeah, this is where all the woosa breaths come in. Just whoosh.
Well, it's going to be scary for Sammy because, only one surfer has locked in their qualification. Let's stick here now with Bronson Matey. He's loading up.
Oh, that was
massive tail blow.
Yes, that was
wow,
amazing.
huge turn there for Bronson. Codes loading up here as well. Misses the grab, doesn't get the landing, so scores to lock in for Bronson Matey. He was looking for a 6.41 for the lead. Sammy Pupo, his future right now is completely out of his hands.
That's right. It's all about what everyone else does. Who's going to go deep into this draw? How many guys from down the rankings are going to leapfrog him? Will it be enough to stop him from qualifying? Well, it's out of his hands, as you say, Jess, and that's a scary place to be.
Yeah, Sal, this turn, it had something special in it.
I like this turn. Oh, I love here, just where, like I said, they just know where they are in that release point. And when those fins grip, that's just all the core strength. Mr. Bendy. And then this one, Dakota just didn't hit the click. They're the hardest one, but it's tabletop, a little bit of foam, even for the best in the biz. That looked hard.
Shout out to Taj Burrow. That little Bronson fin ditch just was taking me back. TB, glory era.
Dougie Silva, Bronson Matey. See if we can listen in. The boys on FaceTime absolutely loving what Bronson's doing. Sal, we'd love to have you stay in for another heat.
I'm staying, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. I love this.
I'm staying, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we've got a big look in heat number 2 coming up as well. Another big name who's looking for qualification, but it looks like Bronson Matey on the back of that last wave goes to the lead, so 7.53 to 7.33. Dakota Walters moving on through as well. Heartbreak right now for Sammy Pupo and Shohei Kato. We're going to go to a quick ad break. We're keeping Sally Fitz in the booth, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST, and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
The round of 64 has started and in a big way. We just had such an incredible showdown go down in heat number 1. The beautiful Newcastle is providing for us today. We got to chat through that heat with one of my favourite surfers of all time, Sally Fitzgibbons, joining Vaughan Blakey and myself, Jessie Starling, in the booth. Sal, you're sticking with us for another one, and you got to. So much energy in the water.
Oh, there's so much energy in here, Jess. How good is talking about surfing? It's so good doing surfing, talking about surfing, competing. Yeah, it just doesn't get any better.
Vorno, I mean, we knew that this round was going to be crazy, and it started off exactly how we thought it was going to.
There's just so much at stake, you know, that you cannot leave anything in the tank from this point forward. We just saw Samuel Pupo, you know, put himself in a really precarious position. Like, he's going strong. He's had a great Challenger Series, but now he could possibly get overtaken if the cards don't fall the right way. So, you know, you're going to see a lift in performance because everyone is starting to hit the desperation button. And here goes Hiroto, such a classy competitor, won a huge event in the US Open years and years ago, a famous speech. But I'd love to know, Sal, like, you're a 2-time winner here at Newcastle.
3-time.
3-time winner, sorry. You and Mick Fanning are on another level. What is this event? Like, how much does it mean to win here? Because it really is, I think Ronnie described it as a crystal ball event. Almost everyone who wins here goes on to surf on the championship tour.
Oh, well, as we tuck into this replay real quick, Jorgen maybe 2 hits on this thing.
Oh, wow.
His timing is just impeccable. It's like he's got a water gun out the back of his board. Like, even on the smallest wave.
Just firing the cannon.
100%. Like, I actually am like baffled with how much spray that guy throws. And we see someone paddling. I'll get back to you in a second.
Mickey Mana-Bray had a great buzzer beater yesterday. Needed to get a score right at the end. Got there and, little rushy pull-down claim at the end of that one there for Mickey Mana. He liked the feeling of it.
I'm claiming that's like, I was in the free surf with all the piranhas, and I was standing there on the shore when they clear everyone out, and you can tell they all just want that one more moment. And he got the turn to air rev huck, and you could feel like he's like, yeah, today's going to be my day.
Yeah, well, it almost wasn't his day because someone nearly backed over his board in the car park.
Oh, my gosh, this morning we were going, oh no,
Yeah.
oh no.
No. See?
But tell us about, you know, what those wins mean in the context of your career, Sal, here at New York.
I keep getting bloody
too much action. Here we go.
Here we go.
Ryan Huckabee.
Oh, wow. Massive second turn here for Ryan. Such a standout over in Pipeline, getting a 9th place finish over there. So we know he's not scared. If there's a big oncoming section, he's going to belt it just like he did here, Sal. That feeling of that turn must be
so agile for such a lanky lad. He, I loved that the first turn didn't deter him. Like, it didn't feel silky. Like, he kind of got a little ankle tap, and then, but it's like he just already compartmentalised that and goes, I got one more opportunity, and he just laid into that thing with all the confidence in the world. And I feel like if you get hung up on something not looking the prettiest, it can sometimes be the detriment of making big turns like that. So I think he could still turn in a score there, Jess.
Yeah, definitely. So, Sal.
Yeah.
What's it like to win?
What's this mean,
here?
eh?
Yeah.
It's a feeling, and that's what I come back to in surfing, is just like the beauty of it. As we see Jorgen, I love how much action there is. Days like this when you're competing, there's just so many opportunities and surprise packet. But it's in surfing, the best things I've come to terms with, as we see Minamana, or maybe end section here.
Yeah, 2 big turns here for Mickey Mana.
So he's just making everything at this stage, which feels really nice. I think the best things that come about become a feeling. And Newcastle, to me, I think it's iconic. Yeah, it has all these moments. As you watch this section, it gets pretty tricky here. You saw a few of the women. Oh, he navigated that well. A few of the lighter frames got a bit bucked off there this morning. So good to see him make that one. But yeah, I think Newcastle, it goes beyond that. And I think it's a culture and a lifestyle that the people are people first, and the warmth comes from the shore, and then when you get in the water it doesn't end. And I feel like their love of sport as well, and their appreciation for, I guess, just living your life values through a sport. And see, there's that ankle tapper. So I'm nearly through this thought, Jess, but yeah, so close. But yeah, it's a thing that becomes a feeling, and when you know it, you know it. And so every time you drive back here, they are so respectful that you appreciate what they have and what they do on a daily basis, and you loving the land that they love and the waves that they surf every day, and you're so happy to be here surfing with them. And SurfFest is just built on a lot of love, and that starts with Warren Smith.
It's
and
also
filters
built
through the team
on a lot of grit. And I feel like one of the reasons why you are particularly at home at Newey and why you've had so much success at this event is that grittiness, you know, like that never say die spirit, that willingness to just give it a crack when the chips are down. You just keep on fighting through it. It sums up Newey and it sums up the South Coast region where you're from as well.
100%, Vorno. And we often feel like they're definitely like Sydney's our divider, and then like as the major city, and then that culture kind of bleeds on both sides of the city. So to come up here and just be amongst that is something really special to me.
Yeah, we love coming to Newey, the 40th year of SurfFest this year as well. So it's a massive celebration and a massive, just kind of hats off to the community. Mihi Mana getting to enjoy some really fun waves for the 40th year of SurfFest here. Wow. Lays into it for a finishing turn again with the Rashi pull down claim.
This will be an interesting score because these are the ones that like pull you into the bar and make you paddle a little further. Like, I'm not sure if he got the section he was looking for 100%, and that'll be like that chess match with everyone where how far you ride in and how much paddling you're going to do, because he's trying to better that 493, and at this point he may be looking for a bit better wave than that.
I love the energy he's bringing to this heat. Like, he looked on yesterday, the buzzer beater filled him with confidence, and he's just sort of watched that last heat and went, "Ooh, okay, there's sort of a level I've got to get to now that is the new benchmark." And he's definitely paddled out here with a lot of intent. Like, he looks really up for this.
Yeah, Mihi Mana also had a second place, actually semi-final finish, over in Chopu last year's incredible wildcard there. Hiroto started off with a 5.67, 2 big turns to back it up here. So he is staying so consistent. I vividly remember watching him as a Grom in the Snaketail episodes, especially down here at Newcastle. He knows this wave. He's been here a lot, and he's looking comfortable out here too, Sal.
How dreamy are these bottom turns,
Oh,
Warno?
no, his technique is so sublime. Like, I remember watching him in the South Korean wave pool event. I think he finished second in that, one of the years that we commentated it. And his timing and his frame and his compression is so exquisite. Like, he just puts it in the spot so well. A fantastic surfer. Surprising that we haven't really seen him get through these Challenger Series. I know he's been close for a few times.
Oh, he was on the cusp last year, 1 or 2 spots out from qualifying. Guys, we got so excited in that last heat. So much went down. We couldn't even catch our breaths to think about it. Bronson Matey, he ended up taking the win. And Kipes, you're going to go chat with him.
Yeah, Jess, I mean, that was an exciting heat. I was looking forward to that heat. You guys didn't let us down. Super entertaining. But just, Bronson, your air awareness, you know, like, where does that come from? What do you attribute that to?
I don't know. Maybe just trying it every day or every wave. So, yeah, getting pretty used to it now. And, just stoked to make that heat. It was a stack heat. I was pretty nervous coming into it because didn't really have good free surf the whole time. So, yeah, it was just felt good to have a good surf out there.
You got one of the great minds in professional surfing in your corner. I'm talking about Doug Silva. He has ways of simplifying things, right? What did he tell you? What was Doug's advice?
It told me to do 2 turns and just go for an air. That's it. It just said whoosh, whoosh, and then air. So
that's the formula. Whoosh, whoosh, air. You got it. Whoosh, whoosh, air. And you're on to the next round like Bronson.
Copy that. I'll put that next time I'm in the jersey, which is probably going to be never. Let's be real.
I'll do it for you, Jess.
Yeah,
I might do a bit
beautiful.
of whoosh, whoosh. Yeah.
Oh, Sal, I would pay good
Pencil
money.
that down,
really good money. Here we go, Jorgen. This last wave, so much power. Vorno, his timing is impeccable.
Yeah, and he's really utilising the power of the wave, matching it. You know, like these sections, they don't really pop up all that clean, so sometimes just the best mode is just push the tail right through the back of the lip.
That's what I was saying, Vorno. I don't know if it was tired or whatnot. See how it's sort of just like trapping them a little bit? Like, it's almost got that little double lip line to it. That one, he kind of got the water jets out the back, but
felt good.
Yeah, it's just like we were saying, like Hiroto's 6.1, it was sort of like, it was really tight, and it, like, he kept his technique, but he kind of like, that was the strength of it. Oh
my God.
There's another one. Yes, make
Wow,
that.
Jorgen.
Yeah, he loved it.
Claim it.
That's sick.
You know what? This is a really similar story to what we saw Sammy Pupo in that last heat. Jorgen needs to stay alive. He needs to make through this heat right now. Going down Mickey Mana break. Jorgen currently sitting 13th.
Do you guys think, like, when you see something that you like Bronson did that right as he was paddling out probably for his heat, and he's like, oh, that turn looks so fun, and you just go try it, and that's his version of it? Oh, that was mental. I love that turn.
Yeah, he's just got so much power. He's got the edge on power. I mean, Mickey Mana probably could challenge him on it. I love that. This is probably his take. He's seen everyone go to the air in that last heat, and he's gone and tried it himself here for Mickey Mana. But yeah, like I was mentioning, Jorgen's 13th on the rankings here, so he has to win the event to qualify. He's had his rookie year, but he really wants to get back there, Vorno. There's pressure when you need to win an event to get through.
Yeah, I think that's been the tale of this event, you know, the lead up to it. You're trying not to think too much about who else is where on the rankings and what they've got to do and where you're at. You just want to go out, let your surfing do the talking. It's the simplest way. It's the cleanest path to get the result that you need to qualify.
And there's two stories in this heat, in Hiroto and Jorgen, that they've stuck with their problem. Even Minimana, they're like, I'd say Huckabee's probably the newest one to this batch in the heat of like time spent just thinking about this situation. Like, you know, the whole point situation, the race, achieving that tour goal, and it feels like this big barrier. I had this chat with Jorgen when we were in Hawaii, and I think he was like 18th at the time, and he's like, but this is the year I'm going to make it, or else I'm going to make it. And I was like, you could, or you could not. Like, it's the honesty of competition, and you got to be okay with both. Like, you got to be so happy with. I said to him, like, there's no difference of what you're doing here than what you're doing tour. Like, it's more competing, and yeah, you would say like that's the epitome and you made it, but I just tell these guys all the time, like, you're such good surfers and you've already made it. Like, you've made that process every single day that you've showed up for, and in your head you should see it as you made it, and you should be proud of this, because I hear it so much for these young kids.
Oh, you're charging me up here, Sal.
I hear it all the time. When I make tour, then I will have done it. I would have achieved it, and then I'll be great. I'm like, you're all already great. If you're at this level, you've already gone through your juniors, your regionals, and these guys have been chipping away at this tour dream on the Challenger or the 6,000s, 10,000s for years and years and years. And it's mentally like a wrestle. Internally, you're just like, you feel it. If you don't win that world title, you won't be enough. If you don't make tour, then it wasn't worth it. And it's so worth it. And like, I hope that they can truly feel that, like whether they make this or not. But sitting in the position they're sitting right now, this really is the fun part. Like,
Sally
you got
Watts.
everything on the line.
My
Like,
goodness.
it's all on the line. Like, every place you've flown to, every hire car, every accommodation, every wave you've learnt, and it could come down to this heat right now.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to need a moment. And in saying that, we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. Give us a minute, guys. special surprise. This is Sal. This is you winning the US Open. And in such fine form, Sal, we needed to go back in time and show you just the incredible surfer that we all love you for.
You're just trying to draw those tears back out, aren't you? I was at the bucket of tears this day. This was so special. I've been inducted into the Walk of Fame and I have my mum and dad here too. Oh my God, yeah, it was wild. Oh, this.
And that was an event, one of your first major wins as well, was at the US Open way back in the day.
2011. It was the year. It was pretty special because it was with Slater as well. Like he didn't do that event too often, and it was just like it just felt like a sea of people and that whole crowd surf moment back to. It was when it was the last year when it was huge, like the crowds, and oh my gosh. So like as I said, if you just keep showing up and just keep being willing to evolve, like. For me, a passion project's always been to surf the smallest wave. You guys know that. And for me, going to Huntington, that's my jam. I just love it. I love trying to surf the hardest, most challenging wave and piece together all those puzzles. And so, yeah, that was, my heart's super glowy thinking of that.
You know what's funny is, you've surfed and had such a esteemed career, an Olympian, just so many CT victories. You're a future Hall of Famer for sure, but you've surfed against a lot of competitors over your lifetime. One of them sitting right next to us, Jess Starling, who I know you beat her. I know you crushed her dreams. She was just a young athlete with hopes and dreams that just got absolutely curled up into a little ball and thrown into the waste basket at your you're demolishing. But what I feel like, Jess, correct me if I'm wrong, losing to Sal must be so good because she probably feels as bad for you as you feel for you.
It was the best loss I've ever experienced in my life. I was like, I just lost to Sally Fitz, guys. Like, guess what? I remember being so stoked. And I just mentioned it to Sally, like, my dad fully had to be like, Jessie, focus. And I was like, I can't. I'm competing against Sally Fitz. Like, this is like a life goal.
It's so cool to actually hear the experience, because I've done that the same with all the women I looked up to and going into heats against Lane and like all the ones before me and Woodsy and and having heats with them where you think, whoa, this is full, like, what's the David and Goliath but female version? What are we talking like? We have to go into the archives. The Davina and just to show up now to this Challenger Series, and I couldn't be more inspired. Like in a surf calendar year, like to surf with the world champions of that season and then the future world champions. And I've had 5 years at being fortunate enough to do that. And it just drives me every single day. I just wake up, just biggest smile on my face. I'm just like, what am I going to learn today? Like, it's so cool. And I think it is, you do in a way, like that's why I love the reflecting part with you, Jess, on some of those heats, because you just like, you almost do have to let them move on to be able to keep doing it. Like you can't hold on to these moments. You don't get to keep anything, Borno. Like even whether it's fitness, surfing, trophies, like all these moments, you have to let them move on. But as I said, that's why it feels glowy. I just know it was a feeling and a feeling I loved. So when we get back to the action, we've had a little break here. We've only got 9 minutes to go. And as we said, that big one-turn hanger for Bioglan was the 6.87. So we're going to look at what the scenarios are, Jess.
Yeah. Obviously, Bioglan sitting down on that second last line is currently 13th, and him and Levi Slauson can qualify by winning the event. Someone who's got it a little bit easier is Callie Vass. Needs to get a 17th better or finish. There's a lot of guys who, there's a lot of chirp around everyone saying, oh, he's pretty much there, but it can get ripped out of your feet so quickly.
Oh, it's an interesting thing. Like, I've always been one I love crossing the finish line and then tell me, like, even over there in Hawaii, like, sort of didn't click, as we see, Minamana going this smaller one. What's he need right now? 627. I think he's still going to need one of those bigger, juicier sections. Like electric surfing, Borno, but I know he's kind of hungry.
Oh, compressed.
That was crazy acceleration.
Just, it kind of felt like that turn had a little tiny hint of Dane Reynolds at Hallie about it, didn't it? Just hit that section as hard as he possibly could. Almost. Somehow kept the feet glued to the board out the back. Bioglan, he does not want to leave this to chance. He just saw what happened to Sammy Pupo. We saw there, 4th on the rankings. So, like...
How was the stare down to Himana Braid?
Oh, that's one of those ones, again, like the different wave profiles we've got going on this week. like, you truly do have to check it out. But this one of Jorgen looked so nice and then didn't have an end section. This slider of Minimanas could have kind of like produced the end section, but it just didn't pop up. Like a touch small, you know what I mean? So it's not personal. Like I tip my hat to the judges. That last score card, the heat before this, I think there was 9 waves plus. Whoa, that was a good connection. But see here, he's like, oh, he nearly chopped his leg off. But yeah, you would have loved that end section.
Yeah, Ryan Huckabee here needs a 7.24. Has to be something pretty special. He's got a lot of power in that back foot on display here. 3 big turns. Especially love that second one. He's waited a while to really get into this heat at this point. Stonewood slow-mo for this one, Sal. You liked it.
Yeah, I feel like he's got such good energy. Like, he just doesn't quit on it. I love the way he tacks everything. As I said, he's putting that frame to good use. And when you look at what's on his score sheet right now, like, he's got a 4.53 as his high. So if he can get anywhere in the 5s, I would say, and then with 6 minutes to go, like, that was, for me, that was a good move. If we're looking at the chessboard, what do you reckon, Warner?
Yeah, back at 100%. That's definitely going to be better than his 4.53, in my opinion. He had to work for those turns. They weren't sort of sitting up and really allowing him to completely go mad. He sort of jammed that first one, but he kept the speed and the bottom turns were deep. So, you know, I think the judges will be like, yeah, we can pay that. That doesn't look like desperate surfing to me.
Yeah, so Jorgen, he's gone to the lead now. We're going to take a look at the GWM recap here. Hiroto, he got us underway with his 5.67, 2 big jams, very Dane-like.
Yeah, well, classy. You know, he's just got such a perfect technique, Hiroto. And then Mihi on the back end, he's looking really good, but his wave selection hasn't quite been there. This guy gets it done yet again. He's holding down second, but Jorgen here, Sal, he's been big, hasn't he?
Like I said, this one, it made him work for it, and that's what I mean. Like, the timing is impeccable, and then when they get their big frames, to click into the sections, even if it's not much of a section, they can make it work. But here, that's the attack, the risk, which is so hard to do under the pressure he's under. Like, when you're talking qualification pressure, you can't not think about this. From the moment you wake up, it's like every 10 seconds, it just surrounds you. And as we see in the next heat, we got winter heading in. That's going to be a crazy stacked heat.
He's got that same pressure too, right? You know, he has to come into this event and win. Just to circle back to something, so you're saying you're the type of athlete you don't want to know.
Well, you're aware of it, but I just think, like, when you say almost there, I don't think that's very helpful for an athlete. Because I think, oh, come on. Oh, that was a good connection.
What a stinger on the end there.
Oh, you like that.
Yeah, rightfully so.
See,
I
I
like
was saying, that was that little bit bigger section for him. I think this is definitely going to better his score.
Yeah, he needed this. That last wave was too small to try and get that 6.27. 2 big turns, Bono. We've seen scores go that way.
We have, and this is the section he's been waiting all heat for. He throws everything at it, twists and turn upside down.
Did you see the approach on that too? It's just not perfect. Like, you know, the bottom turn, he had to kind of glitched him, and then he still reset and then was able to, like, leverage what speed he had. And that's when I showcases the real talent and technique in a surfer.
It was really cool because there's a bunch of different options when you're hitting a closeout like that, but he just pulled the arc so tight, and that allowed him to really sort of punch through that closeout. So it was a beautiful manoeuvre choice.
And it's really good awareness. Like, he's caught waves about that size, and he knew if he sort of safety tapped that's not going to better his score. So he's like, this is my last chance, and kind of loaded up and went all out. We see Jorgen using priority.
Yeah, this is a better looking wave here. Big first carve down to kick us off. Wow, freeze the fins on the second one. He's already got the 2 highest scores of the heat. It's a 6.87 and a 6.77. Hiroto Ohara, he needs to start and just kind of watch over his shoulder right now. There's going to be a score to lock in for Mihimana Bray, which we feel like could almost challenge for second place right now.
6.27 is what he's looking for that. Oh, he could go there.
This wave, I mean, that turn there,
see that?
So big and juicy.
See that step halfway through the
wave?
Yeah,
it's tricky, isn't it, to sort of like get those big tail blows happening when you lose a little bit of speed. But Mihimana, this is going to be really interesting. So first turn, it's a much bigger wave than what we've seen him get. This is going to go so close to the requirement because this turn is money on the Bioglan replay. Punches it vert, hits the tail, buries the nose, pulls it out. And I think once the water clears here, he's like, oh yeah.
Oh, I just am so impressed where he carried that speed, like past that little dink in the bottom turn.
Needs a 6.27.
I reckon it's going there.
This is, I think it's going to go there.
I think it's going there.
Yeah, well, you drop the high and the low. That 6.2's gone. One of those 6.7s, 6.8's gone. So
that's crazy.
6.63. Mihimana Bray goes up into second place. Pressure back on Hiroto. He's been in this situation time and time again. So close to the finish line. And now the pressure's being put back on his shoulders. Needs a 6.04 his Sao. 2 minutes on the clock.
He's in the hot seat, Jess.
Is this where the Woosah breasts start to come in?
Fully. He looks really calm. He's on the right of the screen. And Minimana's just going to keep rolling the dice here. Just trying to better whatever he can. I can't really tell from the drone angle, but yeah, it did look like a pretty small wave. But Hiroto, yeah, he looks really calm on the right of screen. Oh, time is ticking.
Yeah, just getting close to 90 seconds here, Vorno. This is the last of Mihimana.
Yeah, just a quick little, probably just a keeper of momentum more than anything else. Wanted to keep surfing, wanted to keep feeling it. But crucially, that last score of Mihimana has put pressure on Huckabee and O'Hara. Huckabee was sitting there needing just a kind of a score that I'm sure he was going, okay, I can get this on a mid-strength wave. Now he's going to have to go big. But this was a huge error. O'Hara just gives up his shot or his choice, slips down to a third priority. And 1 minute on the clock. How is this going to play out?
It's still possible. That's what you keep telling yourself. It's still possible. He needs to obviously find some room. He's got third priority. It's exciting. Like, Huckabee can just go huck something pretty big and totally get this score. He's got priority, but 45 seconds, the big breaths, and whatever happens here, I hope Hiroto just, if this horn goes and he doesn't get his score, just gives himself the biggest internal hug. Like, no shortage of effort, and he's such an amazing surfer. 30 seconds, here we go.
He was looking so sharp as well.
Oh, I mean, he was just creating all kinds of motion and commotion. Oh, this is one of those sliders, Jess.
Wow, 2 big turns here for Mihimana.
I don't think that would better his 5.5, but it's a good ride in.
Just, again, getting it done in the last couple minutes of the heat as well. So Mihimana, with 5 seconds on the clock, we look back out to the ocean. Is Hiroto on a wave here? The hooter's going to sound, and he's not. So unfortunately, we said it at the start of the week, dreams will be made and hearts will be broken. And unfortunately, Hiroto O'Hara, he's going to have to come back and try again for another year. But yeah, you mentioned, Sal, this is when you need to give yourself an internal hug.
Yeah, and great flight from Mini. Like, it showed shades of him, you know, finaling over there in Brazil. I think that was a la Challenger. Or it's getting a bit blurry, guys, a couple of years ago. But, yeah, like the fight that he showed in that one. And Huckabee wasn't out of it too. So you show up, you do your best, and now you just got to accept what the wave gods had in store for you.
Yeah, so Jorgen keeping his fight alive. He is through to the next round. Mihimana Bray. We love seeing a bit of a dark horse, a wildcard competitor come through. He's going through to the round of 32 as well. Ryan Huckabee, Hiroto O'Hara. We'll see them in next year's, or this year's, Challenger Series. Sally Fitz, this has been the privilege of my life to have you in the booth. We absolutely love you. We cannot wait to watch you compete this week, and we can't wait to see you back on tour.
Thanks, team. Filling my ears with beautiful talk about surfing all week.
We love it.
We bring in the psych. Thank you.
Vorno,
enjoy the surfing.
I'll see you again soon. We're going to go to a quick ad break and bring back in Ronnie Blakey and Rich Lovett for the call.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia. By City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST. By Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Bioglan didn't he look strong in that last heat, Rich? As the round of 64 continues here. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett, a former competitor who got plenty of reps in here at SURFEST. But Rich, things are intensifying. We're seeing those top seeds hit the lineup now, and their opportunities for many of them are going to slip through their fingers if they don't put it together in this round.
Yeah, it's clutch time. We've dialed it up for sure. We've seen the level rise just as the men have hit the water here. We've seen them take to the air. We've seen some big manoeuvres. And each one of these heats is clutch. You know, we've got guys going for qualification. We've got guys trying to solidify their position on the Challenger Series. And this man here, Caleb Tancred, just laying rail.
And we've got a couple of kids having their first real crack at a Challenger Series event, and they look so strong in the opening round yesterday. We've got a couple of surfers in this lineup too that are trying to get back to the championship tour. Winter Vincent sitting in 13th position coming into this final stop on the Challenger Series. Michael Rodriguez, he's got some work to do, but he's ready to make a strike. Still a lot of positions up for grabs at the top end of the Challenger Series rankings.
Yeah, a lot of stories to unpack in this heat alone. We've got Winter Vincent, the lad from Queenscliff down at Manly. I've been watching Winter on the rise over the last several years. And then this man returning to competition after a big hiatus. Stepped away from the sport for a number of years, and he's come back bigger, better, stronger, with a clearer mind, let's say. And he just throws everything at these the first two waves, Ron. He's just gone for it. Just identifying that some big numbers were thrown around in the last two heats for those big explosive airs, the big manoeuvres. Yeah, Winter's on the rise. Michael Rodriguez, he's a name that we've seen on the Challenger Series for a number of years now. He's had his fair share of attempts at the Championship Tour as well. Incredible aerialist.
He's unbelievable. You know, can challenge the surfers at the very top end of the ranks on his day, especially with the forehand in, you know, that waves in that 4 to 6 foot kind of scope. He's just lethal.
Yeah, really fast surfer. This is Caleb again, quick in and out. Very stylish heat across the board.
Yeah, unbelievable. So each of these surfers, you know, are really at different sort of stages of their careers. As you said, there's some really interesting stories playing out here. Caleb Tancred, his first Challenger Series event, and he performed extremely well yesterday, looked rock solid. After a sort of a similar start, a frenetic start. Michael Rodriguez just trying to bank something here. Got a 4 on his opening ride. Let's have a look at the Bioglan replay.
Yeah, getting down the line here, waiting for this section to open up. He goes up and over the roof of that little section as it breaks down in front of him. And then again, finishes clean.
He's
nice
sitting
two-turn combo
in 22nd position. So got to make some ground up as we see Caleb up once again, throws the rotation, and he'll stick this one. That's going to feel pretty good because it was a bit of a chaotic start to the heat for him. That's ride number 4. The busiest surfer in the lineup, but he's fit enough, Rich, to get the reps in. Let's have a look at the Stone & Wood slow-mo.
Yeah, we get the vision from above. This will give you a good look at him just taking off. Gets that grab. Lands with the fins facing the shore there, and then spins it around. So it was an air reverse, textbook. But he didn't get the full rotation in the air on, so the judges are going to just pull it back a little bit on the scoreline. But nonetheless, let's not take anything away from the fact it was a high-risk manoeuvre, really progressive, and he's going to bank a good number.
A 6-year break from competition surfing. Got himself on that regional qualifying series and got himself a major QS victory over in Japan. And, you know, I think really showed just how well-rounded he is. It was basically knee-high, wind swell, where he took that victory. But he's a solid unit, and his talents have been recognised by Julian Wilson, signed Caleb to the Revere Projects team. As we see, Emai Kalani-Duval, the surfer from Maui, who's just an absolute style master. But Emai's had a really rough go at it on the Challenger Series this year. He's sitting way back in 51st position. Counting a couple of 17th place finishes as his best results this year. And I think he's had some other big, exciting things happening in his life. But
underrated.
He is, yeah, well.
He's underrated, man.
He's such a good surfer, but yeah, he needs a massive result if he's going to climb from 51st into that top 20 and give himself a shot at keeping a Challenger Series spot, because I don't think he's placed very well either on the regional QS ranks, so it'll be a couple of steps back for him from that place on the CT. Let's have a look at this 6'5" from a different angle on the Stunner Wood slow-mo.
Have a look at the stance. He's got 1 foot about 1.5 feet from the nose, the other one right on the edge of the tail pad. So that's a perfect example of really widening the stance, maintaining that balance, and just creating that sort of platform to work from in the air. Gets nice and low. Great technique from Caleb.
You haven't seen, you know, too many stories play out like Caleb's in recent times, where someone's just throwing it in when it comes to competitive surfing after such a strong junior career. It's a remarkable story. He got a degree, he's a qualified architect, and his boss affords him the opportunity to go and compete in events. As we see Michael Rodriguez just trying to find some air there. But he was really quick yesterday to give credit to Glenn Micro Hall, who's always been his biggest believer, other than his mum as well. And Micro will be tuned in watching this heat without question. Just the flair that Rodriguez possesses. He's been to that CT before. 31 years of age now. He wants to get back.
Well, 31. It used to be you're well and truly packed it in a couple of decades ago, but now 31 almost feels like you're coming into your prime. So still plenty of years left for Michael Rodriguez, and certainly an incredible talent coming out of Brazil, and he's had a taste of it. So, you know, it's almost like you had a seat at the table and that the chair got taken away. So he wants that back. He wants the seat back.
When are you not in your prime?
Well, I don't know, yeah. Kelly's sort of extended the lifespan of any pro surfer to what, late 40s, early 50s even?
Well, I hope so. Saying there's a chance still. Better get busy. Just over 19 minutes remaining here. What a start for Caleb. 3 falls to begin with, and then drops the 6.5. Michael Rodriguez in second position at the moment. There's still a lot of surfing to be done, I think, in this heat. And Caleb may not even be hanging on to that 6.5 in 19 minutes. We'll see. Rodriguez up at the moment, just so sparky. And he's a guy whose talents, you know, were always really well supported by Matt Biolos. He just always believed in Michael Rodriguez and his talent. Kept, you know, the best elite equipment under his feet, and it's helped him fetch some really solid results. He got a 3rd place finish at the US Open this year. Other than that, not a whole lot. He did have a 9th to kick off the Challenger Series at SURFEST last year, but he is in 22nd. Got quite a bit of ground to make up, but a heat win here is crucial for him. Just surviving these first couple of heats could get him into that top 20 picture and mean that he's all sorted for the Challengers next year.
Yep, yeah, it's an important thing to note there. You know, you may not be looking at qualification on the championship tour now, but to hold your position and not have to do it through the regional qualifying level it's huge.
Definitely.
It's massive. It means you're focusing on those, you know, the several events that we're going to have on the championship tour, and you don't really have to worry about the, you know, the nonsense back home. You can, you're going to be traveling the globe. You can guarantee that. You can work with sponsorships, knowing that there's going to be a certain level of exposure that you'll receive on the Challenger Series as well.
All right, down the southern end, we see Caleb Tancred just stalking an incoming wave there, but he's going to let it go. Let's check in with Kaipo. He's tracked down the winner of the last heat. Kaipo, some big moves laid down.
Yeah, big moves by Jorgen. Jorgen, I mean, every heat in this event has consequence for your qualification. How do you keep your nerves intact?
You know what? I was really stressed before the heat and in the water. Maybe next time I won't be surfing with the board shorts because I was so cold. So with the stress, both together, it's not a good mix. So yeah, I know it's gonna be a long comp for me. I need some points. I know what I need, and I'm never gonna give up.
How do you keep that focus? How do you keep that focus every day showing up?
I don't know. It's like, it's more like, man, if you want to make the tour, you just gotta think about what you have to do and make heat by heat and try to surf your best. I'm a power surfer, so I want to put as much power as I can in every heat and every wave, every turn. So yeah, I just think it's possible. You know, it's right there. The last years I didn't qualify. It was 3 times in a row. It was in Hawaii. I was in the top 10. But this time I'm a little bit outside of the top 10, so it feels a little bit more comfortable. I have less pressure. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a great comp, and I'm happy to start like that.
Sounds great. You're one step closer. Jorgen Kuzne.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, he's looking sharp, looking powerful, and he's another one of those surfers that's had to overcome some injuries to get himself back into this heat-winning form. And on the outside, Imai with speed, but nothing to put it into.
Yeah, it's wave choice at the moment. Imai, such a silky smooth style. Just projection floater and then a quick eject, because nothing else was happening on that wave. Caleb, on the other hand, gets a little section standing up in front of him, gets a tail release, drifting over the top of that wave. But that's not, I don't think that's going to factor in.
Just over 15 minutes remaining here. Tancred extending his lead just by a small margin, dropping a 2.17. Rodriguez in second spot at the moment. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. It's time for the Daily Froth. What's the froth today? The froth again are some classic images from SURFEST. Talk about froth. Look at the face of Wilco. That's pretty frothy right there. We got some of the past champs. TC, the blades are back in fashion. Look at the young Mike Parsons. Snipsy Russell right there. And of course we're talking about Yago Doro in 2017 with his big first win. That's what we're frothing on, all these images. And the froth continues right here at Newcastle.
Love that. Great banner there just on the contest structure. Celebrating 40 years of Surfest. Rich, you're part of that history. And so is Kaipo. Competed here back in the day. And here we go. During the break, we had this ride for Winter Vincent, who kicked off his Challenger Series campaign with a solid result here last year, a quarterfinal finish. He also quartered at Sakurema. That's got him positioned nicely in 12th spot. Really knocking on the door of qualification is Winter, but he's going to have to watch himself in this heat. Mid-range scores for him at the moment. And even though he's been bumped back into second spot, Caleb Tancred has a massive advantage here with that 6.5 as Michael Rodriguez starts to heat up. Moving down the line, a well-placed clanger on the final section there.
Yeah.
He liked the feel of it. Seen a bit of that, a bit of, you know, it's not the celebration necessarily of just high-level surfing. It's just when a surfer's out of rhythm and they finally find a wave that's got a couple of sections, they know that they're improving their chances of dropping a decent score.
Yeah, absolutely. Stonerwood slow-mo, you can see here the technique, nice and fast. Clicks with that first turn. This closeout re-entry here just drifts with the lip line, gets to the finish. And yeah, the claim wasn't an external one to the judges or anything. It was more of like an internal, yes, I nailed it, I'm back on track. And as a surfer, you know, the second you finish that ride, you're going, okay, that's a 6.3, that's a 6.2. And within 0.5, you're going to nail it with the judges anyway, because these guys are all judges. They're all judging their own performance, and you're always calculating, okay, this is what I've got, this is what I need, this is what I need to get rid of. Here we go, Imai. Replay here, quick snap down the line, and again, almost very similar to Michael Rodriguez. The final turn on Michael's wave was perhaps a little more intense, excuse me, and this is Winter on the backhand. Taller surfer, but really stylish, has this beautiful ability to sort of keep that knock-knee style. It gets very low. The center of gravity stays well balanced.
Here goes Imai again. So numbers on the way, and things are going to tighten up in the race to the top of the order here. Top two finish sees you through to that next round. Reasonable number coming through for Winter Vincent. He's going to drop the 4.1 in just a moment and extend his lead as we see Caleb Tancred on the backhand. Whips out of the top, setting up a solid end section hit. Swings those fins free. Gets a round of applause from the Revere Projects crew who are down here cheering him on.
It's just no-nonsense surfing from this guy.
Imai finding a big hit here and does well to stay on his feet. So much release in the tail. As we go to the Bioglan replay here, is going to be a nice little fin ditch on this final section, Rick.
Yeah, beautiful turn there. Just fully composed. And then Imai, a little bit more theatrics to it. Kind of out of control, but regains it. Kind of like it. There's been so many reps in this heat already. 9 minutes to go. And something like 32 waves have probably been ridden here. I can do the calculation quickly, but mate, the judges got their work cut out for them.
So Imai on a previous ride turned in at 5.7, so you know he's in a pretty good position. Just waiting on that last big finner to drop as Michael Rodriguez takes to the sky. His feet kind of came a little closed, trying to ride out of that turn. But Caleb Tancred, with the benefit of that 6.5 and about to get rid of the 2.17, is likely going to be holding down the #1 position in a moment.
Yeah, he's going to rock it up to the top of the order.
Well, this is a lot of fun. Of course, we know just looking at the heat draw and all the big names hitting the lineup in this round of 64 that there is plenty of consequence to every single one of these heats for these campaigners. For some of them, it's the end of their season. here at Newcastle. For others, they're going to have just a little under a fortnight to get themselves prepped for a championship tour event.
Yeah, that's the prospect of that is ultra exciting for some of these competitors, and it's probably good that there's not a lot of time, because it'll keep them focused on the job at hand. They won't have too much time to kind of think about it. They're just, yep, they're going to be at Bells in 2 weeks, up against the best.
Here goes Winter, holding on to the #1 position momentarily, and if he can put a good score up here,
oh, no,
he could stay there, but he goes down on the final turn. We did see Emai Kalani-Duval drop a 4.7 for that one big individual turn to finish off the closeout, and that saw him up in a 2nd place, but we're waiting on the number for Caleb Tancred. It drops at a 4.03 and sees him up into the lead. So Winter now in 2nd, needs a 5.04 to get into 1st. Emai Kalani, he needs a 4.8. Still anyone's game at this stage. Michael Rodriguez after a 5.51.
Yeah, they're all there. 1.5 separates the top score for all these 4 competitors. So it really is going to be who closes this out with that 2nd scoring wave.
Yep.
Winter the most consistent with pocket 5s, and he, you know, you watch this guy compete and he's so relaxed. And you know, sometimes he actually cops a bit of criticism, like, dude, come on, like, you know, where's the enthusiasm? But like, he wants this more than anyone.
Yeah, well,
guaranteed.
I go back to that World Junior title battle that he had with Bronson. That's one of the best finals we've ever seen.
Sick, mental.
So yeah, definitely has that fight.
Yeah, but Winter's just found his sweet spot where he likes to compete.
All right, some movement here. Caleb Tancred loading up, trying to improve on a 4.03. Whips the reverse. What? Can't hang on. Just got a little stuck with his weight on the front foot. And you can see the frustration there. That's what he's capable of, though. Those nice big projection flights out into the flats. As we dive into the GWM heat recap.
Woo. Well, it's been action-packed from the start. Caleb landing the big air rev with the grab, and Winter's been chipping away. A couple of mid-range scores, that flary style, just suited to these little beach break conditions here at Merriweather. And Caleb, he's gone with the recipe of hard and fast and big, explosive. Winter on the left here. Watch this, silky smooth, nice and tight in the pocket. Really compressing that body well. Caleb, top of the leaderboard at the moment in this heat. Getting that tail release, that drift. Just adding some spice to the manoeuvres.
I just remember, I worked out who Winter Vincent kind of reminds me of.
Go.
With just his approach, like you said, and also that style on the forehand. And he would have won SURFEST one year if not for an interference back in '97. Nathan Noodles Webster.
Wow, there it is.
And I think Noodles is actually helping Winter on his run through this event, right? Trying to help get him onto that CT.
Yeah. There's a program that's connected to Surfing New South Wales on the northern beaches, specifically supporting all the surfers coming out of that region, and they've enlisted, you know, the likes of Jared House and Kite and former CT competitors to come in and help really guide these surfers. You know, George Pitter and Winter and a few others have been the beneficiaries of that program. It's working. Noodles is kind of heading up that whole program.
Yeah, he's one of those guys like Winter, you know, kind of sneaky competitive, just a absolute mongrel under the high-end fashion exterior. 3.5 minutes remaining here. Caleb Tancred, that magic story for the moment is continuing, but Michael Rodriguez, Emai Kalani-Duval, they are such dangerous surfers, and they haven't even really found the best waves yet. So there's still a chance at turning this around, and that wave potentially could get Michael Rodriguez up into the top 2.
Yeah, 5.51. It's got every chance of going there. Let's have a look at the Bioglan replay. Beautiful snap to start things off. The big closeout hammer. Just a touch off balance. Now that was more of a projected claim to the judges, trying to sell it. I'm not overly convinced that it's the number, but it's certainly going to get them thinking about it.
Does pretty well. He's just got that spark in his surfing. Even with a floating re-entry, he's got a bit of a kick on the tail that releases some water, so it just adds a little bit to that, what would typically be considered a sort of a nothing turn. He manages to turn up the volume a little bit on that move. And
well, what it also had going for it is that there was no downtime between the manoeuvres. They were all connected. Watch this. He accelerates out of that snap, gets back up onto the lip line, basically disappears for a second, and regains. So it definitely was critical. The flow was there, speed was there.
Well, his previous ride was a 5. That had a bit more flair on the end section. Not sure this one's going to take him up into the top 2. But we'll see. Just depends on how the judges felt about that, just how critical that final move was. Are they going to give it credit? It's right there as we see Caleb up again. He's found a nice looking wall here. Bit of release and times that last section beautifully. He's looking to get rid of that 4.03 to strengthen his position.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Imai Kalani DeVault with one of the better, cleaner turns of this heat. Great release. Just love the flair in his surfing. So effortless.
He took the word out of my mouth. That's all I could think about was just so much flair. Both these waves, actually. And let's watch Caleb first. Up and over that lip line. He just connects with it perfectly, gets the drift. And then that second section, just tail release again. And then Imai, bit more intensity into this maneuver. You can see the angle there. Just kicking that tail all the way out, completely free of that whitewash.
All right, so numbers are in. Michael Rodriguez did get some credit for that last ride, 5.57. The judges liked it. Just the flow between the turns was there. He jumped up into the lead. But Caleb Tancred's got another decent score on the way here, likely going to improve on the 4.03, and I think we can expect a really solid score from Imai Kalani DeVault. So this is going to be very interesting. 30 seconds to go. One thing we know is Winter Vincent's got work to do.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like these guys are just starting to pull away. Michael Rodriguez.
All right.
Caleb Tancred, hang on, we've got to switch up.
Yep, 5.1 for Caleb sees him up into the lead, and now Michael Rodriguez would be very nervous because Imai Kalani DeVault's got a score on the way. It was a dynamic turn, just the one move, but he's only after a 4.87.
Wow, and that's it.
Well, this is huge. I don't think Michael got another wave, and we just saw Winter on the outside there, so Caleb Tancred's going to be sweet.
He's in.
He's in. Through to the next round.
And hey, just quietly, Winter was sitting in 12th position on the Challenger Series. He had a shot at this. He actually had a really good chance with a great result here. And Imai Kalani DeVault with that one big hammer.
That's such a good turn.
The judges, they owe us a score.
And it's starting to roll through, and it's looking pretty good. He needs a 4.87 to get up into second place. And he is there. He comes through at a 5.73. It was a high-quality turn. He gives himself a round of applause for good reason. Grace under pressure. Fantastic composure. Michael Rodriguez. He gets bumped out of that second position. A little frustrated, but still smiling. Had some moments in the heat, but have a look at Imai jumping up in the second spot there. But the big story, Rich, is the magic run of Caleb Tancred. Just such an amazing return to competition. And he survived another heat in his first ever Challenger Series event.
Yeah, awesome stuff. And, you know, backed by a lot of the crew here. He's from just down the road. He's on the march.
He'll be a threat. We're going to take a quick break. More to come from the round of 64 right after this. final event of the Challenger Series, delivering some big moments, some upset results, nervous times for some of those competitors who came into this round with a shot at climbing into a position to have a shot at the championship tour. Right now, though, Caleb Tankred in celebration mode with the Revere Projects team. Julian Wilson, Reece Smith, Ben Lawrenson's down there.
The slow-mo, your front foot's like out here. No, mate. No, the one you almost made, you almost rescued around.
I was just gripping by my fucking toes and I was
Dude, at one point you were like out here, I didn't really realise, and you like almost...
Thought I had like a couple of...
Almost rescued it.
Just didn't like get much time, it was just like one pump into it.
The timing on that last ride was...
Yeah.
Dude, there was only one way to surf that.
Yeah, I know. It felt soft, but like...
Nah, the first
time,
quick release.
And then the next one, see, I was setting up for it and then it pushed down, I just got there in time.
Yeah. If you like rush it for a millisecond,
yeah,
you would have missed it.
Oh, thank you, bro.
You have the best chords, man.
Cheers.
Cheers, brother. Hey, guys. Oh, sorry, man. Nah, all good.
It's really cool to see Julian Wilson getting right behind one of his riders there in Caleb and just giving him some sage advice. You know, encouraging him. Caleb feeling like it, you know, he didn't give it enough on his final ride. Julian say you timed it to perfection. You know, you're not going to win the event here.
No.
But he ensured that he was going to get the numbers he needed to get that heat win and move on through to the next round. We've got another unbelievable lineup here. This wave during the break. Let's check out the Bioglan replay of Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica, who's been campaigning for a long time on the Challenger Series and has made the CT, as has this man, Luca Martinez of Peru.
That was an awkward fall. This is Lennox Smith. Put in a great performance yesterday in tricky conditions.
Yeah, the Beagle.
He was, you know, he was busy at the Australian Board Riders Battle over the weekend, came down, surfed his first heat yesterday, probably got a good night's rest and ready for action today.
Really impressive cast of newcomers coming through the regional QS ranks for Australia Oceania next year. Lennox Smith, he finished second on the CS, just ahead of Caleb Tankred, Reef Hazelwood in that #1 position. But there's a long list of them. But he's on a tear at the moment. This guy, he was a strong performer at the World Junior title. And this is his first crack at a Challenger Series event. We'll see if he can keep the roll going. He's got a tough cast to overcome, though.
Yeah, a lot of faces in this one. But you got to start somewhere.
He's one of the star performers on the Challenger Series this year, Luke Thompson from Durban, South Africa. And he had a big victory at home at Bolido. And he did well to regather himself after the celebrations and get a quarterfinal finish at Ericeira as well. So he's well poised, 5th on the ranks coming into this event, and probably just a heat win or two away from clenching his place.
Yeah, well, things are automatically changing. We're starting to lose, even in these opening heats run, we're starting to lose some competitors out of the draw that are going to have an effect on what happens behind them. Luke Thompson here, hometown from Durban, South Africa, and you can see why he's doing well on the ratings. Very fast, clean surfer. He started this heat really, really well.
Yeah, 21 years of age, and just, you know, as he grows, the size of his surfing has grown considerably. A lot of power, and with a quarterfinal finish, he'll clench his place on the CT.
Can't think about that now, though. He's got 23 minutes to keep his mind on the job, and that is to get 2 good scoring rides. Sounds easy in theory, but mate, the hardest thing to do as a competitor is to just stay in the moment, not think about the consequences of what a good or a bad result can do for you. Call it being in the zone.
Here we go. Carlos just ripping through a couple of backhand hits here. Working this one over right through to the inside. The 33-year-old really milking it. And he's sitting 39th on the Challenger Series rankings, counting a 13th from the US Open as his best result this year, and his other keeper was the 17th here at Surfest at the start of the Challenger Series. So, you know, he can take some confidence in that, in his quest to crack the top 20.
Yeah, he's a familiar face on the Challenger Series, no doubt, and perhaps a really good result here. We'll see him up into that top 20 position, which is definitely worth fighting for. He got a lot of work done on that left-hander then. You know, for me, if I was to be critical, there was not that one explosive moment. We see Luke Thompson just streaking down the line.
It scored pretty well, though.
Yeah, no, mate, he got a number of good turns done. It's probably the longest wave ridden we've seen all day in terms of the amount of manoeuvres. Really springing out of that first turn, set him up for some good rail work through the inside.
6-1-7.
Great score, actually.
It's the highest of the heat so far, as we see Luca just on one here. Great linkage through to the inside. He's pretty well poised, sitting 30th on the ranks, so not quite as much work to do, but just for anyone who hasn't had, you know, a string of solid results, you know, you're trying to make up some serious ground as we check out the Stone and Wood slow-mo here.
Oh, I love that final turn where he just kicks the fins a little bit, just pushes it a little bit harder, gets that little bit of flair. It's like just putting an icing on the cake.
Yeah, Luca had a semi-final finish over in Ericeira this year. That's what's got him in a pretty good position to make a charge up the rankings. It's also had a couple of really dud results. So, you know, there's room to quickly improve on his points tally for the end of the season.
Yeah, so he's has the opportunity to climb up the ladder here, and with surfing like he's doing, he's got every shot at progressing through this heat. Sitting on that 5.33 is his top scoring ride at the moment. So he's keeping pace with Luke Thompson with the 5.77. Carlos Munoz with the best number at the moment, 6.17. It looks like Luke Thompson's going to pull the trigger on this one.
Yeah, it's a nice looking first section. He has to kind of redirect down the line to find this second hit, and it's an explosive one. Just exploding out of the pocket there. He likes the feel of it. He's going to get rid of the 3.67. Let's have a look at the Bioglan replay, Rick.
Oh, slams that first section, but keeps the momentum down the line. And that moment there, that was the money turn for this wave. A big flare out the back, spray heading to the sky, and then he gets the third bonus hit. And Carlos Munoz, this is live action, hits this oncoming section, a big wrap with the slide. Another stylish cutback, just milking it through the inside here. Does he get a little bonus section? But mate, that opening turn, that had huge points written on it.
That's kind of a trademark move for Carlos, and calf to release. And expecting that he'll pair up. That wave will pair up pretty nicely with the 6.17. Let's have another look at it here.
So watch this, gets on this heel side rail, holds it until that moment there, then he kicks the fins out, gets the full release, goes backwards momentarily for a millisecond, and then gets straight back on the toe side rail. So that transition, it all happens within a second. But Carlos staying in perfect control throughout the turn.
So 17.5 minutes to go even with the victory, Carlos can't get himself into that top 10, but certainly the top 20's within reach. Luca Martinez, he needs a victory to have a shot, a mathematical shot at the top 10. But like I said, he'll start improving on his points tally for the season pretty much with every heat win he gets. So he can close in on that top 20 quite easily. Just under 17 minutes to go. Luke Thompson just jumped up into the lead, a 5.93 for his last ride. Luca Martinez in second spot. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Well, surfing's just one of the many activities you can tap into here in beautiful Newcastle. Love checking out that Glen Rock Reserve just to the south of Merriweather. Mountain biking, bushwalking, some beaches there in the reserve too that you can find some secret little sandbars to yourself. But we are loving our time here at Merriweather and just loving what we're seeing from these campaigners on the Challenger Series. Trying to stitch up a place on the CT. Luca Martinez, he just jumped up into second spot. His last ride, previous wave came through at a 5.17. He's trying to improve on that to get himself the lead. He's after a 6.37 to go to first.
Well, let's check it out on the Bioglan replay. This first turn, lots of spray, really fast, clean rails. This one just got a little sticky. You could see the front of that hillside rail just dug in momentarily, so it's almost a point deduction when we start to pick up on these little mistakes that the surfers make. So Newcastle flight cam just giving us a view of some of the paragliders up here. Perfect cliff faces really for these guys with this onshore breeze. And that walkway, mate, goes for miles.
Pretty good view of the lineup. And pretty good view of the amazing story unfolding in that last heat, Kaipo. Caleb Tancred back in the jersey and looking every bit at home in this Challenger Series event.
You're right, Ron. Caleb's looking money out there. Hey, Caleb's second heat, second win, second interview. What do you want to talk about? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But you just got to be building some momentum. You got to feel the momentum on your side right now.
Yeah, I'm stoked. We've had a couple back-to-back events the last few weeks, so yeah, the momentum feels good, and yeah, just getting more comfortable every time I surf a heat.
How fulfilling is it for you to have the support, though? You got Julian on the beach here. This is your sponsor backing you up at this event. You got a lot of eyes on you, but I feel like you got a lot of good energy going your way too.
Yeah, 100%. We got a good crew down here in the tent, but not only here. Micro's tuned in. And he'll be up here tomorrow. He's just flown in from New Zealand, so I look forward to that. and JS as well. I'm sure those guys are tuned in. He's pumped us out some amazing boards, and no excuse with those tractors under my feet.
There you go. Well, yeah, Micro, Jason, guess what? It's all coming together. It's all working. Tancred on to the next round.
Yeah, Kipes. Yeah, it's been fun to watch this story evolve. He's going to be on the Challenger Series full-time next season. But the way he's competing at the moment, might have a crack at the SURFEST title here. 12 minutes remaining. Luca Messina's getting busy out here at the moment, has a couple of scores on the way. Let's check out the Stonewood slow-mo.
Late takeoff, cops the lip to the back. And he gets the rails set. Textbook backhand snap, comes through to this section here, thinks he needs to push it. Goes for the backside air reverse and just comes off the back, so that wave will not go into his two-wave tally. He'll be looking for something more, 11-minute mark. Holding down second position, but not a lot in it, Ron. There's, I mean, it's still in reach, really. Lennox Smith just falling behind just a little bit with a 4.83 as his high-scoring ride. Really needs to get up into that 5 or 6 range score if he wants to stay in contention here. But those top 3 competitors, nothing in it.
There's a lot of Olympians in the event too, Rich. Luca's had that opportunity to represent his country and done a fantastic job as well. Carlos, he's earned that honour. It's another big sort of talking point these days. I mean, the first 2 iterations of surfing in the Olympics have been pretty exciting to watch. Japan, obviously, the first. Tahiti was unbelievable. Some of the most scary chopes that we've ever seen. Big west swell. And it asked a lot of the competitors, and just with that Olympic glory on the line and representing your country, just people were so willing to throw themselves into it. It was great to watch.
Yeah, there was some incredible moments there. And Callie Vast, obviously, you know, getting the gold medal there. But I think back to the, you know, just some of the other defining moments. Gabriel's shot as he kind of Superman through the air. That incredible barrel that he had, that you had that vision from above. Amazing. But yeah, we saw some really gallant efforts at Chopu, who was testing.
Yeah, we brought it up because you've obviously got some of those Olympian surfing, but a lot of the newcomers to the Challenger Series are already talking about their hopes of representing their countries in 2028 over in LA, which is going to be fun to watch. Right now, we've got Luke Thompson out in front. 9.5 minutes to go. We're going to throw it back down to Kipes.
Yeah, it's a Newcastle airport board check, and we talk about boards, but since Rick's out there, I want to talk about what a board needs. Fins. Right here, this is Imai Kalani's board, but I'm talking about this Mick Fanning fin right here. When we're looking at a fin, we got the base right here. We have the sweep or the rake right here. The more rake, the longer the turn. The foil on the fin. This particular fin is a favorite of a lot of surfers because it has a unique foil, a little bit of a rolled edge here on the side fin, and then a flat inside foil. I hope I got that right, Richie, but that's what we're focusing on right now. Fins, and these Fannings are some of the crew's favorite.
Love it. And I think you hit the nail on the head there, Kipes. And also, you know, pretty smart not to travel with a board. Help yourself to Imai's back up there. I think it'd work well for you. But, yeah, Rich, I'll let you kind of back up what Kipes was saying in a moment. But right now we're watching Luke Thompson take flight, trying to improve on a 5.77. Likely he's done that. He's going to extend his lead. Carlos chasing him down the line. He throws one of his own.
Wow, someone just turned up the dial.
Giving us a good look at their fins, these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll check out the replays, and then we'll circle back to that fin conversation, because we do talk about the boards so much. You know, all the different board brands and the shapers and the different styles of boards and concaves and everything. We love to break down the boards, but the fins are such a big part of it. And, you know, most of the competitors, let's just check out the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay here. So Luke starting to widen the stance. Eyes off this section. Perfect Ramp into the air there. Great lift off, gets the rotation. And you always see that front foot shift a bit forward as they get to the landing. Hits the launch pad, gets that pop and projection. You saw that grab right between the feet, has a third contact point when the surfers are in the air. And then Carlos gives us his version of it on the next wave. Foamiest section, hard to find that one particular place to get lift off, but geez, he did it well.
Strong, great exchange. I mean, Carlos has stuffed the tail of his board into the face of the wave there. Those fins grabbed, and he completed the rotation. Luke, he just found that feathery, little fluffy pillow landing, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, a lot of these competitors, they would be using a more raked out fin, which when we talk about rake, we're talking about the fin leaning back and the degree or the angle of where it sits back. And because a lot of these competitors, they're riding boards with a fair amount of tail rocker, almost extreme tail rocker in some situations, and that raked fin helps to anchor that tail. They can still push hard when they're going through that turn, and they're really putting a lot of force and torque into the board. That more raked fin helps to anchor it. And a more upright fin would be a lot looser, and they would be almost in jeopardy of skipping out through a big power turn. So, you know, the shapers and the surfers working together, not only on the board shapes and the models, but the fin pairing that goes with each of those models too. So it's you know, it's like having the right tyres on a Formula One car. You know, you got the wrong tyres, you're not going to go fast enough, and you're not going to have the right grip on the surface of the road. So it's a really good analogy.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Thanks, mate.
Just on 5.5 minutes to go here. We are waiting for some numbers to come through. Luke Thompson stomps another 5.93. So well situated at the moment, but Carlos, he manages a 5. He's up in a second spot. Just remember the stories that are playing out here in this round of 64. Luke Thompson progressing through this heat is one step closer to realising his dream of making the championship tour. Carlos, it's out of reach for him this year, but he still wants that big result and could potentially crack the top 20. Luca Marcinez, he's chasing a win. Lennox Smith in his first Challenger Series event has been ultra quiet in this heat. Just 2 rides, but Lennox needs a 6.34. And we saw in the opening day of competition here at Merriweather that, you know, Lennox has got the kind of surfing that can fetch excellent scores, even against more experienced rivals.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just unfortunately got the set repellent on at the moment. He just can't find himself a wave. He literally has only taken off twice in this heat. Everyone else has got at least 5 or 6 waves. So really just trying to find something to get back into this heat. But as we look at the GWM recap, this is Luke Thompson. He came out of the gates with a bang, some fast surfing, a little look at the judges, just showing that he means business. And Carlos Munoz, he's been a really good performer as well, really showing some flair, starting to click into gear. And Luca Marcinez as well. He's been giving us a taste of what he's capable of, a really good turn. And taking it to the next level here. Luke Thompson, he's out in front. Gets the really good backup score here. Some beautiful surfing there, sending plumes of whitewash off the back of the wave. He's been our most consistent competitor, and he's got his best 2 rides in the last 2 attempts, Ron.
Yeah, solid. Love that. Stomped
Jeez, he covered some ground, didn't he?
Yeah, really launched beautifully. Carlos doing pretty well too. It was a tricky wave to take flight on.
I think Carlos got more inverted, but Luke Thompson covered twice as much ground.
A bit more of a high impact section too, as we see Luca here. Desperation for the Peruvian. Just over 3 minutes to go. Still going to be looking for that 5.85 to get up into second place. You can feel it. Just the desperation here at the moment for Luca. As Carlos just, spins out of that one.
This is huge for Luke Thompson.
Yeah, big.
This is big. This is a big step.
He looked rock solid from the outset in this heat, has to be said. 3.67 on his first ride, dropped to 5.77. Really only one throwaway score. Everything else has been pretty solid. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, so we can start doing the calculations as we go through the rounds. And up and riding. This is Luca Mazzinas. This is live action. Nothing happening. He's out. 2 minutes to go. He'll go back down to the end of the priority order. But, you know, Luke Thompson would be thinking, okay, Sammy Pupo's out. He's ahead of me, so this is good. I'm still on track.
Yeah, he's got to make quite a few heats just to
make ground.
To make ground on the front runners, as we see the Bioglan replay of Carlos almost stomping that one.
Yeah, he just got swallowed in the trough on that one. But getting a lot of pop and a lot of height. Minute and a half to go. Luke Thompson out in front. It's not a convincing lead, though. You look at second to third, anything's possible. Lennox Smith up and riding. What's he got for us? Takes to the air, overcooks it.
Loaded up. I mean, had he stuck that thing, there is a chance that he makes the jump up in the second spot. But with a minute now, it's going to be difficult.
Well, he really had no other option was to, but to produce something really radical and progressive. He goes for the air, and you can see just was never connected to the board. That's what happens when you know, you just get forced into a situation where you're pushing it further than what you like to do. You're out of your comfort zone, as we see Luke Thompson just shadowing Carlos here.
Well, Luke just wants to stay in that number one position, so that he's not worried about Luca at this point. He's using his priority to block Carlos because he knows if he stays in number one, then Carlos is the man under siege.
It's actually a really smart observation there, mate. It's you know, you naturally would think, oh, why doesn't he go and sit on Luca and try and protect that second place? But, I mean, first place, that's the box seat.
Oh, just the tension builds here as we move through the round of 64. A heavy result for Luca Mazzinas, who wanted a big finish to get himself closer to the top end of these Challenger Series ranks. If not to qualify, then at least to just lock in that Challenger Series spot for next year. But you've got to give props to Luke Thompson, the South African Grom. So strong here today. And is moving one step closer to the CT. The 33-year-old Carlos Munoz, he holds on to second position. And we've got another great lineup of eager competitors ready to hit the water here at Merriweather. Right after the break, we're going to bring in Jesse Starling and Felicity Parmentier to keep the conversation going.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, it's been an arena. 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST,
Easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
SURFEST is more than a competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle. It's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
The Newcastle SURFEST, 40 years old this year. Happy birthday to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Lukey Thompson, one step closer to Championship Tour glory. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Flick Palmatier. We knew that this time was going to come. Hearts are going to be broken, dreams are going to be made. Lukey Thompson is one step closer to his dream.
Oh, yeah, and that's got to be a good feeling, right? I mean, I think he came into this at number 5 on the rankings, but just to inch that little bit closer, to keep the dream alive, keep it within your own realm too. It's better to keep going and advancing through and keep, you know, your destiny in your own hands as opposed to losing and watching things play out in front of you. So, yeah, Luke has got the job done there. And moving into this heat, you know, there's some other big names that are really, you know, you just look at Matthias Hurdy there, number 8 seed. I mean, big things on the line for him.
Yeah. This is a do or die moment in his career. Adair Armatrain, he's had a great year as well. Currently ranked 26. Edgar Grosjean, 44. Not the year that he's really wanting, but and unfortunately he isn't going to get there, but looking to get into that top 20. And Eden Hassan, our local boy, our wild card, already winning a heat here on the Challenger Series. That was his biggest goal to get done here. But there's got a little bit to catch up in the break though. Matthias drifting the fins up and over on his first wave. It's going to come in at a 2.5 here, and Adair getting the heat really underway with this one.
Yeah, so let's see what he got done here. Just a nice float, and then really cool style here, just getting around this section and gets the finish. So he's locked in a pretty nice solid score here. And then behind him, Eden also opening the count, chucks the fins, goes for the air rev, but doesn't get that stuck. So a lot of action here in the opening moments of this heat, as we see Ed just locking in one turn combo, the one turn there. And so much action, so many waves being ridden so fast by Eden then. Just quick in and out. A few ways to digest there for the judges.
Yeah, 5.17 for Adair is really going to keep him out. And ahead of the pack right now, Edgard, he comes in at a 3.33. Matthias Hurdy a 2.5. We saw Matthias yesterday afternoon in the Riviera store down in Newey Town, and he didn't seem too phased. Obviously, had Sally in here, you talk about it, like the thoughts are always there, but he seemed to be pretty cool, calm and collected. Eden, nothing to lose this event at all. All he plans on doing is showcasing his surfing this week.
Totally. I think, yeah, he's the wild card, right? I mean, he's got this opportunity, hometown, and yeah, he's got nothing to lose. He can play spoil, I guess. But back to your conversation about Matthias. Yeah, he was pretty cruisy yesterday afternoon, and I like what Sally was saying. I think that's sort of the same approach, you know, that I'd like to be in as well. It's kind of like you obviously know, where you're at coming into this, but I think if you let yourself think about it too much and sort of play mind games. He did mention he'd surfed a couple of times, and yesterday it was substantially bigger and there was a lot of water moving, so he was kind of a little bit tired too. But yeah, he seemed like it wasn't really phasing him too much, and I mean, it's going to be interesting to watch this play out. I mean, he's sitting in number 8 seed. You look at the next heat, we've got Liam O'Brien, who's in number 9th seed. So there's big implications here as we see Matthias now.
Yeah, needs to get this heat and make it through to these next rounds. He needs at least a third here. Tail slides on that third section there, so he's starting to look a little bit more comfortable, maybe slightly in his head on that first wave. Out the back, Eden looking to do a little bit more damage here. Floats, nothing more on the inside. But yeah, Matthias Hurdy needs at least a third. That's at least what the points were before we started this event. This is better.
Yeah, this is nice. He connects here with a couple of sections. The first turn was like that rail work into the beautiful tail slide. Gets another one there for a third, but we all know what Matthias is capable of, and I think he wants more for himself too, as we see Adair just up into the lip and a quick in and out. Probably not the wave he's looking for.
I really like his surfing though. It looks like he's on a slightly longer board. It's kind of giving him a point of difference, but you can see just how groomed and beautiful this beach is. We are so lucky to come down to Merriweather just to appreciate SURFEST, but also in such a big year. Like I mentioned at the start of this heat, 40 years of SURFEST so far, and are pretty interesting. For Matthias, he's had his uncle win here before, back in 1996, Gil Herme. And Matthias, to have someone in your family who's won at this event before, he can kind of tap into that and know that, hey, I want to add my name to that list with my uncle as well.
There's something to be said about having surfing lineage in the family, right? And that sort of knowledge that can be passed down, and I guess the confidence that almost comes with that, because every location that you go to, if you've got a previous family member from a different generation that's been there, they've most likely got those connections. They maybe have got accommodation that you can stay at. They know all the good places to eat, all the, different parts of the bank you could surf when maybe, Merriweather out the front is super crowded. There's something to be said that comes from, generations of surfing, and you get all that history and knowledge.
Adair having a look here. Really nice connection. Love how that tail drifted around. Great control to get the completion on that one. So he's looking to add. Everyone's kind of taken this approach on this single maneuver layback here. This is Adair's.
Yeah, let's see what he's got done here. Just like sort of similar to that approach we saw from Bronson Matey earlier, that one big closeout layback hack.
Wow, Eden Hassan, lit line, float into the flats for a big exclamation mark in this. He's currently got that second place, but the Grom going for it.
Oh, absolutely. This is a massive section. And just the floor dropped out from underneath him, and you kind of get that free weightless feeling. Just love this Stone and Wood slow-mo. You can really see it here. He just projects through that lip, and full extension, nice compression. Make sure he rides out of that. But yeah, I love that. Bigger wave, more energy, and yeah, he just met power with power there.
Of course, we got the Stone and Wood post show. It happens every day. And you got to think, there's been so many highlight moments. There'd be too many to choose from. Today has been such a good day of surfing.
Yeah, it's been epic. I mean, obviously we've seen that energy and the swell dissipate a little bit, but I feel like we've seen a lot of great one-turn moments. I mean, obviously you've had your combos as well that have gone down really well, but I just think back to the women earlier today. We saw Isla just with that one big manoeuvre.
Wow. Matthias giving us his one solid air reverse there. Almost felt like he wasn't going to make it. Do it again. Go. He just gives it a solid finish on that wave there. But there's kind of as soon as we're talking about single turns, we get a big combo wave. But that is Matthias hearing that there's scores coming through for his other competitors and knowing that he needs to perform right here.
Oh, that was incredible, right? And we know Matthias to be this kind of surfer. He is so great in the air. Let's see him load up here. Oh, this is the finishing turn. So he gets that moment. But yeah, we know him as that kind of surfer. He is so confident in the air. This beautiful drone angle here, you can really see how just inverted that was. He gets a little bit hung up there at the top, but just maneuvers around that and brings it through. I love that he just got the finish, the nice tap here on the inside. Looking forward to seeing where the judges go with this, how they're going to reward that. It was obviously on the first section of the wave. It was critical. He did get a little bit hung up, but managed to find the finishing manoeuvre.
Yeah, Matthias, he knows he's got work to do in this heat, and that's definitely one way to do it. Not looking like he's feeling the pressure too much, similar to Lukey Thompson, who took out the winner of that last heat. I believe he's down there on the glass with Vorno.
Thanks, Luke. Well, in the immortal words of Lincoln Park, mate, every heat you make today takes you one step closer to the edge, and you're about to break through to that qualification scenario. You looked relaxed, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm just trying to kind of stay as present as I can. I feel like it's easy to get caught up in the whole process period. The qualification thing, and I just want to try to stay focused on the process, just taking one step at a time, one day, one wave, one heat. Yeah, I'm stoked to be back in the water. I haven't really been surfing this week. I hurt my back on the Goldie before this. And this whole week I was pretty much just watching the waves, and had a couple of shocker surfs the last 2 days. So it was nice to hit the lip again.
Right, how much does it suck when you're paddling out for the biggest event of your life and you're having a couple of shockers? But I will say, man, you do look like you're just in the moment and having fun, which is obviously the goal for you.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. I feel like, this year has been such a consistent year from a lot of the guys, and it's been so cool to be a part of it, and share it with all of them. They've really been pushing me, and I kind of feel like I've built a good momentum this year, and I kind of just want to keep that going into this event, and just roll with it and enjoy it. I feel like, I'd way rather be in the position I'm in than be in some other position, just going, oh, it's the last event, I can't even qualify or whatever. I'd rather be stressing about what I'm stressing about. So it's it's cool. It's more of a privilege than it kind of is pressure for me. But yeah, I've been getting a lot of support from the people back home that I've been frothing on. Like, everyone's been backing me and supporting me. So thanks to everyone for tapping in, and yeah, it feels good.
For sure, man. Pressure is the privilege, my man. Pressure is the privilege. Hey, so you were saying before that, you know, you've had a little bit of time out of the water. Like, has that been sort of like almost refreshing for you to not be just sort of like working yourself into the ground, just focusing on being healthy and happy when you got here?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've taken like a complete different look at like the process of like preparing for this event. Like, usually I spend most of my time in the water preparing and testing boards and stuff. Luckily I got some magics here and some Old Faithfuls that I can rely on. But this week I was kind of pretty much just like watching the waves and recovering and like doing crazy body work. Like, I was telling you before, like what my day consisted of this week, and it was pretty much just pure recovery. I was staying with Lobby and I was chatting to him going, bro, I'm definitely the most recovered going to this comp, but I just haven't surfed. And I was like, it's like the most recovered from not doing any exercise. But yeah, I've taken a different look on it, and it's been cool. It's actually been like a different perspective to like sit on the beach and watch the waves most of the day and just kind of look what's going on. And then I got back in the water yesterday. Actually, it was my first surf that I've had without pain, and I was just so stoked and so grateful to be back in the water. It just felt so good. So that for me was just such a victory in itself, and yeah, I'm just stoked to be back out there, back in the Rashi, and yeah, getting it going.
You look sharp, mate. First job done. See you again tomorrow.
Back on.
So cool to get a little bit of insight there from Luke Thompson, knowing that he's been injured. Didn't look it at all, to be honest, in his heat. He looks so sharp. So Luke, he's moving through to the round of 32. Matthias Hurdy has just gone to the lead. 6-point ride. We're going to get to take a look at it right now here, Flick.
Yeah, so this is the one where he just absolutely goes to the air, gets the rail grab, super inverted. The tail's really high here. And, you know, the judge is keeping a little bit of a lid on it, just like we thought. He got a little bit caught up at the top there. So not getting, you know, crazy big points, but the 6 is going to feel good. He does get the finish. He gets the completion. And so far right now, that's the highest wave in the heat. So, I mean, it's going to be feeling good for him. Obviously, you know, there's implications with this heat and him, you know, advancing or not. So he's doing all the right things at the moment to sort of keep those nerves at bay. And I feel like once he sticks one of those, he's the kind of guy that can kind of grow on that confidence. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, he's absolutely a momentum surfer. Let's see if he can build a little bit more in the next 15.5 minutes. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to Newcastle. It is the Bioglan SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and right now we've got the Bonsoy Locals Conditions Report with the Grand Poobah of SURFEST. Oh, mate, there's no one better. There's no one you want to run into than Wazza Smith, mate. This is your baby. Congratulations, 40 years. You must be frothing.
Oh, more than frothing. So proud. Not only my baby, it's the town's baby. There's been so many people involved all the way through to present this year after year, the council and everyone like that. And yeah, we wouldn't be here without the WSL, without everyone involved. And yeah, frothing, mate, frothing. And look at what...
I know you're frothing. We're at the Bonsoy. Look at us. We're right here at the Cafe del Froth frothing out. Hey, mate, when you look at that honour roll, well, you know, Ronnie said before, it's like a crystal ball. If you win this comp, you're almost guaranteed to get a spot on the CT one day.
Yeah, for sure. And that's how it was all the way through. You see someone that'd come through and win it, and then they'd have a good roll on, and from that. And love seeing the young ones come through and do well, but we've got some great surfing going on here today. Hope the locals do well. Hope everyone enjoys their time in Newcastle, and just keep frothing, Ronnie.
That's it, mate. Well, hey, what's up? Ronnie and Vaughnie, we sound exactly the same. Mate, why don't we hit Cafe Del Froth and we'll go and froth out a bit more. Let's go, bruv.
I actually don't imagine those two leaving each other's side for at least another half an hour. So many stories to catch up on. We're going to catch up on this. A 6.67 here, Flick.
Yeah, so beautiful surfing from Adur. Let's see what he's got. Beautiful layback jam. And he's going to finish so strong. 6.67, locking in for Adur, straight to the lead with that one. That is going to feel really good. It was just beautiful surfing, just nice traditional surfing link. Nothing crazy, but nice rail work and a little bit of variation there.
And Eden Hassan, he got a quick look in the air there. We got also another wave from Mateus.
Yeah, out the back here behind, just that beautiful wrap that we can see into another little float. Gets a layback jam to finish. Can he ride out convincingly? He does. And he's stoked.
Wow. These last two rides from Mateus and Adur, we talked about big single maneuvers. These are incredible combos. Just that carve into the slide, came through in here, lots of water off that back foot. Love this turn as well. That was just a section you could kind of go up and over, but he pushed that back foot, lays into it. Give yourself the fist pump, Mateus. That was a sick wave. Edgard here, lovely, solid hack on this first one. Again, through this inside section with a nice finish. It's maybe not finished, actually. I'm going to put a little question mark around that. But I feel like Edgard, he's getting a little bit left behind in this heat.
Yeah, I think he's playing catch up for sure. I mean, that first turn there, though, really turning on a dime. That board just operating beautifully on the rail. He just couldn't quite get down in front of that piece of foam. But I just want to go back to Mateus's wave. That thing was crazy. I think that first wrap that we saw from him, that was really like visions of CT surfing. And then the way he finished was just so strong. It's got to be the best wave of the heat so far for sure. So I think what we're seeing is, as we see Adur just up into the lip.
Oh my gosh, Adur is just feeling it right now. He is heating up. Let's see what he can do on this next section. Slashes into it. Maybe for the first time on these rides, we're not going to see an end section bowl. That is so rare to see today in competition. Last wave of Mateus, 6.4. You know, in previous years, he's felt the pressure in this last event and he hasn't rose to the occasion. But right now, he is giving it absolutely everything. But guess what? Adur, he's challenging him for it right now.
Oh, totally. Let's have a look here. So this is the moment. I mean, I just love this wrap. It was just so powerful. He was just in so much control too. This manoeuvre here, I mean, he hits it with a bit of power, a bit more of a linking move, but the last turn just, I mean, if he'd rode out a little bit more convincingly in front of that, I think the score could have been obviously a little bit higher, but it looked like he was in control and the right turns for the right sections there. And to me, it kind of looks like he's surfing his way into momentum like we were speaking about before.
Adur is going to have another paddle here. He's already got a score to lock in. That one just a short, sharp one. I'm not going to lie. Adur's kind of come out of nowhere this season. You know, last year he had a couple of moments, but a lot of early round knockouts. This year, especially over in Portugal, he was one of the standout surfers. He just had this incredible frontside hack on him and he's tapping back into that here and feeding his confidence. I don't know what he's doing differently, but Adur, he's got shades of CT in him.
Totally. You know what I think is I've noticed with him is that he's a very well-rounded surfer, right? I mean, he's giving it a nudge when the waves get really big. He's giving it a nudge at chopes and really packing some absolute bombs there. It was impressive to me to see some of the rides going down that I've seen from him, you know, when the waves get pretty sizey. And I feel like when you're able to sort of operate between big waves, small waves, you know, you get the feel of this bigger board. I feel like it probably does make you a bit more of an all-rounded surfer, and I do see that from him. And, you know, I was really interested to see how he would adapt here to this smaller kind of, you know, beach break surf. And, I mean, he's adapting so well. Like, he's surfing so fast. He's picking the right waves. So, yeah, really well-rounded surfer. And, impressive when the waves get bigger.
Yeah, he's actually got a really cool edit out with his friend Miguel Castrillon of them just surfing Namibia, getting these insane long left-hand barrels. And obviously not a lot of people go there, but they've gone there and made an edit. So he's definitely well-rounded, and he's starting to really prepare himself for that top stage. And there's moments where I'm like, wow, he could really take it to some of those top guys. Matheus hoping to get there and get solidified for the championship tour in the next 6 days here. Adair, just a quick in and out. We're going to see Edgard. He was there recently last year, unfortunately didn't make the cut, and you can see what feels like a little bit of frustration start to filter in.
Oh, totally. I mean, you touched on it, Jesse, before. I mean, this is definitely not the year that he's probably hoped to have, you know. And, I mean, I'm no doubt that I think he's probably going to make another charge for it next year. It's just... It's difficult to watch, but you know what? Like, he can still play spoil. I mean, right now in this heat, I mean, it's not over. I mean, here he is having another look.
Yeah, he needs to get something going here. He's only got a pair of threes to his name. That's more like it. Unfortunately, landing really hard on that back foot there. That tail getting completely buried in the white water. So Edgard currently looking for excellence. It's an 8.27. Eden Hassan, he's actually had some really brilliant moments in this heat, and we can take a look at that here with the GWM recap. But Adair, he kicked us off with this one.
He did. He started off with a 5.17 and just looking pretty in control. Just nice, you know, nice couple of snaps. And then Matheus really here just took to the air, got a little bit caught up here, but he manages to get the finish on the inside. And for me, really, once this wave was locked in, he locks in the 6. It was kind of, for me, okay, he's locked in this massive air, he's going to surf himself into rhythm. But Adair, really, on this wave, he's locked in the highest score of the heat, the 6.67. Nice bit of variation on this one. And just looking super in control. And Matheus, he's answered back here with this. And this is probably my single most favourite turn on the heat. I'd love a bit of rail surfing into a tail slide. I mean, airs are great, but I'm just a traditionalist. I love rail work. And I just loved watching that because for me, I heard Richie, we'll get back to that.
Eden trying to get back into this heat, needs a 7.47. Great looking first turn here. Comes through, there's a bit of rail surfing through the inside into an air reverse there. So it's a great surfed wave. He's definitely showcasing to the world that he's got a really strong repertoire. What I'm feeling like is maybe if he focuses on one or the other, it wouldn't feel maybe so rushed on the wave.
Yeah. I see what you're saying for sure. I think
it feels like, you know, Matheus and Adair are putting exclamation marks on their turns. And Eden, he's so young still, you know, he's only 19, but has the potential to do it, but maybe is consistently thinking down the line.
Yeah, totally. As we see a little bit of a warm-up here from Nolan. Just throwing the baton, getting connected, making sure those reactions are on point.
I've never seen a baton thrown as a warm-up. Have you?
Seen the tennis ball, but I think it's basically, as we see also Liam O'Brien with big things on the line in the next heat too.
Right now, though, Edgard going for it. Unfortunately, that real flat, shallow bit of sand makes it really hard to land these airs. Eden, he's got another wave under his belt. Goes to the air as well. He's got such an incredible air game. Previous to last, a 4.7. So brings that requirement down to a 7.14 here. But I love the fact that he's showcasing his talent.
Oh, he's just absolutely going for broke, right? I mean, he's just going for the Hail Mary. I could get this done. And if I land one crazy air like that, wow, it's wave fest out here right now. Matheus
with a bowl ahead of him. Goes, chucks the fins over the lip line here. Starts to slow up a little bit. Now he's going to regain some speed. Snaps it in the pocket. A little bit of foam on the face as well. So Matheus just kind of feeling that one out. I'd say that's maybe more of a, as Stace would call it, a perso wave. With a 6.4 and a 6 in the lead. You would feel pretty comfortable considering just the score lines of 3rd and 4th right now.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Matheus looks confident. I think, he surfed his way into some momentum here. And exactly right, a perso wave for sure. Just get the make there and he'll be back out the back. But we've seen so many waves ridden in this heat. I mean, the guys have been super consistent and kind of just really rolling the dice on anything. I mean, it's pretty crazy when you add up these totals here. It's nuts. There's plenty of opportunity.
Yeah, 34 waves ridden in just
Thanks
this
for that, because
heat.
I was like, not going to touch that, because I was like, maths is not a strong point. English and talking, sure. Maths, no. So
Maths,
thanks for that.
No, when you were, I was like, wait, I'll quickly calculate that one up. Yeah, 34 waves ridden in this heat, which is a lot for the judges to really digest too. They're definitely earning their buck today, just to be your eyes on the ocean so much, and then to keep that wave locked in your brain, because you always have to watch the first run through. Obviously they have the rewind camera as well, but this is, this 1 minute of break that we've had so far, they would be really soaking this up right now. Like, oh, thank God. Okay, 60 seconds of peace.
Oh, look, it looks like there's another set coming though, so get ready.
Yeah, it's all over to our judges, but we're just past this 3-minute mark here. Mateus looking at better 6. Again, throws that tail around on a steep part of the first wave. Love how he comes and attacks these end sections too. So Mateus giving us a lot of repertoire. We saw Edgard go for it, but fall a bit awkwardly. Adair with a big turn too. These guys are holding nothing back at these sections right now.
Oh, yeah, they're absolutely going for broke. And these big Hail Marys on these kind of bigger sections with so much power. There's some tough landings. I mean, Edgard went down hard. Behind him, Adair went down as well.
And I know Newcastle's just a beachy, but it packs some punch. Like, you get smoked out there.
Oh, totally. Oh, just as you see that tail slide, that carve into tail slide, and Mateus just finishing so strongly there. So you got to be thinking with, and behind him, here we go. Let's see. Ed just went down. He slapped hard.
Yeah, he did.
That was just in the eardrum, water, real hard. Behind him, Adair, let's see. He gets that one turn, and then again, just going down. These waves are slapping these surfers right now.
Wow, 90 seconds right now for our young gun, Eden Hassan, to try and find that 7-1-4. Edgard, unfortunately, just never really got going in this heat, looking for an 8-2-7. Every single heat has a storyline. Someone needs to make it through, or their fate is out of their hands. The only real person we've seen that happen to so far today who's in a real qualification spot is Sammy Pupo. Didn't make that heat, so Mateus, if he can get through this next 60 seconds, that's one heat down, one job done.
Totally, and when you're in these positions, you don't want to be on the sideline watching your destiny unfold. You want to be in charge of your own destiny. So as long as he keeps advancing, he keeps that dream alive. I just looked at that next heat. I brought it up before, but you got Liam O'Brien sitting there. So he's one spot behind Mateus. He watches Mateus advance. He thinks, okay, Mateus has advanced. I mean, maybe a little bit more pressure as we see Adair
starts to lay the rail. Yeah, a bit of a weirder looking inside one there. He's just so competitive. He wants the win here. Eden with a spotlight. 30 seconds to go. Needs a 7-1-4. Racing for something big. Throws the fins and puts the hands in the air for Eden Hassan. Great air rev to end out his heat. 20 seconds to go. And the beach, the locals are loving it, and as they should. This is their boy right now.
That was really, really, really cool. I think he's been trying for a few of those, and, finally he's stuck one. And it's cool because we were able to see what he's capable of as we see Ed having another roll.
Ed just with the one turn. So unfortunately, it's not going to be that 8-2-7. He's going to come in, and that's going to be the end of his season. So we're going to see him kick back off again in the next Challenger Series season coming up. This is the replay, though, of this last one of Eden. 7-1-4 is the requirement.
Yeah, let's see how it all went down here. So just gaining all that speed, all that momentum. Hucks it here. No grab. Almost the full rotation. Comes out, lands pretty smoothly, I'd say. Really, I'm pretty interested to see where this goes. Obviously, 7-1-4 is the requirement. It'd have to be the highest wave of the heat. It was a pretty giant air.
Yeah, it's pretty high. And he covered some distance.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He's come down to the Surfing Oz crew. You can see the tent there. Botsy. See Lennox Smith in amongst that crew. Dion Atkinson, I believe that's him there. Eden, you could hear him say, gave it a shot.
Yeah.
Probably not, wasn't a big enough section. Section wasn't safe, but yeah, it was sick.
So these guys thinking it's probably not enough. See Amy.
They're looking at us. They're like, can you show me the replay, please? Put it up on the laptop. Here we go, boys. You get to watch the replay one more time. So let's see just how giant this air was. I mean, he sets up, he times it beautifully, hits his bit of coping and just releases the fins. I just love that there was no grab there. It was so close to being the full rotation. There was plenty of height there, and tail got nice and inverted there for a second.
I think he was just as shocked as well, just to be like, yes, please give me the 714. Eden saying he wants another opportunity to go out there and do that again. And you know what? He's only 18, 19 years old, and he can do that in a jersey on this stage already. That's scary.
Yeah, I think he has to be proud of himself no matter what this outcome ends up being, because he's not going to, oh my.
It comes in so close. He needed a 714. It's a 7-point ride. Eden Hassan just 0.14 short of the score.
Oh, look, it's obviously heartbreak, but he has to be proud of himself because he left really no stone unturned. He kept trying and trying and trying. He was looking for one of those big meaty sections. He had a couple of falls, but he eventually got the make, and you know, someone so young, he has to be proud.
Wow, so Matthias Hurdy keeping his roll alive. Adur Matrain looking great as well. He could potentially go up into that top 20. Really looking forward to seeing what this guy can do with the rest of the event. Liam O'Brien, it's time to see if he can handle out his fate. We'll be right back after this short break.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Cardiff GWM, official auto dealership of Newcastle SURFEST, and by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia.
Nothing like getting excited about surfing than listening to the amazing voice of Joe Tappel. We love you, Joe, and we'll see you very soon. We are at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, the last stop on the Challenger Series this year. We're looking to add 9 more people to the men's tour and 3 more women to the women's tour. There's so many spots still available, and Liam O'Brien hunting down one of those, currently ranked 9. And for him to improve on his situation, he needs to better a 9th place finish.
Yeah, the thing that this year for Liam is he's been incredibly consistent, which is great. But that's also the thing that's hurting him as well, right? We've had those guys, as we get back to that point, as we see Finn just with the 2-turn combo there, nicely done. But yeah, the consistency is a hard thing because he hasn't had that breakthrough result yet, as we see Dill.
Yeah, Dill getting underway here as well. Looking at the Bioglan replay here, loves the left. Same. North is the funnest wave. He's going to come through this inside. It's been getting a little bit weird on the lefts here. A lot of deeper water that you have to go through. So some downtime here for Dill. Hucks the fins around. Why not with the completion for Dylan Moffat. Lobby looks like he's going to get a start here as well. Big paddle into this one. Let's see what he can do here.
Oh.
Wow, great looking first turn. And again, but pushes a little bit too hard. We've all been there before. If there's anyone I want to see get back on tour, it's Liam O'Brien.
Totally. That first turn, obviously he's had CT time. And that first turn just then, it screams CT. You can just see the difference. I mean, I was going to bring it up in the last heap. I heard Richie say it. There is a difference when you see these surfers stand up and they, put the board on rail, they go into the lip. He mentioned, Julian yesterday, just the one wrap. He didn't even make the wrap, but you can just tell automatically. It's just the power they possess. The timing is impeccable. I mean, he was unfortunate not to make this. I mean, 9 days out of 10, he's making that. So, but it is just night and day for me. You can really, really see it. And Liam is definitely someone that belongs. He's very well-rounded, a really great human being as well. We spoke to her before. There's a lot of Aussies in contention right around that bubble. You've obviously, we've got Callum Robson, we've got Morgan Siblick. I mean, there's a lots of Aussies really in contention, but just in that tight little bubble section around, the 9, 10, 11, 12 situation, Jacob Wilcox is another one. But yeah, and they're all great guys, but you just can see the level of guys who have had that CT experience.
Oh, and those guys who have kind of been around it for a while as well. Winter Vincent obviously getting a couple of CT wildcards. He's looking to push for the championship too. He's currently ranked 14th. I think Liam O'Brien, he belongs there. His surfing, it is such CT quality. Finn McGill, obviously, World Junior Champion as well. He's looking just to jump some rankings similar to Dill Moffat. Nolan, he's actually got quite up there on the rankings as well. So top 20 is his goal. And looking to get his first wave here. But yeah, I just feel like those guys like Jacob Wilcox, Morgan Siblick, Liam O'Brien, the tour misses them.
Yeah, totally. I miss the dynamic of, we got to see it during part. Here we go. We got the men's qualification scenarios.
Yeah, so already qualified Eli Hanneman. He's sitting pretty. He's coming to this, no pressure on his shoulders. Carly Vast needs a 17th or better. That is nothing. Similar for someone of the caliber of George Pitter, a 9th place finish. Easy for someone like him. And then you keep going down the list. The hardest it is right now for Jogan and Levi Slauson. They can qualify by winning the event, but that last line, 17 additional surfers are still mathematically in contention. So imagine being Lobby, knowing that, oh, okay, awesome, 17 more people could take my spot.
I know. I mean, some crazy things would have to happen, but we have seen that happen before. The crazier things have happened. And I think you just look at that, and I just am such a firm believer when you look at all those scenarios, I just couldn't focus on that. As we see Liam here just to work on his backhand, falls again on the second turn. But I think you've just got to focus on yourself. The more you can control your own destiny, obviously, is the better. You don't want to be sitting, on the sideline watching your destiny play out and hope that it's a bad thing. But if you're in that position, which I have been myself before, where you're watching your destiny unfold and hoping that essentially someone loses so that you can gain a spot on tour, it's not the ideal situation to be in.
Yeah, and none of these guys are mean guys.
No.
Like, they're all lovely people, but they'd probably be sitting and watching heat going, please get knocked.
Yeah.
Please get knocked. Or seeing these like local wildcards or someone like Caleb Tankred just go really deep in the draw to really help their case. We've actually had an update. So Carly Vast, obviously, he's super close to qualifying. We said he needs a 17th. It's actually become a lot easier because Sammy Pupo got knocked out just a few heats ago. Carly only needs to make this heat, and he's qualified for the championship tour. He's coming up in heat number 9, so potentially in 90 minutes' time, Carly Vast could just achieve his lifelong goal. Nolan, looking here, love this guy's backhand. So fast, so whippy. And he's got the long lock stat, a little bit of drama to it as well. 3 big turns there. You can hear Matty Myers on the beach. He loved it.
Absolutely slicing that wave. That was crazy. Just real precision here. I love this. He's just got a real snappy style on his backhand. This turn too. The wave here was real tricky to surf, but he just had the right choice of manoeuvres for the section. And yeah, it was really tricky. It kind of didn't give him much wall, but just on his backhand with his choice of manoeuvres, he was able to really bring it back into the pocket and sort of keep that wave alive. So nice 3-turn combo for Nolan. Yeah, Nolan's been knocking at the door for a little while now too. He's got that talent where
he's so cat-like. He's got such fast reflexes that he can fit 3 big turns in a short amount of space, and that's kind of his strong point. And it's a really cool strong point to have, and it definitely will add to him once he does qualify for the championship tour eventually. I believe it's out of contention for him for this event. So for those guys, you know, similar to Nolan, top 20, it makes a big difference to be in that and not have to go back to the regional series for another year.
Oh, totally. It just takes the pressure off, right? And I was actually talking to Yolanda Hopkins this morning. She's obviously confirmed her spot for the CT, but even her last year, knowing she didn't qualify for the World Tour, but just knowing that she'd re-qualified through, you know, those top positions, and knowing that she didn't have to do the regional, she was just like, I'm really happy with that, because, you know, I've competed so much, and it just adds a whole nother pressure to your whole year, really. More time away, more travel. So, yeah, it's really meaningful to make sure you lock in one of those places.
And look at what that's done for her.
Yeah.
She's had that little bit more extra time off, and she's just come back and qualified. She's currently ranked #1. Dill, I said it before, loves the left. He's going to look at this nice section, tabletop snap to kick us off there. Just a little on the back foot. There was a lot of water moving down the line. So Dill got a 3-5 for that opening left. Lobby wants a piece of the action too. Come on, Lobby. Solid looking first turn. A lot of spray out the back on the second as well. Can see him trying to make something happen on this inside. Even that, you know, it's a smaller looking wave. Anyone else kind of would have just tapped it, but he just threw an entire bucket of water out the back.
Yeah, his surfing's so on point. Once again, the demonstration that it is CT level for sure. It was just a nice, we'll have a look at this first wave of Dill. This turn here, if he backs this up with another one, that is crazy. That fin drift that he basically did, like, if you're thinking about skating, like a grind across a rail, across the lip of the wave. And then behind him was Lobby, just look, smaller wave, and I do feel, obviously you're not judging wave height, I do feel though that the height of the wave will let him down a bit with just, you know, the not having as much energy come towards you. You can't really generate as much power, I guess, out of the turns, but it was beautiful surfing and it was really well done. But wow, that one turn of Dill was insane.
It was funky.
Oh yeah, it was cool. I really liked it.
Yeah, so Dill, he's looking to get him up, like similar to Nolan in that top 20. Mateus Hurdy looking to stay alive in this top 10. Feeling the pressure, we're not sure. Vaughn, tell us about it.
Yeah, Mateus just saying, you know, were you feeling the pressure? Weren't you feeling the pressure? From our eyes, it looked like you were just cruising, having a blast out there.
Yeah, actually, I'm feeling good. I feel like I have a lot of people on my back, you know, like just supporting. I've been receiving like just the best messages lately and good vibes. And also it's like, it's the beginning of the year, so it doesn't feel like the last event, which is weird, but it's good. It felt good. Yeah, definitely a little nervous. Everybody gets nervous in the first round, but feeling good. The bars are good. Thanks, Jason, and yeah.
Tell us about your relationship with Newcastle, mate. When you came here at the start of the year, last year, you put on an incredible show out here. It just seemed like you clicked with this wave. Do you feel comfortable at home here?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite places in the world. You know, I'll definitely live here. Like, I love where I'm from, Florianopolis, but this is like second favorite for sure. And yeah, I love here. Jules is, you know, supporting me here, and I just have a group of friends here. It's just really cool. I love this place.
It's cool, man. Like, when we think of your surfing, we just think of explosive, new school moves. You are one of those guys with a foot in both camps. You know, you have a lot of respect from your peers on tour, but also from the free surfing world. Like, are you getting messages of support from that free surfing world?
Yeah, here and there, for sure. Like, I just been doing a lot of trips for Stab, and got to meet all my heroes from that side of surfing, which is amazing. And yeah, I got a lot of good message from everywhere, fam, friends, and competitors, and free surfers. Yeah, I'm really happy. It's a good moment for me right now.
Well, mate, you've got a lovely, mellow vibe going on. I know you're feeling really confident, and we're stoked to see you just light that last heat up. Can't wait to see you in the next one.
Yeah, let's go. Let's keep going. Thank you.
Thanks, Vorno. Thanks, Mateus. Wow, Dill Moffat. Just surfing with so much speed, a little bit of extra pizzazz on that wave as well. I'm actually really keen to watch the replay of this one. We've got a wave to lock in for Nolan Raposa. Lobby looks like he's just going to have a small score. Finn McGill staying a little bit quiet. He's been competing here since back in 2017. So he's been coming to Nui for a really long time. Come up against names like Jaddy Andre, Jack Freestone, and he's looking to go deep in the draw here. This is the last one of Nolan here, Flick.
Yeah, so Nolan just taken to the sky, throws the fins, gets the landing, and then, wow.
What? Lobby. This is exactly what Rich was talking about, just being that little bit above, that gear above, into a finishing turn. He looked a little bit angry at the end of that. You don't see too much of Lobby showing too much emotions, but you can see how much this means right now.
Oh, totally. Let's break this one down. This was beautiful surfing. Real critical first turn. Judges love to see it. He comboed it right up to, gives variation here, and finds the finish. This has to be a good score for Dill. Gets the fin release there at the end. And I think there was definitely frustration coming from Lobby here, because I feel like his surfing's doing the talking, but the waves are choice maybe just letting him down slightly and just not exactly giving him what he wants.
2017 World Junior Champion Finn McGill getting a quick 3 turns under his belt here. He's been looking really sharp all year, working with Dougie Silver as well. And you can see Dougie has this really spiritual approach to being a coach. You know, he always tries to tap into the personality, or what kind of works in more of a, like I mentioned, a spiritual mindset. And I feel like Finn and him actually bounce really well off each other.
Oh, yeah. Doug is an absolute character, and he's been really, it's been really cool to watch him. You know, obviously we saw him come back onto the scene when he started coaching Seth on the World Tour, and, you know, just the energy that he brought with Seth and how well their dynamics worked. And it's been cool, you know, he's really an eccentric character. And, you know, watching him, you know, I was speaking to him yesterday and he was telling me he's got a few different people in his camp. He's coaching Eve as well, Finn. And, I think it's cool. I love seeing these different characters around the event site too.
It's great.
But, yeah, it's looking forward to seeing how it plays out here
We're
with Finn.
lucky to have our own character in the booth, Vaughan Blakey. I love having him back on board. 14 minutes to go. Dill Mock just locked in a big score of 7-3-3. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break.
It's been a huge day, day 2 down here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. But guess what? I'm fully charged up because I am on the Bioglan program. Bernie Cranch, how are you going? Thanks so much for your support of this event, mate. Tell us a little bit about Bioglan. What are we looking at here as the official vitamins and supplements partner of the WSL?
Yeah, we're 100% Australian owned, full premium ingredients. We've been the sponsor of WSL for a while now. We're very proud to be the main sponsor of the Newcastle SURFEST this time. We got anything from your Mega B for your energy, got the magnesium, good for your skin, the collagen, the creatine, and yeah, come down and check us out.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, well, I've been down here. I've got a backpack full of all this gear because I am fully charged up. And, mate, we can't wait to come back down. If you are in the area and you want to check out what Bioglan's all about, come on down. Say good day to Benny, and we'll get you on the Bioglan program. Thanks, brother.
I'm not going to lie, Benny had that broadcast feel on lock. He looked so comfortable then.
Oh, absolutely on dial.
Benny, maybe a new career in your path, mate. 11 minutes to go on this one. Finn McGill has just gone to the lead on those last waves. 5.5 for his first one that we saw really early. Backed it up on his second wave, a 5.63. So taking the least amount of waves in this heat, but locking in 2 big scores that's got him in a good-looking first place. Actually, maybe not so good-looking. Dill only needing a 3.8. 7.33 for his last wave. And Lobby for that big carve, getting a 4.83. So it's actually still kind of anyone's ballpark right now.
Yeah, it's definitely open for sure. I think Finn knows, you touched on it, you know, Finn's sitting in first, but it's sort of that false sense of security knowing that Dill behind him has got that 7.33, needing very little. Liam, to me, this is interesting because obviously he wants to advance, right, to keep this dream alive. He doesn't want to watch it unfold from the sidelines, but I feel his surfing is there. It's just this wave selection maybe has let him down. It hasn't offered up the sections he's been looking for. We've seen frustration from him at the end of his rides. He hasn't sort of had the completions he's wanted to, but he's had moments. The surfing is looking on point. He just needs to find a wave that's going to give him sort of that maintain that same size the whole way. Like a couple of his waves he's had, they sort of ran off and tapered really fast. So you can sort of see Liam is really paddling up to the north, just trying to get a lot of space between himself and the other 3 competitors right now to give himself the best opportunity. So I love this drone shot because it really puts it in perspective and paints the picture as we see Lobby just darting maybe for a potential wave here.
Yeah, he's going to have a good look at this one. Lobby looking left, hoping to get a big section to start this one off. It's just going to be one and goes down, unfortunately, for Liam O'Brien here. He would have so many people back up at Burleigh, really wanting to see him back on the tour. And I think people worldwide, obviously there's a lot of fans out there, even back home from Hawaii. Finn McGill, obviously, like we mentioned, he's the 2017 World Junior Champ, looking to get into that top 20. But Lobby just not getting the completion here, Flick.
Oh, he knew that it was only going to be the one section, right? So he went as hard as he could, but that wave just dropped out from underneath him. Kind of did he give him the landing he wanted? But it is going to be difficult here because, you know, we're getting down into the crunch as we see Finn having a look.
He's going to need to better a 5.5 here. It's not going to do it, that wave running off on him. So we're seeing the tide start to drop back out again. So we're starting to see maybe a little bit more lump and bump filter through. I feel like the swell direction, though, it started to settle down. We saw that really big mix of that northeast and that southeast swell this morning, but that obviously that southeast starting to filter in a little bit more, cleaning up these lines just a little bit nicer here. So 8.5 minutes, everyone's kind of got one moment, but it's just going to be these backup scores right now, especially for someone like Nolan, gets a 6 right at the start. And when you know you only need a 4.87, you know it has to have at least something special on it.
Yeah, totally. I think I even look at this shot right now. It's like pretty pulled back, right? And Liam seems to have put a lot of distance between himself and the other competitors. I mean, you can really see it here. It is. I mean, it's great for Liam. It's surprising for the other competitors to give him that much room as we see Nolan go for the reverse.
Oh, no, just can't hold on at the end there. You could see him. He was started to spin right at the roof of that wave, so had to hold on for the free fall here for Nolan. Looking back at his year, his best result being a 9th place over in Brazil. And Brazil's kind of pretty similar to what we're looking at with the conditions today. A little bit of wobble, a bit of backwash coming in, but then some big chunky sections. So this is kind of Nolan's bread and butter.
Oh, yeah. I even think to, you know, his hometown, you know, it's Long Beach, right? I think California, is it? And, yeah, he just, like, I mean, this seems like to me like sort of like a Californian beachy. And I think, yeah, it sort of suits his surfing, you know. He's trying to fit these tight little turns in these pockets as we see him have another go here.
Nolan swinging again, starts to race up, gets a float into another reverse with the completion this time. So had to get back up on the horse straight away here for Nolan. And I feel like he knew he was so close to getting the make on that last wave. So fair enough, he's going to try again and keep just swinging for that 4.87. Is it convincing enough to get him across the line?
Oh, look, the first turn's sort of a tap, just a bit of a setup, right, for this last moment. 4.87 he's searching for. I think it's going to be maybe right there, right. it's going to be interesting to see where they go with this. I think all the points are going to be coming from that last manoeuvre, just under.
Yeah, I feel like that as well. It comes in, yeah, it's a 3.5. As we wait for a couple more waves to roll through, Vorno, what are you up to out there?
Well, it is time for our Bond University athlete health check. Now, I was trying to find Luke Thompson because he had a pretty bad back injury about a month ago, and he's just been in full recovery mode, but I think he's left the contest site. But I did find the Newcastle hero of the day, Eden Hassan, who came so close, so very close to realising yet another dream come true, cruising through this round after yesterday's big win. Mate, a little bit disappointing, but wow, must have felt good to land that big full rotor at the end of your heat.
Oh, it felt amazing. Like, everyone was up supporting and cheering on straight after, so yeah, I couldn't ask for a better feeling than that, but didn't get it, but hopefully get another shot at a challenger.
What's it like, mate, when you come in on the beach and you've got all your friends and family there? It took ages for the score to come through, so I know everyone's going, maybe you got it. Like, did you dare to dream?
Oh, that anticipation of, like, waiting for the score, like, I'm glad it stretched out because it just made that moment a little better. But, yeah, it's the best feeling, and I had heaps of support, so, yeah, I couldn't ask for much more.
A great experience for you, mate, and you really stepped up. I think, you know, this level of surfing is well within your grasp. We'll see you on the Challenger Series soon. But, mate, this is the Bond University Athlete Health Check. Have you got any niggles? Have you got anything going on that we need to know about?
My body's feeling pretty healthy. The only injury is probably a bull rash, and chuck some Vass on that and they'll be fine.
I thought you said board rash, bro. Oh, well, look, he's doing good, and he's the hero of the city. So big round of applause. Good on you, mate. You're an absolute legend. Best of luck with that.
How do you pick that one up casually?
Excuse him, what?
What? Anyway, thanks, Dill. Dill Moffat up and riding on this one. Throws the fins again, looking at better than 3.6. And one of the most interesting Bond University athlete health checks I think we've ever seen.
Brought some entertainment, that's for sure. Yeah, so Dill just chasing, you know, a smaller score there to get himself up into that event. That last wave, top two scores, 3.73. So he's replaced his lowest score, putting a bit more distance between himself and Nolan.
Nolan now looking for a 5. Dill wants to improve again here. Goes for the air. It's re-engaged with his board there on that backside air reverse, but unfortunately just a little bit too far on that back foot. 3 minutes 40 here to go. So we look right now to the storyline, which is Liam O'Brien. Actually, we'll get back to this in a second. Bioglan replay here of Dill.
Yeah, so this is a lumpy, bumpy wave. Super hard to surf, but pops it up there. Real kind of awkward landing. Almost looked like a bit of a novelty. He was maybe going to make it, maybe not. But yes, back to the storyline.
He's in 4th position right now. There's just over 3 minutes to go. Lobby's got a 4.83, and that's his best score, which essentially is for one carve, really. That's all that wave really kind of had. Needs a 6.24. When you think of Lobby, you don't think that number is out of contention, and it's not the surfing that's going to let him down here. It's really going to come down to the ocean and finding that wave.
Totally. I mean, look, if you think about where you want to be, it's not where you want to be right now. He doesn't want to be in last, but he has got that little P next to his name, so he's got priority. So he's got the opportunity. Let's get into the GWM recap here. So just Finn just demonstrating lots of power there. Locks in his first wave, the 5.5, but then Nolan locked this one in. Just some spicy surfing on the backhand, keeping it nice and tight and connected. He drops the 6, but then it was Dill with this mammoth score. Just really being rewarded for his variation here. Nice tail slide and finds the connection. 7.33, highest wave of that heat so far. And look, Liam, it's the tail of the one turn for him. He's really getting let down by these waves. I feel like you can really see his frustration. I mean, look, he gets the finish, but they just haven't had the same height or the same energy as what, you know, we're seeing here from Finn. You know, these wave heights, they're just that little bit bigger. They're finishing with that little bit more energy. And definitely, you know, Liam, we have seen a little bit of that frustration. He has got priority next to his name. It's the best place you could be in this situation. It's whether or not the ocean's going to provide. And I do believe if he gets given the opportunity and he does finish 2 turns, his 2 turns are so strong that he will get that requirement.
Let's think back to a couple of waves that have gone above that 6.24, because the judges, they've been kind of not giving a 6 out very easily. We'll get back to this. Nolan having a look. But Dill's 7.33, obviously 3 big turns. Obviously a couple of big airs, even that last one in that last heat. Here we go, using up first priority. Oh, goes down. Lobby had away with a little bit more size. Now Finn caught behind on that one. Just over a minute to go. He's going to go to the back of the priority rotation here. Needing a 6.24 with a minute on the clock here, Flick.
Yeah, it's tough to watch, right? I mean, he obviously goes down. You can see he was waiting for the section to present itself. He gives it a little jab, but just the nose picks. This is just going to become incredibly hard for him because it looks like to me everyone's giving him quite a bit of space, actually. You know, and it's interesting, you know, Dylan's the guy who is in second, you know, obviously a fellow Australian. And giving Liam, you know, a bit of space there, you know, or what, 10 metres maybe between the two. But, yeah, it's hard because Liam's got last priority right now. He hasn't got the pick of waves. And if one comes through, you've got to be thinking that Dill potentially was going to take it off him. But right now for Liam to sort of find some space.
Yeah, 15 seconds on the clock as well. So it's really starting to, unfortunately, become unattainable. I mean, he is in that top 10 position. He looks like he's going to paddle for something here. He's got 5 seconds on the clock. It's a big paddle. Lobby, he's to his feet in time, needs a 6. Big Larry, unfortunately, there's no ride out here for Liam O'Brien. So we've got another tale of that story, similar to what we saw from Sammy Pupo. He's going to have to sit on the bench, sit on the sideline and watch it all unfold and hope that it goes his way.
It's tough. It's so tough. I mean, you've got to be feeling for him. We could see the frustration. And he is such a good surfer, so pretty hard to watch him go down there.
And just remember the stats. There is 17 people below 15 who can still qualify. So Lobby being in 9, he's really leaving that position open for the taking. But good news for this guy, Finn McGill. He's moving on through to that round of 32 along to Dill Moffat. We're going to have a change up in the booth and bring back in Ronnie Blakey and Rich Lovett for the call.
A huge day of competition, massive consequences for those at the top end of the Challenger Series rankings as we get set for Heat 7, the round of 64. This is going to be a good one. We have seen a couple of the top seeds knocked out of the mix, and they're going to be sitting anxiously on the sidelines watching the rest of the event unfold and hoping they can maintain their place at the top end of the ranks. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett. Rich, another heat coming our way now with some of the favourites to make the championship tour.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Jordan Lawler, young Geordie from, well, not so young anymore, but Geordie from Narrabeen. You know, he's been at it for a while now, coming super close He's won the Aussie Open a couple of times, and you know he's right there, and he's still in there with a shot. I think down in 14th or 15th position. I think he is
16th.
16th position. So George has got to get through this heat. This is a must-make for him.
Yeah,
And
he's had a Challenger Series victory before, and he's not wasting any time in getting started. He got the victory with his incredible forehand, but his backhand is equally as sharp, and he puts it on show here in the Bioglan replay. 4.5 for this opener.
Yeah, he's been battling some injuries of late as well. Bit of a dicky ankle has sort of kept him from being in full flight. But got a lot of support from his hometown in North Narrabeen. Was doing some work with Matty Cattle over in Hawaii in the Challenger event over there. I think he was actually lucky to sort of compete at the level that he did, given the injury. But yeah, he's got a little bit of work to do. Xavier's there as well, really close. And Xavier over the last sort of 12 to 24 months, geez, hasn't he come on?
Yeah, really impressive. Both Geordie and Xavier started their Challenger Series campaigns pretty strong right here at SURFEST. Geordie with a 9th place finish. Xavier Huxtable had a quarter-final finish. Geordie's big result this year came in Brazil, Saquarema. He had a semi-final finish there to elevate his spot on the rankings. And Xavier, he was strong at the pipe event. He actually had the highest heat score total of the entire contest. And he just, we knew he was going to be a threat, and he was going to go pretty well once he got into the Challenger Series ranks. He kind of battled away on the regional qualifying series, missing out by just a spot or two for a number of years. So great to see him in this position, and with a position to in a position to qualify for the CT. 17th on the rankings, and it is going to be hotly contested. The finding a place within the just inside the top 10. And a lot of Aussies are going to be climbing over themselves and battling each other in their quest to qualify.
I'm sure these guys are just wishing everyone above them actually bows out. Probably getting the voodoo dolls out at night, and you know, you never really want to do it that way. You want to surf your way to a victory. Callie Vast on screen there.
Loves Newcastle. He absolutely loves it.
Now he is right there. You know, he is borderline qualified. I think he only needs to get through 1 or 2 more heats, given that Sammy Pupo has now bowed out. So we'll confirm those numbers as we get a little closer.
One more heat.
One more.
One more heat.
Wow.
Callie Vast, who had a runner-up finish here at SURFEST last year. Pretty good chance we'll see him up at the Beach Hotel momentarily if he can survive that next heat. Got a young gun out there in the lineup having his first run at the Challenger Series this year. Oliver Zeitz, the nephew of Sebastian Zeitz, 20 years of age. It's been tough for him in his first run at it, but pretty impressive, sitting 50 in 55th position on the rankings. Earlier today, his younger sister progressed out of her heat with a victory. So he'll want to keep things going there for the family as we see Xavier just whipping that board on the final section. Seen Xavier put the jersey on as a wild card down there at Bells Beach in the past and take down some big names.
Yeah, he's been really good in a situation that really is no pressure, nothing to lose, but he's actually surfing for something here. And on this wave, you can see he's surfing with intent, just pushing a little bit too hard on that second manoeuvre. Up to that point, was doing everything right. That opening snap, really clean, lots of speed.
Well, every single one of his peers just know how deadly he is, and always spoke about just what a threat he could be once he got into the Challenger Series full-time. Been a great campaign. Alistair Reginato, he's out there in the lineup too. He's wearing the green jersey, the surfer from the Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, I'm going to say he was one of the standout competitors yesterday.
Yeah, he looked deadly. He's on a bit of a run. He just had a QS victory in Phillip Island just over a week ago. As we see Xavier working hard for this one. But yeah, Alistair Reginato, it's sort of been a surprise to me that he hasn't banked a big result on the Challenger Series yet. But the way he's competing at the moment, he could get it done this week.
Yeah, you get the feeling it's just around the corner, and maybe even this week. It might be Al's time to shine. We could see him go all the way to the top. If he does the type of surfing that we saw him do yesterday, he'll put himself right there. Conditions have gotten a little smaller. This is Geordie Lawler. Milking it all the way through to the inside. Gets vertical on the last hit, but goes down. So George with a 4.5 on his scoreboard already. 10 minutes, almost 10 minutes into this heat now. No one really putting a decent score on the board there. You can see Alistair Reginato down in 89th position on the Challenger Series, but this is all good experience for him.
Only his third Challenger Series event this year. But Reggie has that just amazing timing and power out of the pocket on the forehand especially. We've seen his backhand fetch big numbers in this comp already. So he can get it done both ways, but I think his true weapon is the forehand.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with you, but he's definitely in having one of those little purple patches at the moment, you know, with the win down at Phillip Island. He was definitely one of the standouts up at Burleigh Heads last weekend. Coming down here into his opening round, just feels like he's on there's momentum behind him, and he's really upped his performance level. For me, the intensity of the turns has gotten bigger over the last 12 months. Placement of the turns, he's washed out a bit of that stuff that happens in between, so the flow's really lifted. He's coming on.
Well, he's living on the Gold Coast these days, and I think that, you know, it might be a product of spending more time on the point breaks. Snapper Rocks, it was a great summer at Snapper. The sand filled in beautifully, so all those surfers that were up there, Morgan Siblick, Alistair Reginato, even Jacob Wilcox, got the benefit of getting well and truly in tune, as we see. Oliver Zeitz.
Nice combo.
Yeah, great combination. Plenty of spark in his surfing. Got to see him in a board riders event on the Gold Coast earlier this year. And he performed really well.
Look at the replay here from above. Some great shots here. You can see him snapping down the line, gets to that finishing turn. Just love how quickly he transitioned out of that second into the third hit.
19 minutes to go here, waiting on the numbers to come through for Zeitz. Let's check in with Vaughan. He's got the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Ronnie. Finn McGill getting it done out there, mate. And, you know, this year's been a bit of a, I guess, one to sort of forget in some ways on the Challenger Series, but on the regional queue, you went absolutely bonkers. That tour is no walk in the park, mate. So it must feel great to already lock in your spot on next year's Challenger.
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, I'm so happy. It was kind of like going into this year, I did expect much more. And I mean, I felt like I was surfing great. It's just like the heats weren't coming to me, you know, and you'd go from first to fourth in the last 30 seconds in those heats, and it just shows how gnarly these guys are in this whole entire Challenger Series. And I was just, you know, I was coming here completely out of contention of qualifying, and I was just, whatever, I'm just gonna do it. This is my weakness. I'm 100% honest about that, and I really suck at this stuff, so I was like, oh, screw it, let's go. Let's go get the reps in. I don't care, let's go. So I got a great new board that we've been designing, and yeah, working with Doug Silva, it's been great.
Mate, you're a world-class surfer, and you could easily be on that championship tour, no problem. Like, what do you think it is that you have to unlock on this Challenger Series?
I think it's the grit, it's the grind. It's just the goldfish mentality, just forgetting, you know, and just keep showing up. Nothing's gonna get given to you. I think now it's just everyone's gnarly. I mean, that was my first round, and we had Liam O'Brien, CT surfer, Nolan Raposa could be on there for sure, and Dylan Moffitt too, you know. And I think every heat's a final. It's just a matter of that. So it's fun. It's kind of like just a heavyweight bout every single heat, and it feels much better, you know.
Mate, you said just then, you know, you came over here to let it all hang out, and, you know, just have a bit of fun and take on this sort of perceived weakness. But what's it like in this heavyweight battle when you have got someone like Liam O'Brien having a heat that's not quite going right? Can you feel the desperation and sort of the pressure that's mounting on him or your other opponents in a heat like that?
Yeah, you could feel it, but, you know, those guys are so good, and like mentally they're so just sound with that stuff. So like, to be honest, I knew he was gonna come. I thought he was gonna come back, and I felt like all those guys were. Like, I was like sitting in first with 2 minutes left with priority and being like, this could easily flip and I could go to fourth, like no doubt about it. So like, let's get another wave, and I went and got one, and I was too deep, and I was like, oh, I lost the heat. So I was a little rattled, but
pro surfing, how fun is it?
It's great. It's great. Definitely do it, kids. It's really, really fun.
Mate, congratulations. That was a great performance. And as you said, it was a heavyweight battle and you came out on top. Good job, Finn.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Great interview.
Yeah, Vorno. Thank you. That was cool. Yeah, he is right. You know, he just ran through that list of names. And once the heat's over, you kind of forget. But, you know, it's such a mountain to climb for him. Gets the heat win. Seems super positive and amped to wrap up the year in the Challenger Series year, I should say, in good style. 16 minutes to go here. Solid score for young Oliver Zeitz, a 6.17. Puts himself right in the mix here against some more experienced heads. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST, and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
Amazing partners getting behind the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. And the locals love it. Ryan Callanan on hand with his little girl, enjoying the show here. Watching a few Aussies try and stay alive in the mix here. But Oliver Zeitz has been impressive. The 20-year-old Grom from Kauai dropping a 6.17 to put himself right in the frame. Here comes Alistair Reginato, though. And he's taken a few falls now. Trying to find that magic form that's seen him collect big scores in recent times. Here goes Oliver Zeitz. What a start to this ride. Gets back up there on top of that final section. Great combination. It's going to pair up beautifully with the 6.17 opener. And he's going to go charging into the #1 spot.
Watch the speed. Drives hard off the bottom, the back arm outstretched, almost acting like a bit of a pendulum, guiding him through these two top turns here. Great technique. And that two-turn combination is going to rocket him up into the #1 position, really taking control now.
So Max is a good surfer, got his uncle Seabass into surfing, and I can just see at different stages just the flashes of Seabass's style in there.
For sure. Yeah, I'm sure Seabass is watching on. Hey, mate.
Here we go, Xavier Huxtable. Well, this guy hasn't had the opportunity to show us what he can do. Maybe this is the ride. Just desperately hunting opportunities down the line. Bashes through that pocket.
Yeah, I like that.
There's nothing really left on that wave. Just juiced it for everything it had.
Yeah, that was a really dogmatic, bullish approach to that wave. He kind of it felt a bit forced, but he still got the manoeuvres done. Bang, slashes that first turn, up and over that section, projects into this third turn there. That one was nice. Kicks the tail out and then gets a fourth little hit there. So a really well put together, complete ride. Just extracting, siphoning every point out of that wave.
Yeah, just slurping it out of the wave, Rick. Yeah, had a 4.07. Still waiting on that second score to come through for Oliver Zeitz, which I think is really going to change up the complexion of this heat. It's going to look a lot different in a moment. Looks like it's going to be pretty similar to his opening ride. And these more established names are going to have work to do.
Oh, textbook start to the heat. Opening two waves.
There it is.
The two best waves of the heat. He's just dropped it in. A 6.93.
Got to feel good.
Oh, that's the best feeling in the world as a competitor. Straight to the front. And from here, that just injects so much confidence into the the final 10 minutes of this heat. He can kind of have free rein to loosen up a little bit, maybe try some things that you haven't done in a heat before. Go to that air that you've been working on. And just close it out. Look at this back arm outstretched. And he gets a really nice upper body rotation straight onto that heel side rail again, and up and into that second section. Gets nice and low, compressed for the landing.
On the outside, Alistair Reginato, who's taken a few falls, just trying to click back into form here. He'll hang on to the finish there.
That's better.
Nice and tight to the pocket. It was better, but still, just by his standards, a little clunky compared to what we saw in the earlier rounds.
It's amazing what 24 hours can do, huh? He probably had more time to actually think about this upcoming heat and maybe even allowed himself to get a bit nervous, whereas before it was like things were happening quickly. He was down, jersey on, no real time to think. Sometimes your head can get in your own way.
So scores still come through for Xavier Huxtable's last ride. He doesn't need a whole lot to get himself up into second spot here. And it looks like he'll get the number he needs in just a moment. Just over 9 minutes to go. And Reginato having a look at another one there on the inside. Opts out of that one. I mean, Oliver's been super solid, but you can still see there's room in this scale just based on the talent that's out there in the lineup. Geordie Lawler, unbelievable air game. Xavier Huxtable on a wave that, probably only had 5 points in it. He managed to milk a 4.9 out of it. So these are, I think, some of the strongest talents on the Challenger Series out there at the moment. Xavier Huxtable, Geordie Lawler. And you just have to leave a bit of room there in case they get that big ramp, that one big section.
Yeah,
they can do something pretty unbelievable. Cale Bell-Warren, who's worked with a lot of foreign talent over the years, a lot of local talent, helping Willem Watson get prepped for the next heat.
Have a look at the top scores for all the surfers. Oliver Zeitz, 2 points ahead of everyone. This is Alistair Reginato finding a little left-hander, tapers down, so only the one turn. And behind him, Xavier, so he'll pull out quickly and try and establish third priority. But Oliver Zeitz sitting on that 6.93, and here goes Geordie. Just a little late to that section there. So 3 rides with no real advancement for Xavier, Alistair or Geordie. But nothing in it from second to third. Everyone's within 0.4 of a point difference.
And this is, one of those heavy moments like we saw in the last heat. Now, Xavier Huxtable and Geordie Lawler, they're knocking on the door of a CT spot, but surviving this round is crucial. They're outside the top 10.
Yeah,
and there is some space at the back end of the top 10 now too, or a surfer that's out of the mix. Sorry, that they can overtake by keeping their dream alive here. So this is key. Xavier Huxtable, he's right where he wants to be, but he's not safe at all. Alistair Reginato only needs a 4. Geordie Lawler, a mid-range 4 as well. Both so capable. 6.5 minutes to go. Xavier needs to drop a bomb soon.
He does. Well, yeah, you're right, Ron. If you're inside that top 10, even if you're in 10th place and you bomb out, there's still a chance you can make it if no one else progresses. You know, Sammy Pupo's right up the ratings there. You know, he's sweating, but still, you know, a chain of events would need to happen for him to drop all the way down. But these guys still need to fight into that 10th place and above. And, mate, if they're out here, that's it. All done.
Yeah, the dream for Sammy too is, you know, maintain those competitors at the back end of the rankings. Please hold your positions.
Yeah, hold.
You know, they're the pawns for Sammy Pupo at the moment, and he doesn't mind if he loses a couple of them, but he wants a few of those top seeds to progress too.
And, well, the thing for Xavi here up and riding too is that he needs to maintain that top 20 position as well.
5.5 minutes to go, trying to improve on a 4.07. Just like, there's not a whole lot in that. It wasn't super convincing. Wasn't like, yes, that's a 6. Felt more of the same, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Let's have a look at the replay here. So Xavi, just a quick snap. Comes onto this second section. Just, it was a funky little turn up and over. Gets a bit of fin drift. Actually popped those fins momentarily.
He's kind of had a bit of a moment on each of his rides though, so for me again it might be a little bit better, but it is going to be in that mid-range.
Yeah, the ceiling on it's probably a 5 or thereabouts, but you know, it'll itch him a little bit further ahead or into that second place.
We have seen,
but not out of danger.
Yeah, we have seen so many close heats. Yeah, they like the flare. 5.67. So he does get a little bit of credit there, and that's enough to push the requirement to a 5.65 for Reginato. Geordie Lawler, though, sitting in 16th position. He's after a 6.07 to get ahead of Xavier Huxtable. I mean, no, not a big deal for Alistair Reginato. I don't think he's sweating. He'd, of course, love to bank some prize money and, you know, just keep this momentum, this dream run alive that he's been on for the last couple of weeks, surfing the board riders event up at Burleigh Heads over the weekend and getting a qualifying series victory down at Phillip Island. But kind of inconsequential for him, what happens, whereas the consequences for Geordie Lawler are massive. This guy's going to be so freed up.
He's on.
He's the only surfer locked in for the championship tour at the moment. As we see Geordie Lawler with a clean combination there. He likes the feel of it. But keep in mind, Xavier Huxtable did up the ante, dropping that 5.67.
Yeah, so Geordie needing the 6.07 to qualify. Almost has a bit of a northy vibe to it, this wave. Super comfortable here. That final turn, that was the money moment on this wave here. This first snap kind of drags through it, but gets enough speed, does well to maintain that speed and project off the lip.
Well, Xavier Huxtable got a 5.67 for almost a similar kind of combo. Maybe had a little bit more in his first turn. It was a little bit more of a hit rather than a carve. So I just think it's probably...
It's bigger.
Right
Geordie's
there.
wave was bigger.
Geordie's wave was bigger. It's going to be really close. This is heavy. 2.5 minutes to go.
The one thing it is going to do for Geordie, it's going to get rid of one of his smaller waves. So the requirement's actually going to be less, which it is now. He only needs the 5.01.
So he didn't turn the heat, or didn't turn it for himself. 5.57. The requirement now a 5.01 for Geordie Lawler. Oliver Zeitz maintains his position on top of the pack here. And Geordie's got to find some space. And Xavier Huxtable, where is he? You'd think he'd be all over Geordie Lawler,
Yeah,
but
Geordie's got free reign right here.
Just such a dangerous guy too. I mean, I think Xavier feels like he can't really get to him in a minute and 50 seconds, but I'm not sure. He's just covering Alistair Reginato at the moment, but surely Geordie is the major threat with those big airs that he can go to on the forehand. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. He's had clutch moments before. He needs one here. Alistair Reginato with a 5.65 can get himself up in a second. And he gets a couple of nice hits in. Bit of spark on the tail. That's looking like his best ride, and he doesn't need a whole lot.
This is going to be super interesting. You have to feel that that was really close, right there.
That's Alistair Reginato to a T. You know, that pinpoint timing that we spoke about, that spark, that power out of the pocket. It might just get him in the second spot here. This is intense for Xavier Huxtable and Geordie Lawler coming into the final 45 seconds now.
Oh, is there a set coming? Just Geordie head on a swivel at the moment, looking for any type of bump, any little ripple, swell that will give him the opportunity.
Geordie Lawler's been in this position so many times before, featured at the top end of the qualifying series and Challenger Series ranks. Needs a wave right now. And we're not sure the requirement could grow, and it does. Xavier Huxtable also pushed out of the top two here. Reginato pumps the fist. A 6.6 for him. The second highest number of the heat. And this one's been wave-starved, Rich, and it looks like it's going to come to a close with number 16 and number 17 on the Challenger Series ranks.
Wow.
Falling short. You can see Xavier Huxtable just digesting that result right now.
Oh, man, it's heartbreaking, isn't it? Watching it just in real time. These guys would have been thinking about this moment.
What a moment for this kid. Oliver Zeitz, 20 years of age, coming up against three of the toughest competitors in this Challenger Series event and getting himself the win. And Alistair Reginato in the final stages, getting himself up in a second spot. Xavier Huxtable, Geordie Lawler. They will be watching the rest of this event unfold anxiously, hoping they now can maintain their position in the top 20.
Yeah, well, the alternative kind of, well, it's smelly back on the qualifying series, so they'll be hoping to maintain. Oliver Zeitz, comfortable win, looking good.
We're going to take a quick break here. We've got Heat 8 just around the corner. Stick a fork in me, Rich. I'm done. This
You can't be done yet, mate.
It's an
There's work to
emotional roller coaster, but it's all smiles for the Grom. Oliver Zeitz.
He's working with gals. Chris Gallagher.
Chris Gallagher, who would have travelled here to Newcastle many times before. Let's tune in and
I was
hear
going to go
what
on
they're
that
saying.
left at the beginning, but I was like, oh, it's too risky. I should get a right to start, maybe. Yeah, it was
Really cool. So Oliver Zeitz leaning on the big surf brain that is Chris Gallagher as we get set for Heat 8 here. Eli Hanneman, number 1 on the Challenger Series ranks, out there in the red. The Victorian Grom, Willem Watson, such a talent. He's out there in the green. The young Aussie, Ian Gentile, CT caliber surfer. He's going to be out there in the white. And Ryaru Itu, the young Japanese competitor, he's going to be out there in the blue jersey. Going to be a great heat. What a year for Eli Hanneman. It just felt like he was almost weighing up his options after getting bumped off the CT, but he just fought so hard this year, had an amazing run. He's been so consistent, 23 years of age, and he just got busy. Quarterfinal in Bolito, a 3rd place finish at Asira, a 2nd place finish in Sakurema, and recently just made the final of the Pipe Challenger. And he is on his way back to the CT. And why not come out here to Surfest and try and win the big trophy before heading down to Bells Beach.
Yeah, pretty cool. Eli Hanneman here. And just annihilating the lip on that first turn and the second. And this is what this guy does so well. He's so fast, explosive off the lip, has one of the best aerial games in the business. This is Ryaru from Japan, exciting young surfer. Actually brought a couple of boards up for Ryaru from Brett Warner.
Really well rounded too, Ryaru.
Awesome looking weapons.
23 years of age, sitting 34th at the moment. And his best result this year came at Pipe, which sort of speaks to just how well-rounded he is.
Yeah, very versatile for sure. He's come away with the best number out of the opening exchange as well.
Yeah, 617, Eli Hanneman a 517. And Willem up at the moment. He had a 4 on his previous ride. He's solid, this kid, Rick. A lanky unit, but really can deliver some clout when he attacks the lip. Solid stuff. And that'll be his best score for sure.
Yeah, that turn on the inside, he kind of timed it perfectly with the backwash. This is the live action of Eli.
Yeah, Hanneman, he's just rolling with that same form and consistency that's seen him collect big results right through this Challenger Series schedule, and he easily stomps that rotation.
Yeah, those manoeuvres, he's got them on absolute lockdown. It's a cakewalk.
It's crazy to think that he's only 23 and he's already been through so much with his career, but he came on the scene so young. I remember working on the Women's Championship Tour finale over in Maui, you know, over a decade ago now, and seeing this Grom out there, and he was just absolutely ripping. You know, it was young Eli Hanneman, and yeah, he's only gotten stronger, has realised that championship tour dream again now. And here's a replay of that rotation, just so clean. Really proficient above the lip, but his small wave surfing is always mind melting.
Yeah, yeah. There's an added gear. Obviously, not quite as heavy as some of his competitors, so he does have that sort of light-footed approach when it gets small, and he's very, very agile. But he gets a lot of pop at his airs.
He does, yeah. He's also really stepped up his big wave game.
Oh, for sure.
Moving to the North Shore. Here he is.
Here we go.
Throwing one of those airs at us. Slick rotation. I mean, 9 times out of 10, he's going to grease the landing on these things.
Oh, beautiful vision from above here. That's a full rote, Ron.
Unbelievable.
So complete 360-degree turn in the air. Completely disconnected from the wave, and as easy as you like. He actually landed on the flats too. There was no little pillowy landing for that one. That water's hard, mate, when you land. We call it out in the flats, which is out in front of the foamy section. can be like just landing on concrete.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the first boxes that the judging panel tick with these rotations is did you complete the rotation in the air? It's just so much harder to execute than kind of getting half the rotation done, landing backwards, letting the fins kind of help you get through the rest of the move. But Eli, he didn't need it. Super swift in rotation, expecting a good score for him. Waiting on those numbers to come through now. 22 minutes remaining here. Still got a couple more heats after this one too, Rick.
Do we? Okay.
Don't we?
Why wouldn't we? Let's keep going. We'll confirm or deny what we're going to do in a moment, but what a day of competition. Day number 2 of Surfest.
Yeah, 2 minutes. We're going to heat 10.
Has not disappointed. Well, that's super exciting because I believe Callie Vast is in the next heat, so he can potentially shore up his position on the championship tour with a advancement in this next heat, and we're going to lock in another one.
Yeah, well, there's going to be some heartbreak over the next few days of competition until we uncover who our graduating class of 2026 are. But in amongst it all, there's some great stories unfolding. Vaughan, Oliver Zeitz getting it done over a stacked field in that last heat.
Oliver, mate, you were just saying, you know, it's been a tricky run for you, and you've just had a mindset change. And we're saying that mindset changes, you can think about them, you can want them, but until they happen, you don't really know what that magic ingredient is. But there's definitely something playing out for you now that you've clicked into a positive frame of mind.
Yeah, it feels really nice. I think this year I put a lot of pressure on myself. It was my first year on the Challengers, and I really wanted to get a result, and I just kind of went through a lot of ups and downs and thought I was figuring it out, and then I wasn't. But overall, it's been such a good learning experience, and I feel like I'm finally figured it out in the last event. But yeah, it just feels so nice to finally get that heat win I've been looking for.
That's great, man. I mean, you could really see it in your surfing. You looked super loose, super fast, and super relaxed. Meanwhile, underneath you, there was a giant Australian civil war playing out. Were you sort of paying attention to that, or just sticking to your own game?
I was paying attention a little bit, but I was kind of just looking for the waves I wanted. I don't know. I seen those guys like scrapping around on the inside, and I was like, okay, I'll wait.
Mate, tell us what this does for you, you know, like getting a good result and feeling really solid on your board in the early rounds of this Bioglan Surfest.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, it's so good for like me mentally. Like this year I like really like had a lot of moments where I was really doubting myself, and then had to reset and try to figure it out. And just the fact that I think almost every single rookie that's qualified through the qualifying series that has competed this year hasn't made it past the round of 16. I think that's just the fact itself, that the first year is really just adjusting and getting used to this new competition and the level.
Well, mate, I'm so glad that it's clicking right now before next year. Congratulations, that was a really great display of surfing, and you're looking sick, mate. I like this mindset change.
Thank you, yeah, I appreciate it.
Thanks, Vaughan. Oliver Zeitz, solid against a really strong stable. Well, that was a critical heat, that last one, Rich. Alistair Reginato getting himself into the top 2 in the final stages there. As we cut back to live action now, heat number 8, Willem Watson. He had a 4.4 in his last ride. He's had some real moments on these waves, but still hasn't banked that big score just yet.
Yeah, it's almost like a little disjointed in between the turns. He got a big old swoop on that one. Just mistimed the end manoeuvre. So, yeah, if he can find one of those waves that he can put it all together, connect them all, stitch all these manoeuvres, that's when he's going to get a better score up and over that foamy section. Surfing well. Watch this big swoop like that. And then just mistiming that third hit. And then this is Ian Gentile. Of course, been on the championship tour before. And a beautiful tail flare to finish things off there. So Ian with a 6.77, and he's going to put another big number on the board here. And he might even challenge Eli Hanneman for the #1 spot. But these two guys are going to be looking very comfortable once this second score drops for Ian.
17.5 minutes to go. We'll get that number right after the break. You're watching the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Taking a trip on the Newcastle flight cam here. Beautiful scenes. Completely different day to yesterday, the opening day of the competition. We're getting hammered by rain squalls and wind. Today it's cleaned up a little bit and the surfers have been throwing some big moves at us. Eli Hanneman up at the moment. He's holding on to that #1 position. Hanging on to a number of decent scores, actually. A 7 and a 5.17. Throwing away a couple of 5s at the moment. He's in good touch, Rich. Been a magic year for him.
It just all seems too easy for him at the moment, doesn't it? Just drop a 7 and a 5, get to the top of the heat board, and then start working on some crazy airs. And you can see on this wave that's exactly what he wanted to do. Just not standing up quite enough. But mate, we're going to see this guy let loose in the last 15 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, well, the work is done for Eli. He worked really hard to get himself back into a qualifying position. Locked it in with a magic performance at the Pipe Challenger, the last stop in the Challenger Series, and he's confirmed his place in the CT ranks for 2026. And now he just wants to finish off this tour in style. Take the honours for getting to that #1 position. No easy feat. When you've got the likes of this man in the mix, Ryan Callanan, who's still searching for that maiden SURFEST title. He's been right there in second place before. And he'll be super inspired competing here at home and in front of his wife and baby. Also part of the Rabea Projects team, who are the apparel sponsors, partners of the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST this year. Good clobber. Got the big merch store here on site that you can check out, and in town a big pop-up flagship store that is definitely worth dropping into.
Yeah, it's a beautiful store, plenty of gear in there. Golfers amongst us. There's some really nice golf stuff in there.
I got it all. Oh, as we see, Riaru Itu throwing everything at it. Had he stuck that, it would have gone into the excellent range. 13 minutes ago, it was a crunchy section, and he kind of got obliterated on the landing.
He's not scared to have a crack, is he?
Nah.
Really throws everything at it, just pumping for speed. hits the lip, launches, gets the rotation, but just got a little off kilter. His board got away from him. Didn't quite keep that centre of balance. But he's still got that 6.17 in his scoreline, sitting down in third position, needing that 5.61 to advance. So Ian Gentile in the hot seat right now. He'd be looking to guard that second place.
Does kind of remind me, Rich, of the previous heat, just the situation for Riaru and Willem Watson here. I don't feel like they're too far out of it. No one's really dropped the monster turn just yet. Eli had a great air. It got a 7, but it was on a smaller kind of wave. So if Willem or Riaru can, you know, make use of one of those bigger sets and make something stick, I can see a score getting up there into the excellent range.
Yeah, I have noticed that those sets are a little fewer and far between as we've come into the last couple of hours of the afternoon, and the swell just starting to sit down a little. So it just does make those moments when that swell does arrive, that wave pops up in front of you. The pressure's there to convert. You've really got to get the work done and convert it into a score. Takes away that ability to have a number of falls and still get another chance. You can even just see by the wave tallies in the heat, the last couple of heats has not been as high.
What are we looking forward to in the coming days in regard to waves and conditions?
I haven't had a super close look today, but when I was looking at it yesterday, there's still some swell hanging around for the next few days. Then we've got another big stream coming through towards the end of the week. It's going to get fairly solid again.
Yes.
Yeah, we're in.
Love it. Bigger waves, this means bigger turns. You can, I think all these competitors, they don't mind which way the wind's blowing. Offshore, onshore, they can make plenty of it. 10.5 minutes remaining here. Eli Hanneman holds the lead. Ian Gentile in second spot, needs a 5.41 to jump up into first. Riaru within reach of second position at the moment, and you know, has a pretty similar top scoring ride to Ian Gentile, so those two are battling nicely. Willem, he needs a bit more, and the more time that winds down here, the more likely it is that he's going to have to try and turn this heat with one near excellent ride. So he wants to make a move soon and chip away at this requirement.
Yeah, I just did have a little quick look on the Surfline app, Ron, and more of the same tomorrow, and then into Thursday, we definitely start seeing the swell start to bump up again. The period jumps up by a few seconds and up around the 2.5 metre mark. So we're going to have a bit of wind and possibly a little more weather with it again. But the good news is we're going to have swell. That's all that matters.
You can see that there really hasn't been, you know, too much concern for some people when it comes to priority and putting themselves in the order and you know, our positioning or holding off your opponents. Willem Watson's just identified some opportunity at the southern end of the bank here, and he stuck with it. Eli went looking for a ramp down the line, didn't get anything out of that one.
He really got all the work done at the start. He had pocket 5.17s, then got the 7, so he got his 2 scoring rides within the first 3 waves, and then since then he has just been looking for that chance.
Looking for ramps.
To go big, to go to the air. Maybe lock down an excellent score.
Yeah, it's played right into his wheelhouse. I mean, if he decides he wants to keep his board in the water, he's super handy and can string together the combos. But once it turns into an air show, there's probably not too many people better than Eli Hanneman out there.
There's the gold medalist and the man who can secure his fate for the championship tour. In about 40 minutes time, he will know whether he has secured the spot or whether he'll be waiting it out. And here we go, Eli Hanneman on a left-hander, takes to the air, gets the spin.
Great control.
Lands it, and then gets a little bonus foam rebound. May even get a little bonus section, little shore break.
Of course.
There's that small wave wizardry as he comes through to the inside. So another well put together wave.
Just nuts the wherewithal as he spins through that rotation. We'll see it here on the Stone and Wood slow-mo. Just so quick the landing though, and he just didn't skip a beat here.
Just to come down off that landing and within a millisecond, goes straight into that next bottom turn. He's already thinking about the next turn, whereas a lot of surfers would just be focusing on the landing and they'd need a second to compose themselves.
I'll just come in and put the board, put the cue in the rack and call it a day if you stomp one of those. But yeah, he finished it off, Rich. So looking to improve on a 5.17. And we see it here again on the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay. Probably a chance he ups that number just a little.
Yeah, really showing us the fins. Part of the Matt Piolas Mayhem stable. And making some great boards for Eli.
Riaru stringing together a nice combination on the outside. He gets a little bit of air and puts it into a spin as well.
Tidy.
Spinning like a top on the lip there.
5.61 is the requirement. That's what Riaru Itu is looking for.
He's kind of chasing the sections in the beginning. Didn't have quite the height. It was more a fin throw into reverse than it was an air.
Yeah, it was
still
kind
cool.
of it was super cool. It was, you know, but our judges, Ron, they've got a critical eye.
They do. Yeah, even looking at Eli Hanneman's wave, they're saying, you know what, it's only just better than the 5.17. So, you know, I think they wanted to see a bit more pop on the air, and, you know, when you start to really take a close look on that Stone and Wood slow-mo replay, there wasn't a whole lot in the turns that followed the backside rotation. So 5.2, but, you know, he does improve his heat score total, and he'll be happy with that. And Gentile still hanging on to second spot. But a number on the way for Riaru as we dive into the GWM heat recap.
Yeah, this is Riaru, our Japanese friend, and just belting that left-hander there. That was his best ride, the 6.17. And it's been somewhat of an air show for Eli Hanneman. He is up there at the top of this heat at the moment. Ian Gentile, he brought his own brand of air. Nice inverted front side, grab air reverse. And he found a nice left-hander as well. Board looking spicy under his feet, gets the tail release. So Ian opting for quantity over quantity at this point. Eli Hanneman's been super busy. He's ridden 8 waves in this heat. And he's out in the lead. So Riaru Itu still with work to do. And Willem Watson down there in 4th place. He needs a 7.37, so that's starting to really put pressure on him. Ian Gentile, quick in and out again.
Yeah, Gentile is classic. He's got that big frontside carb, but he's got a lot of flair in his serving as well. He's pretty well rounded. Got the big airs he can go to, the 30-year-old. Been on the CT for a couple of years in the past, 2023, 2024. Surfed as an injury replacement in 2020, the start of 2025. But it's been a tough slog on the Challenger Series for him this year. Sitting in 2nd spot at the moment. Maybe he can make a big charge up the ratings. Goes to the sky. Just didn't get the projection off the lip that he was after there.
He's one of those surfers that, again, never looks too phased, like he's really worried about any situation. He doesn't feel the pressure, the intensity of the heat. He just kind of cruises through it.
He's the king of the shrug off.
Yeah, and it's almost like he's on cruise control, but when he takes off on a wave, mate, he destroys it. Just losing it there, just never really in control of that air rev on the backhand.
Big shout out to the Water Patrol for the event, doing a great job. Samba Mann and Nick Vasicek, part of the squad. Great surfers. And the Red Bull Water Patrol always on hand. Just watching over the surfers here. Sometimes if the swell gets a little out of hand, they'll be enlisted to ferry surfers back to the takeoff zone. But at the moment, just watching on for the safety of the competitors as we see Riaru Itu.
Oh.
Wow, plenty of flair, just climbing that final section. Can't bring it down though. And here goes Willem. Bit of flair out of the lip. Flicks that board into reverse, can't ride out. And he's running out of time now, still after that big score, the 7.37. Just under 2 minutes to go here.
Well, looks like we have a paddle, and it is Ian Gentile up and riding.
Interesting one, that. Super deep. And he's sort of given up his place in the order of priority here, Riaru Itu.
Was he
It's
trying to
exactly
block?
what he needed.
Was he trying to block him then?
Maybe.
Just basically taking away the opportunity from Riaru Itu, but what he's done is actually handed him priority over Ian Gentile. And here we go, here's Willem.
Willem loads up. Nice hit there, just to get down the line for this final move. Swings the tail. A little swamped by the white water for a moment, but he gets back out in front of it. Less than a minute to go. He was chasing a big score.
Okay, let's see what happens here. Kind of a very horizontal approach on the first one, and this second one is as cool as it is in a free surf. Feels a little forced in this heat situation, and it's definitely not going to get him that 7.37. Oh,
Hanneman. Just
wow.
Unbelievable. Just how quick was that rotation?
That was ×3 speed.
Yeah, it appeared to be in fast forward. As this one winds down, Eli checks the clock. Here's the Stunnerwood slow-mo of that turn.
Gosh, he had no space to get speed. And just somehow gets that projection, kicks it out of the lip. Again, there wasn't a lot of height in it, and it was spectacular. So I don't know if the judges are going to really buy into it and give it a huge score, but I mean, it's exciting and it's incredible nonetheless to see what this guy can do.
Yeah, I loved it. I think it's better than the 5.2. I think he improves his heat score total. See him checking his clock. He's finished work for the day.
He's
earned a break, that is for sure.
There you go, you called it, Ron.
And a post-heat interview. 6.43 for Eli Hanneman, #1 on the Challenger Series rankings. And looking every bit the top dog as he just absolutely launches his way into that next round. And Ian Gentile finished up in second spot. Let's have a look at the fat boy right of the heat, Hanneman. Full rotation, came down tail first, stomped it with ease. Just one of many airs he executed in this clash.
Yeah, love this view from above. You really get the opportunity to just see the full rotation in full effect. Eli Hanneman does it all too easy. Well done, mate.
Looking solid. Big one for Ian Gentile, who continues to climb that ladder, looking to maybe get himself up into the top 20. We are going to take a break. We've got a huge heat with one of the big local names, Ryan Callanan, entering the lineup in a moment. We're going to bring in Jesse Starling and Felicity Parmentier to talk you through it.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia. By City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST. By Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
We knew today was going to be an emotional roller coaster. A lot of highs, a lot of lows. Let's find out what this heat is going to bring to us. It feels like it's going to be a pretty solid one. Cowley Vast out there in the red, Ryan Callanan in the blue, Kais King the white, Ocean Lancaster in the green to take you through what is going to be a pretty solid heat. Jesse Starling joined in the booth by the beautiful Flick Parmentier. Flick, like I mentioned, it's been an emotional roller coaster, but we've gone through it together.
It's been a big day. It's been a really, really long, big day. And we've got another heat on our hands here. We've got a couple of really, seasoned competitors. And we've got Ryan Callanan, obviously the local out there, trying to get it done for Newcastle, win his first ever SURFEST. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this one too.
Yeah, the young local wildcard, Ocean Lancaster as well. He's looking to not only verse some of his heroes, but go deep in this Challenger Series draw. And Kais King down at rank 36, so doesn't have potential to qualify for the CT, but could make his life a lot easier considering he has a very busy schedule by getting into that top 20. So just looking to get some really solid points here. And Cowley, so close to achieving his dream. We've got 30-minute heats, last two of the afternoon, and we've been hiding something from you guys. We know something you don't. Very, very exciting news because Cowley Vast has just joined the 2026 Championship Tour, your Olympic gold medalist. He's coming to the CT.
This is big news, and I mean, you could kind of see it coming from a mile away. He has been off to a bang this year. I mean, he won the gold medal a couple of years ago, obviously, at his home break, and everyone was like, whoa, he's not onto it. How does this even work? And I mean, we obviously knew he had it in the big waves, the consequential stuff, but he has done the work in the last, year and a half on the tour in the competitive jersey. And this is going to be exciting because the tour suits his brand of surfing. You think about all the waves on there, the waves of consequence that he's going to have a crack at. Not only is he going to surf, the opportunity to surf at his home break as a qualified CT competitor, you think about Cloudbreak, Fiji, there's so many waves on that tour that really just suit Cowley. So this is going to be an amazing year.
I'm so stoked for him. He's obviously found that recipe that's worked with him, working with Coach Joanne Daru, came off, like you mentioned, that big Olympic gold into a second. And we've seen so many people have a big result and not follow through the rest of the year. Then he went on to have that win, keeping a 9th place as well. But because we lost someone so high up in the seeds earlier this morning, Sammy Pupo, and then Liam O'Brien knocked out, Cowley, he's in. He doesn't need to worry about making any heats. All it comes down to now is ranking and where that's going to seed him at the start of the year. But it's been a long time coming, and he's finally done it. We're going to see him down at Bells in a couple of weeks, and his schedule just got a whole lot busier.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think, obviously he would have probably had a pretty good idea. I reckon that he is obviously going down to Bells. But it's going to be good. Like we said, we touched on it before, the tour really does suit his style of surfing, and I feel like he's done a lot of work. I sort of touched on it before, but, his backhand is looking absolutely lethal. We'll get back to that point in a second because we have a ride here from Caius, just through the lip for the first turn there, around this section, gets a little jab in the pocket.
Yeah, so two nice tight ones, and then it was a big 7-point ride here for the CT surfer.
Oh, wow. Okay, it's looking like he belongs, We were talking about it earlier, these guys that have had the CT experience and they're surfing in this Challenger Series event, they stand up and it's a CT turn. Cowley, shades of that.
Yeah, he's looking to show us another one here. Jams it on this little left-hand rip bowl. Wow, big roundhouse as well. Now, as far as we're aware from some intel that we just had, he doesn't know he's qualified yet. So as far as we're aware, he's going to get that knowledge as he comes in from the beach this morning. He would have been told, just got to make this heat. Just got to get to the round of 32. The things happen so fast here at SURFEST where it's just constantly moving. Scenarios are definitely changing. So he's going to surf this heat like his life depends on it right now.
Yeah, which is really cool as a viewer, to watch this and for us to call this heat. But yeah, win or lose, he has made it. You know, it's pretty exciting. It's exciting stuff.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing his backhand lethal down at Bells and then over to Raglan and get to see that frontside attack. Right now, though, it feels like this is our young gun, Ocean Lancaster, laying into it. Unfortunately, he's going to come unstuck. Big paddle from Ryan Callanan. Callie Vast joining Eli Hanneman, the only 2 surfers locked in for the championship tour at this point. Eli, Kipes, I believe you're down with him on the glass.
That's right, Jess. I'm with Eli Hanneman, #1 in the rankings coming into this event. Eli, really, congratulations winning your first heat, first of all. But what's your motivation here in Newcastle?
I want to secure the 1 spot. I want to be, my goal this year is to win the Challenger Series. So people are like, why are you here? Like, you don't want to stay home for a little bit longer? And I was like, no, I want to finish the job here.
I like finishing the job. I like that. You know, another thing, I feel like winning can become a habit once you do it, and it feels like you're turning it into a habit as of late.
Yeah, I think I've just stayed consistent for a long time in my preparation and my commitment to surfing, and just trusted God through the whole, journey that I've been on. And I think if you just stay consistent and you believe in yourself, your time will come eventually.
And lastly, what are you looking forward to on the championship tour, just a couple weeks away?
I want some redemption on that tour. I feel like I belong there, and I feel like I'm going to be there for a really long time. So I just want to go out there and show my surfing on the highest level.
Great surfing, great job, Eli Hanneman.
Love the confidence that Eli has got at the moment, and I feel like I agree. His surfing, obviously, in waves of consequence as well. He levels up, he stands up, and stands up to some of the best. So I love that moment, though. That comment. I want some redemption, and he's given himself the opportunity to go and get it.
Oh, this is the redemption season of Eli Hanneman. I'm excited because, to see what he's got. It feels he's obviously got unfinished business. He feels that he obviously deserves to be there. You touched on, obviously his prowess in consequential ways, but also above the lip. As we see Ocean, just a quick in and out there. But yeah, Eli above the lip to me is absolutely incredible. Ryan opening up.
Speaking of CT surfers, this guy, he's not going to get back there this season. We would absolutely love if he did. But unfortunately, just missing a couple of Challenger Series events for the best reason possible. Brought a little baby girl into the world, so had some dad duties. Caius, wow, nice swoop to start it off. Wow, into a really sick combo, into the roof and the lip line of that second section. So Caius King adding a couple of big points to the board here now too. But yeah, like I was mentioning, Ryan Callanan, he's just so good. You want to see him back there.
Totally. He really is incredible. He always has been. Even since he was a Grom, he has this incredible style. I think his body calls, he's got this incredible coil-like cat behavior in his surfing. As we look here to this one of Caius, his last wave, just 2 turns, but done in such quick succession. Those reflexes just so fast there. But yeah, Ryan, for me, incredibly, beautiful moment for him this year. Obviously, what was it last year, welcoming his daughter into the world, and to, make that decision, obviously family first, and I really respect that. Ryan is a great guy, a family man, and obviously we're not going to see him back there next year, but we do get to see him here in SURFEST and potentially take his maiden win as we look to a replay down the beach of Cowley just spinning the fins for the reverse.
There's that level. That is the exact level that we're talking about. That's that CT caliber. But for someone like Ryan, obviously this event has a lot of prestige. It's the 40th year that we're celebrating SURFEST. He's a proud Novocastrian. He wants to add his name to a very short list of Newcastle winners. Ocean Lancaster would love to do that as well, representing his hometown here. Big section, jams it for Ocean Lancaster. He's more and more consistently being referred to as the Little Morgs.
That was insane. The similarities, even just in appearances, but in the way that he's surfing too. This is pretty cool, this last turn. Nice setup carve, eyes off this like meteor end section here. Connects with it perfectly. What? It just almost defies like some physics there on how is that even possible? Because the board nose looked like it was going to completely poke there, and it was probably going to be the most horrendous wipeout. But yeah, that is just super impressive.
Yeah, Ocean, he's hit those end sections so many times before. This is where he grew up. This is where he's proud to represent Merriweather Board Riders as well. So Ocean, he's going to actually start to add some really nice points towards the board here. We've got scores to lock in for everyone except for Ryan. And like I mentioned, only Jacko Baker being the only Novocastrian, the Newcastle local, to win at this event before. So I feel like, you know, take aside qualifying for the CT or even making that top 20, it almost takes the pressure off Ryan a little bit to just go in one focus of, I want to add my name to a list of Newcastle champions here.
Totally. I think when you have one of these events in your hometown, you grow up watching this, and this is, you know, this is like your Bible, really. You come down, you watch your idols compete, you're getting their autographs, you're watching them run down, and, you know, you're falling in love with surfing more and more, and Ryan would have been doing the same here. And get back to that point, because we see Caius.
Yeah, coming off the bottom here. Snaps it, not super into that second section. We've had so much happen already in this heat. We've got a lot of scores to catch up on, but guess what? Callie Vass is on the CT. That's been the big story of this heat. We'll catch up to see how the entirety of the heat plays out right after this Bonsoy brew break.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Cardiff GWM, official auto dealership of Newcastle SURFEST, and by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia.
This year we're celebrating a big 40 years of the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and why not? I mean, what a town, what a place, so much surf culture coming out of this, and big shout out to Warren Smith for 40 years of an incredible event, and what an event to have to crown so many people towards that championship tour. During the break though, Ocean Lancaster got underway.
Yeah, let's see what he got done here. One big snap, releases the fins. Does he get the finish? Oh my goodness. Absolutely chucks that tail into the biggest slide. And let's see what Cowley got done. The now CT surfer confirmed for this year. Two big cracks on the backhand. But wow, that wave of Ocean, I am super impressed with. Just laying it all on the line, really leaving nothing on the table. He's one of those surfers, it's like 10s or 2s, right? He is really absolutely going for it. I do like that approach because it makes it exciting. He's a surfer where you kind of don't know what he's going to throw it, and that's what does piques your interest.
Ryan Callanan looking for the inside bowl here as well. He's heard what the young gun's doing. He's trying his best effort at it as well. So Ryan, unfortunately, just not sticking that one. We'd love to see him on a couple more opportunities here. 13 minutes to go. Ocean Lancaster, this is his first ever Challenger Series appearance. Kind of the first time the Globe's really getting a solid look at him on this WSL stage. Prior to this event, He'd only surfed in 4 QSs. He is so new to the WSL, and he's making a mark in a big way.
Oh, totally. The wave previous to last, you know, with the big turn, the big finish, 6.83. This one, yet to lock in. I would probably say it's going to go higher. I mean, this essentially a grommet, really, is doing so well and really kind of showing no nerves or no sort of hesitation when matching up against the likes of an Olympic gold medalist and an RCT performer.
Wow.
As we see these scores, Jessie.
Yeah, we haven't seen excellence all day, I believe. It's the judges have been really critical about the numbers that they're throwing out. We've seen a couple of 7s, but 8.33, excellent surfing for Ocean Lancaster. There's a cheeky smirk to get him excited about. He is now currently leading against a championship tour and a previous championship tour surfer. We're going to take another look at it in the Stone and Wood slow-mo here, Flick.
Oh, this thing was absolutely incredible. Look how well he timed that. Releases the fins, bit of progression, hop, skips and a jumps into this last section. Complete Larry layback, fins released, but just so much control throughout that whole movement. And he was doing it yesterday. Here he goes again.
Here comes the confidence on the roof, hung up a little bit. So just a bit of a smaller score there for Ocean, but watch him feed off this. You know, he loves to just keep moving and progressing forward. You always hear him around the Surfing Oz HPC asking, how can I get better? How can I do this? How can I do that? And that curiosity has just led him to locking in an 8.33 on a Challenger Series scale as well. He would never have experienced, you know, how hard it is to get those scores. He just got an 8.33, what looked like in his sleep.
This will be massive for his confidence, right? I mean, first Challenger Series event, and yeah, yesterday he already impressed me. You know, it was a bit bigger, it was harder to find good waves. You know, he won his heat. Now again, and then we were saying, okay, that's one thing, but now you're coming up against the seeded surfers, which is even harder, and it hasn't knocked his, you know, he's not showing any signs of nerves. He's just continuing with that same sort of approach, which is really Hail Mary. They're just throwing everything at it. And like, this is, for him now, going back, you know, we think about this year and how this, you know, event so far is going to set him up confidence-wise. It's going to be massive.
And you know who would be loving this right now? Someone like Liam O'Brien or Sammy Pupo, who is in that top 10, has been knocked out. They're going, come on, Grom, be that wild card who's not going to take a lot of points or even threaten that top 10 and keep knocking out those big names. Obviously, Caius and Ryan not in contention to qualify, but if Ocean can keep going and keep almost playing defense for him, this is exactly what they need. Ryan, wow. Lovely hook into a fin throw on a second section there. So he would have heard the Grom, Ocean Lancaster, getting an 8.33 and thought, oh gosh, what am I doing? I can't let the Grom beat me, but he's such a humble guy that he would definitely, you know, if it ends up being the case, probably chair him up the beach himself.
That was definitely more like it. That's the Ryan we know. It's his brand of surfing there. Just beautiful rail work, but then able to release the fins at free will. So this is obviously going to be his best ride that he's going to lock in. A little bit of variation there as we look up to the boardwalk there at the top.
Yeah, a lot of Aussie surfers kind of setting up there. Newcastle watching on as well. They want to see their mate go all the way to the win here. The win over Cowley and Ryan for Ocean Lancaster. And just everyone kind of tuning in. It quickly becomes a bit of a hot spot down here. It's such a great place to watch surfing on the boardwalk there. Cowley now looking for the lead. 2 big hooks in the pocket there. Needs an 8.17. So Cowley has to chase excellence here. Lovely turns, but it needs to be big.
Yeah, look, I mean, you just start comparing it to the 8.33. For me, you know, instantly, it's not there. I think it's great surfing, however, but yeah, so as we see Craig Anderson there watching on. But yeah, I mean, interesting because this bank that the surfers are on right now, it's actually very far to the north of the beach, right? It's almost towards that Dixon Park area. So everyone's sort of shifted their camps along that boardwalk, even marquees. We've seen them on the beach. Those want to get like a direct view of the lineup. Sometimes it can be skewed if you're up in the corner and you're trying to get a visual on what you're trying to surf. So a lot of these camps today have positioned themselves, you know, it's almost, I'd say, 100 metres to the north of where, you know, the actual contest site is. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting to note, you know, we're not surfing right up against the rocks in the corner there near the bars. It really is quite a fair way down the up the beach.
The conditions have been so fun all day, really. Another day here at Surfest where the waves are just consistently providing, even with the women this morning, it just consistent, as that tide kind of filtered in, it just kept getting better, and we kept seeing these big single maneuvers, thinking back to Anon Matsuoka, Isla Huppets. There was really impressive performances, and then now we've rolled into what is almost 10 heats of the round of 64, and it's just built throughout the day. So Ocean Lancaster playing a bit of a spoiler alert here with just over 7 minutes to go. 8.33 and a 6.83 has him in the lead. Cowley Vast qualified for the CT. He's in second. Caius looking to get into that top 20. Little late into that second one, but he loves it. We can hear some cheers from the beach. I believe that's Craig. And we can see a little asterisk next to Ryan's name. So he's got something big going on here. Tail jam for the start. Into a big flare on the second here. That previous to last wave, sorry, it was a 5.67. Meaning he's only looking for a 7.83 to jump up into second here.
They were two impressive turns. Medium-sized wave, but the quality of surfing done on that, I mean, sound a bit like a broken record, but it's CT. It's CT surfing. That's what it is. They were precision. It was timing. You know, all the fins out the back on both turns. I really am looking forward to seeing where this one goes. Yeah, chasing a 7.83. It's a pretty hefty number still, but really, really good surfing from Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan, like you mentioned, chasing that 7.83, just throwing that tail around like it's absolutely nothing. You know, he's making it look so easy. It'd be one of those afternoons where if Ryan paddled out, you probably would set up on that boardwalk there with maybe a can of stone and wood and just watch him surf all afternoon. He's such an entertaining surfer. He's been competing here since 2016, where he actually had a 5th here and then came back and got a 9th in 2017, and then even better, a 3rd here in 2022, the year that we saw Jacko Baker take the win. And that was actually 4-man finals the whole way through. We had so much swell here that year that we had 4 lay days and pretty much ran the entire event in one day. There was no heat restarts, 20-minute heats, 4-man all the way through. And Ryan would have surfed easy 5 or 6 heats that day and went all the way to a 3rd. Jacko hoisted that trophy above his head. A little bit of a fumble here, though.
I think, yes, just the wave here, just a little bit awkward. Kind of came out of that manoeuvre. Just the footing was slightly wrong on the board, but judges really taken their time to mull over that last score of Ryan's. Still haven't seen any sort of scores drop in yet, so probably watching a few replays, really deciding where this one should go.
Taking a look at a couple surfers coming up in our next heat. Kate Matson, previous CT surfer, also looking to get back there. Levi Slauson, he needs a win to qualify for the championship tour. Billy Stearman, Olympian from New Zealand, multiple New Zealand champion, taking on Makana Fransman. So someone who we haven't seen too much of, but was super impressive in that opening round yesterday. So we'll see them out there in just under 4 minutes 20. We're going to take a look at the GWM recap here. We've sent this guy to the championship tour. He is qualified and started off with a 7-point ride.
Oh, yeah, this is super exciting. We are going to see the gold medalist on the World Tour, where he belongs. And, yeah, at the moment, he's sitting in that 2nd place in this heat. He's locked in a couple of rides, but it was Ocean Lancaster who has really taken this heat by the reins. This wave here, 6.83. He has been attacking every single finish. This one here, the most impressive of the day, the 8.33. Big, massive turns like this, layback, fin throw, jam, hack, whatever you want to call it. He really has thrown the kitchen sink at every end section.
I love doing a layback fin throw jam hack. That's my favourite turn to do, actually. No, he's been so impressive, and I love the fact that he hasn't shied away from the challenge of trying to defeat Cowley and Ryan, who, by the way, has put himself right back in this heat. Ryan Callanan, last wave, locks in as a 6.1. However, Cowley just dropped to 6.5. So now Ryan looking for a 7.4. Caius needs a 7.5. Big moments happening in this heat here. 3 minutes to go. We've already welcomed one surfer onto the championship tour today, Cowley Vast. And I wonder how he's feeling. Obviously, he doesn't know the news, but I wonder if he'd be feeling a little bit shaken up or rattled by the local Grom here.
And you'd say so. I mean, your certain sort of level of confidence comes when when you've got a gold medal and you know where you are on the rankings, right? And you know what's just on the horizon for yourself. And I mean, here we go. We have a look at Ryan.
Got a bowl to work with. It gives us a fin ditch to start off. And it's just the one. Those lefts have been hitting a little bit of deep water. Ocean Lancaster using up first priority out the back behind Ryan. So a couple of small scores just to lock in for green and blue here. And Cowley, he's going to sit out there with first priority. Just over 2 minutes to go. Needs an 8:17 here. I cannot wait to see what his reaction is going to be like once he comes into the beach. Does his camp know? Does he know? All we know is that you and I know, and everyone else watching knows. But yeah, Cowley, he's going to be such a great addition to this championship tour. Ryan, again on another one of these Merriweather lefts. Let's see him go to the A. He's ramping up. Oh, just couldn't get the rotation. A little bit too back-footed on that one there for Ryan. But again, I'd happily watch him surf any day of the week. He's such a smooth surfer. Ocean would have done that his entire life, watching Ryan just surf and compete right here in his backyard. But Caius, you know, he's a multi-talented man. He's got his band Headsend, which is a heavy metal rock band with his little brother Rasmus, and their drummer Bon. And they travel so much, and they go around the world jamming. So balancing, competing and being in a band that actually opened for AC/DC and Tool.
Wow.
It's a pretty crazy life to juggle.
Totally. And I think, you're sort of trying to weigh up two careers at the moment. And when you've got fingers in a lot of different pies, sometimes it can be hard to put. It really is. It's a good thing, and also sometimes occurs at the same thing, because you're like, how do I put the same energy into everything? But I mean, he's such a talented surfer, and I also love it. Surfing's creative, obviously music as well itself, but and the two sort of do go hand in hand, I would say.
Yeah,
a lot of
I
great
believe.
surf movies to a lot of great rock.
Yes.
Have gone down in the past.
Yeah, Caius, if Headsend is coming to your town around Australia or around the world, do not miss it. It's been some of the funnest nights of my life going and watching Headsend, just these really fun mosh pits that you're in, and great music as well. They're an incredible band, and I actually see them having a really long trajectory in the music career. They've been going over to the States, recording an album. They've just recorded another music video. So Caius has been pretty busy over the last couple of weeks. Unfortunately, this heat not really going his way right now. He's not going to, I don't think, by the way he's splashing the water, find that 7.5 that he's chasing. Ryan with third priority looking for a 7.4, but the clock, it's going to wind down. It's going to be the Grom, Ocean Lancaster, winning this heat in a very, very convincing way, and Cowley Vast going to the championship tour.
That is big things for this Newcastle Grommie. I mean, to surf a heat with Ryan, his idol, to take, to get a win over a gold medalist on now a CT surfer, this is going to mean big things for his confidence going into this year as well.
He would know at this point, Cowley, before he wasn't told before he paddled into surf, but as far as it goes in his head, he only had to make this heat to qualify. And I feel like you're starting to see the emotion come out. He's made that heat. He knows that he's done it. He's qualified for the 2026 Championship Tour. We've got a new rookie to add to the list.
Oh, and what a rookie he is. It's going to be so exciting to watch this go down. I feel like the team he travels with too, they got quite a bit of swag. They got it's just like going to be cool. New faces, new stories to get behind. And he's going to really, really start thinking about Bells Beach in just a couple of weeks' time.
It doesn't even feel like you should be calling him a rookie. He's nowhere near that, but he is. He's our 2026 Championship Tour rookie. We're going to see exactly what goes down on the beach with him and his team right after this break. in the world of surfing right now. Cowley Vast is going to the championship tour. Your Olympic gold medalist, just absolute powerhouse, Chopu specialist. He's joining the rookie class of 2026, joined up by his coach, Joanne Daru, one of his best mates, Justin Becret, and is finally getting to feel an achievement he's been working his entire life towards. Jesse Starling, Felicity Palmatier, what a moment in his career.
Oh, it's so cool and so amazing to have, you know, your loved ones, your coaches there, the boys there, just to celebrate this incredible moment, you know, and this moment is the first that, I mean, he's already had a giant moment. His sister's there as well, but like he's had giant moments in his career, but really the cherry is you want to be on that dream tour, and this year is shaping up to be an incredible championship tour. You know, you get the full run of it. You've got some incredible events lined up, and yeah, he is on his way to Bells in just a couple of weeks' time.
I am so stoked. He's the type of surfer that has been born ready for the championship tour. Right back though to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST. Levi Slawson, 2 big turns to start off his campaign here, as well as Kate Matson, so someone else who's had championship tour experience here, getting a nice start to his heat as well. Wow, 3 lovely turns. So there's actually a glimmer of hope right now for Levi and Cade, and then Makana. He's a bit of a dark horse in this heat.
Yeah, Makana is a dark horse. Is he taking to the air again? He is. We saw this yesterday from him. He made one of the top 5 moments in the post-show. Let's have a look what Cade's got done. A lot of waves here for the judges to digest.
Yeah, completely showcasing that fin on the bottom turn. Great looking second turn there too. Jams those fins up in that pocket. Makana, let's see you do it again. Wants to take to the sky. He's got a ramp, jams it. And then again, of course, throws that tail round for a nice air reverse at the end of that wave there. So Makana Fransman, he's not mucking around. He's actually going another wave here. He's going to go left. Staying high. Oh, I was thinking he was loading up for something big there. So 4.57 for that first wave. Got another score to lock in. But like I was mentioning, Levi Slawson, Cade Matson, a glimmer of hope. It's not slowing down though. Billy Stairman flares the fins on this first turn and unfortunately just loses it after that. But Levi Slawson, US Open champion. If he wins this event, he's going to the tour.
Wow. I mean, you think about the incredible highs and incredible lows that, you know, surfing and competitive sport can bring, right? I mean, he has had a win on the Challenger Series in this last year and then just hasn't been able to find, you know, a backup result, as we see him here again, slashing away on this one. But yeah, it is an incredible, it's a pretty incredible, crazy story to me, because, you know, you find this momentum, you've cracked through, you get a Challenger Series win, and more often than not, you run with that momentum, but to not be able to find another result is, you know, that stuff plays on your mind and your mindset. And like, hang on, I don't understand, because I was in such good form. Like, how come I couldn't have, you know, continued with that momentum? So, I mean, it's not over. Like you said, if he wins this event, he is going to the championship tour. He knows he can do it. He's done it once before. But those sort of things really do play on your mind, and if you're not careful, they can eat you alive.
Well, we saw three guys do it last year. Al Cleland, Geordie Lawler, Mikey McDonough, all won events, and then technically didn't qualify for the championship tour. Al had a stroke of luck, you know, when John decided, okay, I actually don't want to do this season. I'll compete in pipe, and then I'll pull out, which gave Al the entire year to be a rookie on tour. And you know what? He proved that he did belong, that he made the cut. He surfed a really brilliant year, and we're seeing him again this year. But it happens time and time again on the Challenger Series, and it just is, it's just kind of a testament to how hard this series is.
Well, and a testament to the level of surfing, right, from everyone, and just how high that is on the men and the women's on the Challenger Series. Like, I mean, and you hear so many guys say it in post-heat interviews, that you hear them say it all the time, that the level of surfing is so high. You know, gone are the days where you rock up and you think you have an easy heat draw. That is out the window. Every heat is absolutely stacked, and everyone is capable of winning these events.
So Cade looking in his first couple of scores here, 7-point ride, which is the best of the heat so far, backing it up with a 4.5. So he's got the a 5.4. So he's got the 2 highest scores of the heat so far. Makana Fransman with those 2 airs, a 4.57 and a 4.5. And then Levi with those 3 big turns. It's a 5.33. Billy Stairman with a score to lock in as well. Every single one of these heats, we're getting all of these kind of guys who are desperate to get a result. And then one kind of wild card person who's coming through in that last heat, Ocean Lancaster, was that guy. He got an excellent score. So Meccano kind of looking to recreate that. And he did that in opening day yesterday. It was so impressive. Levi Slauson here, though. He's going to race. He's got an air game himself. He's not afraid to go above the lip. Jams on this first section. Coming through the inside.
Oh.
Wow, lays into what is a very fast and aggressive layback there. So Levi, he's given that shades of Mateus Hurdy. He's not here to muck around.
Oh, that was deadly. If that board was a knife, that thing is absolutely slicing. Like, look at how much aggression he hits this last section with. He was leaving no stone unturned there. And definitely a little bit of a look back there, like, yes, I've got it. It's like a no-claim claim.
You
like,
see that?
Yeah. That was pretty good. It was good. It was so good. So he's surfing with a lot of confidence, I will say.
I agree. I feel like Levi knows what's on stake. So scores starting to filter in. It's definitely going to go on his top 2. I believe we got 2 scores to lock in for him, actually. So Levi, if we think back to his run over at the US Open, he actually took down some really big names, considering there's also one of them in this heat. He beat Cade Matson in the quarterfinals just by a couple of points as well. And over in America, you know, you always want to win in your hometown. And Cade and Levi, they would have chased that glory at the US Open. Levi getting the jump on Cade, so maybe a little bit of redemption for Cade as well. But we're talking about, you know, having these dark horses in these heats that are just ruffling some feathers. Ocean Lancaster did that better than anyone else today. He's down there on the glass with Kaipo.
Kind of a slow start to the heat, and then I was like hearing a few big scores getting dropped, so I was like, you know what, I'm just going to put it all on the line. And yeah, I got that first turn, and then I just saw a section coming at me. I've been really working on kind of laying back into it, and I was like, this is the moment. So yeah, felt it, went for it, and pulled it off. So yeah, it felt good, and to see that score come through was, yeah, a pretty special feeling.
Speaking of feeling good, coming off a Pro Junior win of Phillip Island, do you feel like you are in a momentum situation right now in your surfing?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm feeling real good at the moment. Had a few wins and had a few good results. Taking out a few of the big names too, which has been really good. So yeah, I kind of just been feeling confident and just throwing it all on the line and been pulling some off. So it's been feeling good to see it happening.
See you in the round 32.
Bloody oath, let's do it. You.
Probably the most Australian thing you can say. And I love that Ocean just said it. Billy Stairman going down on that second turn there. 6.97 locked in for Levi Slauson.
Yeah, that's a really healthy score. And here goes Meccano. Quick in and out. Every time he stands up, he looks like
Higgsy.
He looks like he's loading for an air.
Yeah, I agree. He's looking so sharp. Let's see if he can kind of channel a little bit that Ocean Lancaster. Obviously, this is going to be the last heat of the day. So heat 10, we're going to be wrapping it here. It's been a massive day of surfing. Billy Stairman would love to be one of those guys going into the round of 32. Beautiful backhand float here, but it all went wrong in that second turn.
Yeah, if he sticks that, he's definitely putting himself in contention here in this heat. But when you've got Cade with a 7 and Levi almost with that 7, the 6.97 sitting there, kind of got to be getting something a little bit more substantial on the board. See a couple more scores rolling in now.
Yeah, we can see potentially a couple of waves rolling through. We're going to see if we have any takers on this one. We are. Billy Stairman needs a 7.77 at this point. Plenty of time left in the heat. 18 minutes to go. Cade Matson is currently in the lead with a 7 and a 5.4. Levi Slauson chasing after it. Bit of redemption between the two Americans. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. And guess what? We got a new hot rookie on the championship tour. Teha Popo Manuya, congratulations. Kauliwas has just qualified for the championship tour. How are you feeling?
Man, I feel amazing. I didn't know until I saw the boys and my sister and Coach Juan and Blaze and Justin, like my crew since the beginning of the Challenger Series season, and I saw them on the beach and I was like, oh, there's something going on, and then yeah, I'm super happy. I don't really realize, and I'm super proud to be another Tahitian on the CT, and yeah, no, super stoked, and yeah, can't wait to be in the CT, the first even.
Yeah, I mean, I think your surfing is deserving of the CT. I think now you are at the place that you belong. What are you looking forward to? I know you haven't had a lot of time to think about it. What are you looking forward to?
No, looking for a good experience. Of course, it's a dream since I'm a kid. I had another dream really quick. It was the Olympics. I did my best. It was the best event so far in my career for the moment. And then the goal, of course, never changed. The main goal is to qualify one day in the CT. Yeah, today the dream come true. Another big dream came true, and yeah, I'm super proud because it was a hard work. It was also hard to pass from the Olympics energy and amazing events and amazing, yeah, the best time of my life to back to the grind, do all the competitions. I worked a lot on like trying to be as best as I can on my surfing, on my boards. Thank you, Jayas, because he's trusted me, helped me with so many boards, and yeah, and the Coach Juan never give up. Always good vibes. We have a great relationship, and Jeremy and everybody, like my dad also, he does everything, and yeah, thank you everyone. I cannot thanks everyone, but they know.
Congratulations. Enjoy the moment.
Thank you.
Wow, Kauliwas cannot wipe the smile off that face. He is going to the championship tour. He's the first rookie they're actually welcoming, obviously. Eli, it's his return back to the tour. He's obviously said in his post-seed interview, he's looking for a redemption. But Callie, the first rookie that we're adding, and we've got potential to add a couple more.
Oh, totally. And like Callie said, another Tahitian on the tour, which is going to be super exciting for Tahiti. See Billy here. So let's see what he gets done on this end section. He loads up for the air. He sticks it.
The king and queen of Chopu will be on tour. Bahine and Callie. That is so exciting when we roll into that event. Kate Matson, he got a little bit done during that interview as well.
Yeah, so all the lefts today seem to be running into this gutter, and they have a bit of a weird warble through them. They look really challenging to surf. I saw Ryan take off on the couple of them in that last heat. They looked really difficult. You can see Cade sort of navigated that pretty well, but the right seemed to be running into sort of like more cleaner, like groomed bit of water. But yeah, that was a pretty difficult little wave to ride there.
Yeah, you never feel great at the end of a ride if you have to pat the dog to like convince, unless you've just done like the biggest air ever.
He's a good little boy.
You never feel good if that's the way you're like finishing the ride. It's not super convincing for the judges either. Priority in play here. Levi Slauson into the air. It looks like he could have maybe fluked a landing there, but he just lost connection with the board. But his rotation was lightning fast in the air there.
Oh, it always impresses me with how quick the response time is from standing up on the board to the decision here to load up into this lip. I mean, hard enough for your average puncher to just even do a turn there, whereas he's thinking about, hang on a second, no, I'm going for a full rotation. I'm going to invert this on my backhand within the matter of, you know, under 2 seconds. It's impressive stuff.
He is so good at that as well, and the fact that he can do that on a dime is why he's a champion on the Challenger Series. So Levi, like we mentioned, there's big stakes for him. Needs to win this event to qualify for that championship tour. Like it is starting to play in his favour a little bit with Sammy Pupo and Liam O'Brien. Some of those top seeds already falling out of the draw. We spoke about it a lot today. You never want to sit on the sideline and watch your fate kind of unfold in front of you. So Levi doing his best to really take control of his own situation here. Cade, you can see him waving his arms. He wanted to know what was going on, and he's got that really similar situation, but the thing is, he's been here before. Wow, Makana, again, to the air. We can't expect anything less from him, but like I was saying, Cade has understood and felt this pressure before and rose above it.
Totally. I mean, you've done a year on the champion, or a year or a few events on the championship tour, and you feel that pressure, and it is another step or a level above the Challenger Series. And I think that comment gets made all the time, right? I mean, so they know that and they feel that pressure. So it just interesting moments here. We're just hearing a couple of hooters.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion there from Cade Matson. The clock's going to go on hold. We'll catch up with what's going on. As soon as we know, you guys will know as well. So clock's going to go pause at just 11 minutes 02 right now. So Cade, with a couple of events under his belt on that championship tour, he's going to try and use his knowledge to play cool in this situation, because this doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, it seems potentially all surfers are making their way to shore.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? The water safety, we're so lucky to have incredible water safety here in Newcastle. And at every event that we go around to around the world, where the surfers are so looked after. Makana Fransman is going to lock in a small score, it looks like, for that last air. It's not very often you get a mid-heat pause. You can kind of reset on the beach with your team.
Yeah, that's true. Just a little, take a little breather here, assess what's happened, and we'll see where we go from here. But yeah, back to your point. I mean, Cade obviously has felt a lot of that pressure, and you step up to the CT, and it's a whole different ballgame. It's a whole nother level, and you have to rise to that occasion, and you get found out quite quickly. So Cade has felt this pressure before, and
try and use it to his advantage right now, He looks like he's coming into this event with potentially one less sticker on the nose of his board too, so he's got a little bit of real estate open for property, and getting to that championship tour will make it a lot easier to refill that.
Totally. I think you take that step back. I mean, he obviously had, last year, was it either last year or the previous year on the championship tour, and you fall off, you don't make the cut. And he also had this crazy, it's burned into my brain.
The wipeout at Pipeline.
He took off on this wave at Backdoor, and I mean, you got to give 10 points for effort for even having a crack at this thing. It was a serious wave, and I mean, but it's amazing that he came up from that and he was totally fine, because it was a hectic wipeout. But yeah, a lot of changes, obviously, for Cade. Real estate open on the board, still trying to get a crack back up onto the championship tour. He's good friends with Griff, and they spent a lot of time together doing, a lot of different events. So he obviously wants to get back there with that San Clemente crew, start hanging out with them again.
You can see these guys just wrapping this heat up. They're going to figure out what's going on, and we are as well. We're just going to go to a quick ad break, and we'll come back with more information right after this.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. And the big news today is that Qualification has qualified for the 2026 CT. We're on a little temporary hold, but there's more good news to come because we've just received the official word that a second surfer has also locked in their spot for 2026. Behind me is Camp Australia, and our new CT weapon is about to be told and find out the news. Let's go and find him. AGP, Georgie Pitta, congratulations, brother. You've just sealed your spot. You have qualified for the 2026 World Championship Tour. What about that, Team Australia?
Oh, man. Oh.
Mate, you look a bit speechless.
Yeah, I am. I feel like I've, like, I don't know, been like thinking about this moment for a couple months now, like been sort of close for a little bit, but it's a bit of a relief to get the all clear, to be honest. But I don't know, it's been a hectic journey falling off tour last year. Like, it was gnarly, man. I was super rattled, and it was really hard for a little bit there, but with the help of Timmy Mack and all these lads and all the Aussie dudes and everyone, man, so, like CI, everyone just got me back on the right track, and to hear that and hear that I'm going back and I don't know, surfing those waves again and competing that level again feels pretty sick.
Mate, your first couple of cracks in CTs were spectacular, you know, especially in Margaret River. You got all the way to the semis there. When you qualified for the World Tour, we know that you had high standards and hopes for yourself. Falling off tour, you could see the devastation, man. Like, it hit you hard. Just how wounding was that moment?
Yeah, it was really hectic. I guess, like, I didn't really, like, appreciate the tour for what it was. I was just so worried about the cut, and, like, I really was struggling to enjoy it. Like, the pressure was really getting to me, and, like, I had, like, a good start, and then the next couple of comps I just started falling, and it was really hard. And then, I don't know, I just was so scared of falling off tour for that whole time, and then I lost at Margie's, and I was just like, wow, this is just too big a mountain to climb. Like, all the good servers on the Changers, and I don't know, I just couldn't see myself getting back here, and it was really hard to turn that around, to be honest. And it was a really hard experience for me, but wow, to be back here right now and getting that news is pretty sick.
Mate, you went about your work in spectacular fashion, but just when we saw you last year here at Newcastle, it felt like you were still carrying the disappointment a bit. Like, when did it start to switch for you? When did you start to find that you were getting on a roll?
Yeah, I was really carrying it. I honestly rocked up here, and it was like there was like 80 people out at the rocks, and it was like 2 foot, and I was just tripping. I just couldn't believe it. But I don't know, I guess it was just like an ego thing, you know, like you're coming off, you're just like, I can't believe I'm back here. But then at the end of the day, like, you're still traveling the world with your mates and surfing, competing and doing it as a job. And I guess, like, appreciating it for what it was and just enjoying it, like where I am right now. And, like, I don't know, at the end of the day, like, I was changed my mindset to kind of thinking, well, I can get back there for the next start of the season if I really, like, lock in and put my head down. And wow, honestly, to, like, be here and know that I'm, like, able to go back on tour, and it's so amazing on there. Like, it's such a dream, and to be at that top level of sport is unbelievable, and I can't believe I've done it.
Yeah, mate, I can feel the energy coming off you. It's all time. Mate, describe this year on the Challenger Series. It's one of the best seasons we've ever had in terms of, like, an Australian perspective. So many Aussies in with a chance. Was there something different going on in the Aussie camp this year?
Yeah, it's been crazy. Like, the points this year are crazy. Like, I swear, people, like, Cowley at one point had, like, a first and a second and was coming, like, 7th, and it was, everyone has just been elevating each other's performances. And then especially, like, the Aussie lads, there was like 20 of us or something starting, and then all of us traveling together. We're all such good mates and just pushing each other, like the level of surfing that we're all at, and it's so similar, and it's so sick. And to travel with all your mates around the world and to really enjoy the place you're at is so much part of it for me. And I don't know, I feel like the same with everyone. They just it's such a good time. It's so much fun being on the Challenger, and, like, obviously you want to get to the tour, but like it's definitely a lot different on there. It's a lot more individual. So I don't know. It's been so fun hanging with these lads, and so sick to see everyone up there, and hopefully a couple more of them get on and we can have a good year on the tour.
Mate, there's no greater example than the camaraderie sort of spilling over into performance than the Pipe Challenger event that we saw. You know, the Aussies went absolutely mad over there, and you were like that close to probably one of the best 10s we've ever seen out there. It was an incredible event. What did that do for sort of your sense of confidence and the Australian sense of confidence coming into this last event?
Yeah, that event was crazy, man. Like, honestly, I was just, after I got knocked in that event, I was just sitting on the beach and I was just watching all these lads go on skits, and I was just really proud to be an Australian, to be honest, that day. Like, it's kind of hard to get waves out there, like, most of the time, and then the Aussies get a chance and they just going after it and getting after it. And we were just pushing each other so much, like, out in the water, on the beach, just yelling at each other, just so happy for each other. And, yeah, definitely, like, everyone coming into this event, I feel like coming back to Australia is like a big leg up for us. And, you know, we surfed this place so many times, and I feel like it'll be great for us. Hopefully it's a good event for the lads, and yeah, we'll see how we go.
You were a long way up the ratings, but it wasn't sealed. How has the month been, or the 2 months been, since, you know, that Pipe event and the time off? Where's your headspace at?
Yeah, it was really hard, to be honest. Like, I kind of thought, I was like, I'm sitting in a pretty good spot here. Like, I don't really know how to act. I don't know, like, you know, Bells is in like 2 weeks. You don't know if you need to like book anything or what to do. It's like,
yeah, you don't want to jinx yourself by booking a call.
You can't jinx yourself, but like, I don't know. It was really hard, to be honest. And then coming here, like, definitely felt like I had a little bit of a safety net, but still, you know, there's, that can always happen. It can always go that way. And yeah, it was just getting back to like being super like committed and not like ticking the boxes of the basics and getting your boards, doing good surfing, and I don't know, like going in, using this event as like such a good stepping stone into the start of the tour, and trying to get a good result and get a good seed is like a massive motivation for me. And yeah, frothing.
Start booking a con, mate. You're heading to Bells. It's the 50-year anniversary of the WSL and Pro Surfing, and Georgie Pittar's going to be there representing Australia. Qualified for the 2026 CT. Well done, brother.
Cheers, Bono. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's go! Oh, that is one of the most heartwarming moments. It's one thing to qualify once, it's another thing to re-qualify. George Pittar, one of the few people who's ever done it, and you could see how much it meant to him to be back on the top stage.
Oh, totally. And he spoke to it, right? I mean, and you mentioned it, it's one thing to qualify, right? And you don't know the feeling of what it feels like to get cut, to fall off the tour, and then have to sort of regain yourself and be like, okay, I can do this again. And like to what George said, he rocked up here, you know, to the Newcastle, to the first event in the year. He's like, oh, what am I doing? It's 2 foot, and all I want to do is be back on the world tour. So, yeah, I'm super pumped for him. Like he also mentioned, you know, I think a big testament to Surfing Australia, right? And how he mentioned the big group of Australians he's been travelling with. You know, we're seeing a lot of them here, Jacko Baker, Jacob Wilcox, Liam O'Brien. You know, the list goes on of all these Aussie guys, and the talent pool is so strong in Australia. They really are all pushing each other and really raising that bar.
There's no feeling like that moment, though, of being back there and then to come in and all of your mates are there, and someone to talk to someone like Jacko, who was there as well, you know, at George. He just looks at a complete loss for words. And I cannot believe that, you know, we're going to see him again. Mikey Madonna there. You can see Luca Elder. So many people that love and support him. One of his best mates from home, Bo Howie's down there as well. It's such a special moment to not only, you know, he could have done it in Pipeline. He could have, but it didn't happen. And you're freaking out about that. But the story was supposed to have it that he was at home with some of his best mates around him. And that is a moment in itself. It is goosebumps.
Oh, totally. I think back to my first proper look at George Pittar was when he had that wild card at the Rico Pro Bells Beach. Vaughan mentioned it, right? And his rail work, I mean, I took note. See Vaughan, Joel Vaughan. It's just like, there to have all the Aussies around you is just, what a moment. But back to that point, it was the first rail work I'd seen of George Pittar, and I was so impressed. He kind of put the world on notice there, you know, taking down some big names. He had that incredible heat against Ethan Ewing, and I was like, whoa, okay, we got to watch out for this guy. And from there on, he ended up qualifying that year. He just went on an absolute rampage. He took that momentum over to Margaret River and had some incredible heats there as well, matched up against some big names. And after those 2 events, I was like, okay, the world's taking notice, I've taken notice. And yeah, he was able to lock it down and qualify. But it is such a quick turnaround. And then to get onto the World Tour and be expected to compete in that, you know, he spoke to it, you know, the cut was there and it was real. And to be expected to perform in those, you know, those 5 events or the 7 events before the cut, it asked a lot of the surfers. It created a lot of drama and it asked a lot. And as a rookie on tour, to be able to rise to that sort of occasion so quickly, that's a really hard job to do.
And we talk about, you know, especially on the Challenger Series, we mentioned it a lot, figuring it out for that first year is hard. To do that on the top stage against guys who have been doing it for years and know that you only have 5 events to get it done, it's tricky. So the guys that did it, you know, there was only 3 rookies that actually got the job done: Marco Mignot, Al Cleland, and Joel Vaughan. So for those guys who didn't get it, it was such a quick adaptation rate. So now that George has been to a lot of those places, surfed it before, and had a couple more reps on the boards, I think he'll be able to be a lot more comfortable this time round. Comes from a great family as well. He always seems to bring his dad and mum on tour. And I just feel like George, we talk about it with a lot of people. We know Ryan, of course, Callie, and George belongs there. So today, what a day in surfing. I mean, we've had a couple of heartbreaking moments thinking about Sammy Pupo, Liam O'Brien, and a couple of moments that give you goosebumps. They fill your heart with warmth. Callie Vass, George Pitter, they're joining the 2026 Championship Tour.
And what a tour to be joining this year. I mean, you think about the incredible events that you get access to, the ways you're going to be surfing, and you get a full year on this tour, you know. And so you kind of get a chance to sort of find your feet. You can, you know, maybe have one event that maybe doesn't go your way, and then you know that you still have the rest of the year. You get, you know, the Dream Tour is back. So, I mean, I was talking to Yolanda Hopkins on the women's side of things, and obviously she's already confirmed her spot on the Championship Tour for next year. And she was just saying, this is the year that I wanted to qualify. It couldn't have worked out any better. So, yeah, stoked for George. He's got a full year on tour.
You can see that heat just kind of gearing up, trying to figure out what they want to do here. That's obviously Levi Slauson there, Makana Fransman, Cade Matson. He's currently in the lead. There's 11 minutes to go in their heat. Billy Sterman would actually probably love this brief hold. And Will Hayden-Smith, he's the guy. You know, he's the guy that we love to rely on in these situations. And WSL, they just have everything on lock. So 11 minutes to go on this one, though. It's such a funny thing. You know, we don't usually see a lot of holds in surfing, but we'll get more information on the situation at hand as quickly as possible. But I mean, great time. We got to catch up with George for a really long time there. So now that leaves us with only 7 spots available on the men's side and about 45 people vying for it. No, I'm kidding. There's probably only maybe 20 people who could fill up those 7 spots. How stressful to be one of those guys who are maybe sitting in 4th, 5th and 6th.
Oh, totally. I think even coming into this, we knew how tight things sort of were, right? I think even coming into this event, you know, obviously mathematically people had chances, right? But you could almost say, you know, yeah, Callie, you know, there's almost a certainty there. George, almost a certainty there. Yeah, mathematically some people could have overtaken them, but there really is only those few spots. And now that these spots are being locked in, it's coming down to crunch time and things are going to get more and more difficult. You know, we obviously lost Liam O'Brien. He was sitting right there. I mean, that heartbreak for him, you know, that's opening up the door for guys below him, like Jorgen, who made his heat.
We've actually just got a bit of an update from the head of the team here. We're actually on hold for a wildlife call. So a shark was spotted within 500 metres of the competition zone. So we've placed the heat on hold for safety for both the WSL athletes and the staff. It's paramount. And the WSL is in a constant communication with its athletes and the local community regarding venues, safety protocols and responsibilities. We will look into resume the competition once the competition zone is clear. And of course, like we saw Will Hayden-Smith, conversations are happening with local authorities and competition organisers. So as soon as we can, we'll provide an update as soon as possible for you guys watching back at home. But of course, that's all right. We've had a great day of action anyway. There's so many highlights to think about. But, you know, surfing, it always keeps us on our toes.
Oh, it does. It's a unique environment, and sometimes these things happen. So we're just going to wait and see what the officials say. But yeah, like you said, Jessie, there's been big moments that have happened all day.
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually, while we wait for a decision to be made, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with more information right after this.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, this hasn't just been a coastline, it's been an arena. It started as a vision championed by local hero Mark Richards.
I've waited for years to see a contest in Newcastle. I've always wanted to see one here.
And 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST, transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
Rows of tents, towers and TV scaffolding certainly have Newcastle Beach looking the part as host to the world's richest surfing tournament.
All the top guys are in there. First heat I felt terrible. I felt a bit better then.
I've got full support from the crowd.
It's easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
It was the beginning of an era that would continue for the next 40 years.
Mr. Tom Carroll.
Damien Hart.
I felt like I was cruising the whole final.
I knew I had to get one good one. I just waited and it came to me, got it in through the shore. I was stoked.
And then I felt myself just getting sucked down, and then I was in the washing machine.
I was started to win and I was like, and it all just paid off.
Just to see my name up on the board, I'm pretty stoked that I've got that there, and I can claim that for the rest of my life.
To win it here, it's like family, friends, it's really amazing.
Surfest played a huge role for me, Ryan, Jackson, and all the Novocastrians.
Surfest has pretty much been my life, my childhood, growing up. It's everything I've known, and it's been a pleasure to watch it grow and to be a part of it as well.
I feel like I'm running away just having this support and this love down here, so it's pretty awesome.
Surfest is more than a competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle.
This town's insane, you know, like great food, great waves, really, really nice people.
And for me, it's the highlight of the year, and it's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
Surfest will definitely continue to grow, but the reason we're still here is because of the support we receive from the City of Newcastle, our sponsors, the Newcastle community and the World Surf League.
It's just like a very special stretch of sand, and it's an honour to surf here.
So much amazing history here at Newcastle and more made today with the qualification for the 2026 WCT season of Coley Vast of Tahiti and Georgie Patar of North Stain, Manly, New South Wales. What a day it's been. We saw some heartbreak as well with some potential qualifiers being knocked out of the draw, and also a little bit of drama this afternoon with the event going on hold. So Will Hayden-Smith from WSL Tours and Comms, mate, what happened?
Yeah, so our shark protocol caught a shark inside the contest zone, and our shark protocol says that we just need to evacuate the lineup as quickly as possible, which worked. And I think there was about 11 and a half minutes to go in the heat, and so we track the shark on the drone and make sure everyone's safe. And getting to be late in the day after doing 17 3/4 heats, we just made the decision that we don't want to resume competition. It's a bit late in the day for us to do a proper sweep of the area, and we've got plenty of time left in the window. No need to rush. We've spoken with the local lifeguards. We're going to do drone sweeps and jet ski sweeps tomorrow morning and kick this thing back off.
Awesome, mate. And we saw you chatting with the athletes. They're well aware of the protocols.
Yeah. I mean, athlete safety is our number 1, 2, 3, and 99 and 100. So it's great. It just shows that what we have in place works. And the surfers, obviously, they're in heat mode and they're like, what about us? What about my scores? What about this? And it's like, we'll get to all that. But our number one thing was to get you out safely, and we'll have a conversation in the morning and we'll figure it all out. But yeah, stoked with how the day went. Qualifying surfers for the CT, the Challenger Series, is amazing, and Surfest is the greatest event in the world.
Thanks for the explanation, mate. A great day for the WSL, a great day in particular for Coley and for George Pitter. What a wonderful thing for those surfers to realise their dream yet again for GP.
Yeah, I mean, it's why I love doing this job, just being able to witness surfers achieve their dreams. And Cowley, he's been the surfer to watch since the Olympics, and he got there. He got second here last year. And George, I think we all know that his surfing belongs on the tour, and so to see them at Bells Beach in a couple of weeks is going to be really exciting.
Thanks very much, Will. Well, there you go. The surfers' safety absolutely paramount here. Let's throw it back to Jess and Flick in the booth.
Thanks, Morno. Thanks, Will. And I mean, great call by the WSL. There are so many protocols that go into place here, and I think, you know what, fair enough. Let's wrap the day, let's call it, and reset in the morning.
Oh, totally. And then we can talk about all the amazing things that did happen today. I mean, it's been an incredible day of surfing. I mean, we heard Will say it, 17 1/4 heat surf today. It's been a big one. And there's been some incredible moments. I mean, you think back to that opening round of women's, you know, we saw some incredible surfing there. And now we're into that second round of women's. Potentially that could surf tomorrow. So that's the seeded round. And then on the men's side, we were in that seeded round and we had some big things happen.
I don't even know how you guys are going to choose the highlights of the day, because guess what? Coming up right after this short ad break, it's the Stone and Wood Post Show. Do not go anywhere. We have a massive day to recap.
welcome to the Stone and Wood Post Show here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. A day that just gave us so much, and it's only day 2 of the event window. Unbelievable. The sun was out today, the conditions cleaned up a little bit, and the level of surfing, well, it went to a new place. So many big stories to unpack on today's post show. It's going to be a lot of fun. Ronnie Blakey, Felicity Parmentier, Richie Lovett. We've got a couple of new qualifiers. We're going to get into that straight away. We're going to talk about the amazing run of Callie Vast this year. He's been on fire. And he went out into the water flick thinking that he needed to get through that heat to qualify, but the job was already done.
It's pretty funny, you know, he's sitting here in the booth. We already knew the job was done. He thought he had to get through this heat. I mean, he came out firing, right? I think he logged in a 7 on his first wave, and you could see the intention was there. He's like, oh, I must get through this heat. You know what? Just so much power and already demonstrating, you know, I belong on the CT.
It would have actually been really interesting to see what would have happened if you told him that he'd qualified before the heat, because it may have upset the rhythm, but some incredible surfing here. Makana there just throwing it down. Some huge, huge scores, some of the best of the day.
Yeah, Ocean Lancaster, the local boy, just getting it done, getting the job done over a really stacked field. Ryan Callanan was also in the water in that clash, but here are the scenes. Of course, as far as Callie knew, he needed to progress through that heat to earn his place on the championship tour. And he was mobbed by his mate, Juan Daru, who's worked with him as a coach. Justin Becret, Charlie Couvant, they were down there to meet him. And it's long overdue, his arrival to the championship tour stage, because he's a gold medalist. He has done so much damage as a wild card over there in Tahiti, but his performance surfing too this year went to a whole new level.
Oh, totally. The bar raised for Callie. I think obviously we always knew he had it in waves of consequence. There was a little bit of a question mark though, can he get it done in the competitive jersey on the Challenger Series? And he has well and truly answered that. You know, he got it done with a win. He's got a second on the Challenger Series in the last season, and now he's got his place well and truly on the CT. He's not going to be a wild card at his hometown anymore. He is going to be a proper CT competitor.
Yeah, and he was one place away from hoisting the SURFEST trophy last year. He's going to still remain in contention for the victory here in 2026. But Kaipo did catch up with the rookie on the CT this year just after he got the news.
Te ha, Popo, Manuia, congratulations. Callie Vast has just qualified for the championship tour. How are you feeling?
Man, I feel amazing. I didn't know. Until I saw the boys and my sister and Coach Juan and Blaze and Justin, like my crew since the beginning of the Challenger Series season. And I saw them on the beach and I was like, oh, there's something going on. And then yeah, I'm super happy. I don't really realize, and I'm super proud to be another Tahitian on the CT, and super stoked, and can't wait to be in the CT, the first event.
Yeah, I mean, I think your surfing is deserving of the CT. I think now you are at the place that you belong. What are you looking forward to? I know you haven't had a lot of time to think about it. What are you looking forward to?
No, looking for a good experience. Of course, it's a dream since I'm a kid. I had another dream really quick. It was the Olympics. I did my best. It was the best event so far in my career for the moment. And then the goal, of course, never changed. The main goal is to qualify one day in the CT. Today the dream come true. Another big dream came true, and I'm super proud because it was a hard work. It was also hard to pass from the Olympics energy and amazing events and amazing, the best time of my life to back to the grind, do all the competitions. I worked a lot on like trying to be as best as I can on my surfing, on my boards. Thank you, Jayas, because he's trusted me, helped me with so many boards, and the coach Juan never give up. Always good vibes. We have a great relationship, and Jeremy and everybody, like my dad also, he does everything, and thank you everyone. I cannot thanks everyone, but they know.
Congratulations, enjoy the moment.
Thank you.
Really nice moment there for Callie Vast, and man, he joins a list of pretty amazing Tahitian surfers who've campaigned on the Men's Championship Tour now. Michel Perez set a mean pace, but this guy's up to it. Rich. I feel like he's got the kind of talent that could win him multiple CT events. He's already proven he can get to the later stages of a CT contest and final.
Absolutely. I don't think there's no question mark around his ability in the heavy water waves. We know he's capable in the beach break style conditions. He's proven here that he can do it in the Challenger Series level, but he's a big surfer with big moves. And when Kaipo said, he's the type of guy that just feels like he belongs on the championship tour because he has that level. And everyone doesn't have it. And you can look at competitors and go, yeah, amazing surfer, but not big enough for the tour. He's a big surfer. He's going to do well there.
Big unit, for sure. Rich, that was an emotional one for everyone, but you burst into tears. You're obviously really proud because we got another qualifier today. George Pitar has done enough before he surfed his first heat here at SURFEST to ensure a place on the CT.
Yeah, this has been one that's close to heart, because George is from our home beach at North Stane at Manly, and my text thread just started to absolutely light up because we have a thread with all the boys on it. And, George actually dipped out of going to the ABB last weekend because he wanted to focus on Newcastle.
Shame.
And, yeah, it was a shame for us because he is so good, He was sorely missed, but we all understood that he had a job to do here and he wanted to focus on that, so we backed him in it. When he dropped off the tour, it was gnarly. You could see him processing it. It was gnarly. He felt it really poorly. He basically felt like he didn't deserve to be back on tour, and he was questioning his ability, and he had to correct that. So for me, it was watching him recorrect and get that confidence back into his ability, and then doing the work, doing the training, getting the mind in the right place, because the surfing was always there. The surfing's gotten even better. I watched him through Hawaii this season, and I reckon he went to another level altogether. I think he's going to come back bigger and better next, in a couple of weeks' time when we go down the road. So, yeah, it's stoked to see him back on. I know the boys are absolutely frothing for him. The claw is the law. We've done it. He's back on. We've got him.
All right, mate. Well, we'll probably have to wrap up the show.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Beautiful. Great monologue. But we did catch up with George just after he got the news. Vaughan broke it to him.
Hey, GP. Georgie Pitar, congratulations, brother. You've just sealed your spot. You have qualified for the 2026 World Championship Tour. What about that, Team Australia?
Oh, man. Oh.
Mate, you look a bit speechless.
Yeah, I am. I feel like I've, I don't know, been thinking about this moment for a couple months now, been sort of close for a little bit, but it's a bit of a relief to get the all clear, to be honest. But I don't know, it's been a hectic journey falling off tour last year. It was gnarly, man. I was super rattled, and it was really hard for a little bit there. But with the help of Timmy Mack and all these lads and all the Aussie dudes and everyone, man, CI, everyone just got me back on the right track. And to hear that and hear that I'm going back and, I don't know, surfing those waves again and competing at that level again feels pretty sick.
Awesome stuff, and they have been campaigning hard as a crew, a tight unit, as all the countries do, but they were absolutely buzzing for their mate George. Some of them who actually had missed the opportunity to climb into the ranks themselves, so quickly shifting the focus to George, which was really nice to see, Flick.
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, they've travelled together all year, and I said it earlier to Jesse, but I think it really is a testament to Surfing Australia. You've got this great bunch of Australian young surfers coming up, and to still so many of them be in contention right up until the last event to have a chance at qualifying for the CT is incredible, right? And yes, so beautiful for them to celebrate together down at the beach today.
It was. We kicked off the day with the round of 48 for the women, and we saw some real highlights. The world junior champ on fire, Isla Huppert, dropping big scores here at Merewether earlier today.
This was a pretty crazy heat, right? She was pretty sleepy at the beginning because it was Anon who got the show on the road here, locking in that 6.53, just some nice work on the backhand, 3 crisp turns, and Isla was, a little bit sleepy, but this one solid manoeuvre here, just like what we saw at World Juniors, she is so capable there. It's just, it really, for her, that's her kryptonite, right? She's so good at that turn. 6.9 for that one turn. Anon backs up her wave. 6:17, but this is Isla just absolutely cracking this one again. Yeah, just really World Junior champ in World Junior form.
Yeah, absolutely title winning form. She's continued that magic run, and she is going to be a force as she powers through the rounds here in her first Challenger Series event. Looking very sharp is Isla Huppets. And big shout out to Anon as well, who put together a pretty healthy heat score title herself. So I think we'll see a couple more highlights as we get stuck into the Bioglan Daily Dose a little later. But right now we're going to check out the Boost Mobile Heat of the Day. And it could have been any number of heats, because with so much on the line, there's always, you know, scores aside, there's always great stories to tell. But this was our pick for the Boost Mobile Heat of the Day. Former World Junior Champion Bronson Matey taking on Dakota Walters in what was an air show, Rick.
Yeah, it was amazing, and not an easy heat with Sammy Pupo, who has dominated the Challenger Series in recent years. So on paper, it looked good, and it was good in the water too. These guys took to the air. This was the opening heat of the men's round, and Bronson just with that really quick, fast twitching style, stayed nice and light. Dakota Walters, he got in the mix as well. And he put together an incredible heat yesterday, and he sort of picked up where he left off. Love this sort of light-footed approach where he gets that tail flare happening. Have a look at this from Bronson. Just getting nice and low, takes to the air, gets so much pop. Great rotation there without the grab. And not only doing it on the right-handers, takes to it on the backhand as well. So this really woke up the beach and got everyone fired up. And basically set the tone for the whole men's round, and these waves really conducive to this style of surfing, and just completely flaring. So yeah, Bronson just dominating.
Yeah, just another guy that we just anticipate joining the CT ranks at some point. He's just too consistent, too strong. You saw the variation there on the backhand, on the forehand, above the lip and in it. He's got it. Dakota Walters, he would have had his dad Jeremy watching on. His brother was also in the mix here at Surfest, and he's going to keep the dream alive. A second place finish for him there today. So let's dive into the Surfline forecast. Rich, you were touching on it a little earlier today when we were calling heats, and you know there's a lot to look forward to in the back half of the window.
There sure is. You can see us there positioned on the map just north of Sydney. We've enjoyed a couple of good days of competition. We got totally blown off the beach yesterday, but we hung around in the rain, and it was pretty chunky. Sort of almost double overhead on the sets, and today dropped a little bit more tame and conducive to that aerial style surfing, as I mentioned. But the next couple of days looks really promising. It's going to be offshore in the morning, nice and smooth, still in that head-high range, more of what we've seen today size-wise. Then into Friday and Saturday, there's a new pulse of energy that comes through from the south, and we're going to have a bit of wind with that. We possibly will get some weather as well, but the good news is that we'll be picking and choosing rather than kind of waiting for waves to show up. We're going to have plenty of action.
Yeah, bring it on, because the stakes are high. We've still got to get through the remaining heats of that men's round, and there's some big clashes to come with huge consequences for competitors, not only those outside the top 10, but those trying to hold on to those spots. That was really interesting today, watching some of those higher seeds fall out of the mix.
Oh, totally. I think for me, a big one, which would have been a hard pill to swallow, was Liam O'Brien. His surfing is so there, and for that to go down in that manner, it just didn't look like he quite found the waves that were allowing him to open up. So, yeah, tough one for Liam today.
Yeah, there was a few, wasn't there? Geordie Lawler, Xavier Huxtable, they were just outside the top 10, sitting in the teens there. Looked poised and ready to strike at a top 10 spot, but they're going to be banging away on the Challenger Series again next year. Let's have a look at the Bioglan Daily Dose, the top 5 moments from another big day here at Surfest. And we're going to kick things off with this phenom, 16-year-old Eden Waller. So impressive. This was a 6.6 flick, huge layback.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. She impressed us last year, and she's come back here. Oh, sorry, the other event, and she's impressed us here again. So young, surfing beyond her age, and I think she could go deep into the draw.
Surfers that have been to the CT before, looking to make a charge to get back there, Rich. Michaelani Deval just trying to capture some momentum before heading into the what might be a regional qualifying series run.
Yeah, absolutely. Bringing out the goods right at the final moment of the heat.
And there we go, number 3, we've got Amelie Burke just going to town on the backhand with the 3-turn combo. Just some precision surfing there this morning. It was pretty hard on that low tide, so she found a gem.
This was a big one. Ocean Lancaster getting the jump on an incredibly stacked heat. The local Grom not wasting this opportunity.
Yeah, great ride here for Ocean Lancaster. This was second to last heat of the day. Just flaring out of the top, streaking down the line, just pounds that oncoming section. And that was one of the highest heat scores we've had in the event so far. So good on the youngster.
Absolutely.
How could you not go past number 1, Ronnie?
Absolutely. You know, two of the real superstars on the Challenger Series campaigning and in 2025 and into this new year. And they have gotten the job done here on the second day of the event window. Carly Bass, George Pitta are going to be joining the Championship Tour ranks this year. George making a CT return. Carly will be there full time for the first time ever. And yeah, it was great to see him. We're going to get more of those special moments as we roll through this contest, Rich.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. And it's already started. We said this on day 1, you know, we'll get the sheet out and we'll start putting red lines through people, and it's already happening. And, you know, there's surfers there that now it's out of their control. They've actually got to wait to see whether they keep their spot in the top 10 or, you know, the top 20. And then we're going to watch people come in. It's going to happen. There's going to be some shifting up for sure.
We've got a bit of work to do before we get out of here this afternoon, but we're going to leave you with highlights. Tune in nice and early tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. We'll be making another call to get competition back underway.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.